Welcome back to Cosmic Wand. Today's story is, Wednesday Addams performed a dark ritual to bind her soul to Harry's and Hogwarts couldn't stop it, a long, dark, slow-burn crossover where Hogwarts meets a girl their wards were not built to refuse. If you enjoy the read, please like, subscribe, and ring the bell so you don't miss the next one. Comment your favorite chapter when you're done. Now, settle in. Chapter 1. The visitor at the astronomy tower. The owl that delivered the warning to Albus Dumbledore was black as a closed coffin and 3 times the size of any bird England had bred. It dropped a single envelope onto his desk, regarded the headmaster with an expression that suggested ancient and personal contempt, and dissolved into a cloud of moths. Dumbledore pinched the bridge of his nose. He had not asked for this transfer. He had, in fact, declined it twice. The third request had not been a request. The envelope bore no school crest. The seal was a black hand pressing a black rose into black wax, and the parchment beneath felt like old skin. He opened it because a man who has hosted dragons in his castle does not flinch at stationery. To the headmaster of Hogwarts, we are sending you our daughter. She has chosen your school. We do not know why. We have asked. She does not answer questions she finds beneath her, and most questions are. You will not change her. You will not improve her. You will not, under any circumstance imagine, pose as her moral compass. She has one. It points to magnetic north of an entirely different planet. She has expressed an interest in one of your students. He will not survive ordinary attention. He will, perhaps, survive hers. Either outcome is acceptable to our family. Do not interfere. With our most regrettable warmth, Morticia Frump Addams Gomez Addams P.S. Pugsley says hello. Do not give him matches. Dumbledore set the letter down and looked at it as one might look at a snake that had introduced itself politely. Then he summoned Minerva McGonagall, Severus Snape, and a strong pot of tea, in that order of urgency. By the time the 3 of them were seated in his office, he had read the letter twice more, and the second reading had not improved his disposition. Wednesday Addams, McGonagall said, after he passed her the parchment. Her mouth thinned by a millimeter, a substantial tell, on her face. I have heard the name. You have heard several, Snape said dryly. The Addamses have been refusing entry to every European magical school for 9 generations. They prefer to instruct at home. They are not pleased when others survive the experience. Why now? McGonagall asked. They say she chose us. Dumbledore tapped the letter. And that she has, I quote, expressed an interest, in a student. Snape's eyes narrowed. He had a great deal of practice at narrowing, and he used it on Dumbledore. Albus, he said. Tell me she has not chosen Potter. I cannot tell you a thing I do not yet know, Dumbledore said. But the timing concerns me. She arrives tonight. McGonagall's lips moved without sound. It was the closest she came to swearing in front of the headmaster. Tonight, she repeated. Without warning. Without an interview. Without, Albus, what hat do we put on her? Dumbledore looked at the sorting hat where it slumped on its shelf. The hat had been peaceful for centuries. The hat had also developed, over those centuries, an unsettling instinct for when to play dead. We shall let her choose her own house, he said. If she will permit any house to claim her at all. The students of Hogwarts came down to dinner that night and did not know that anything was different. The candles still floated. The ceiling still mirrored the cold October sky. Hagrid was attempting to feed a goblet of pumpkin juice with one hand and rebuke a hippogriff with the other. The owls came and went. Ron Weasley argued with Seamus Finnegan about the relative merits of Chudley cannons over actually playing the game properly. Hermione had a book open beside her plate, which was, Ron noted, a perfect breach of the heinous Hermione theory, formulated in second year, that stated meals should be sacred from print. Harry Potter was tired. Tired had become his default state. He had been tired since June, since the graveyard, since Cedric. The Daily Prophet had run a picture of him 4 mornings in a row last month under headlines that were essentially the same headline 3 times, "A useful boy at 15 ought to know how to hold his tongue." He had stopped reading them. He had stopped reading much of anything that was not a useful spell. That summer, after Sirius had taken him aside and said, in the voice of a man who has finally noticed a fire is not going out, that Harry would now learn to fight, Harry had stopped pretending otherwise. He drilled. He read. Sirius taught him things that were not on any approved syllabus. Remus taught him things Sirius did not know. Andromeda Tonks taught him to duel without a wand and without good manners. He came back to Hogwarts with calluses on his hands he did not have last June. He did not look 15 anymore. He looked like he had been sharpened. He felt the room change before he saw the cause. It was a small change. A draft, perhaps, coming in from a door that had no business being open. The candles dimmed by half a heartbeat. The conversations did not stop, but they thinned, the way a river thins when something heavy has stepped into it upstream. Harry looked up. A girl was walking the length of the great hall. She did not announce herself. She did not look at the staff table, or the floating candles, or the ceiling. She did not look at Hagrid, who had risen halfway out of his chair, or Filch, who was gripping Mrs. Norris hard enough that the cat made a small protest. She walked a perfectly straight line down the central aisle, her hands folded neatly at her waist, her braids 2 black ropes against the white collar of her dress. She was not pretty. That was the wrong word. Pretty was a word for soft things. She was the architecture of a building you would not enter at night, and she was, Harry realized with an odd skip behind his sternum, looking at him. Looking at him, specifically. She had picked his face out of the crowd from the door. She was perhaps 2 seconds away from him when Dumbledore stood. The headmaster's voice was gentle and large at once, the way it always was at start of term, except this was not a start of term and the voice was a thread under iron. Students. We have a guest joining us tonight. May I introduce Miss Wednesday Addams, who will be studying with us this term. She stopped, exactly when she chose to. The aisle was empty around her in a perfect circle. Even the ghosts had drifted backward. Miss Addams, Dumbledore continued, if you would step forward, the Sorting Hat will, know. The word fell like a stone into a well. There were a few hundred of those at Hogwarts, she had her pick. I will choose a house when I have observed yours, she said. Her voice was low and even and cut the air like a wire. I do not consent to being sorted by inanimate millinery. The Sorting Hat, on its stool at the staff dais, hunched. Visibly. Hunched. McGonagall, who had been holding the stool, took a step back from it without seeming to realize she had done so. There was a silence so complete you could hear the candles guttering. Wednesday turned. Slowly. As though there were a clock inside her measuring exactly how long she chose to take. Mr. Potter, she said. The hall did not gasp, because there was no air left in it. Sit, Harry said, surprising himself. He did not move down the bench. He did not need to. The Gryffindors next to him moved instead, as one, like fish parting around a stone, and there was suddenly space beside him and a place set there that nobody had set. Wednesday looked at the empty seat. Then at him. You speak first, she said. Most boys would not. I had calibrated for several minutes of staring. I'm tired of staring, Harry said. Also you said my name. Yes. She sat. The hall, unbreathing for a count of 3, breathed. Conversations resumed in fragments and stutters. Several Gryffindors stared. Hermione's mouth was slightly open and her hand was on Harry's wrist, possessively, urgently, the warning grip of a friend who has remembered every dark wizard's first sentence to a young man. Wednesday did not look at Hermione. She picked up the empty plate set in front of her and turned it over, examining the crest on the back, and put it down. She did not eat. I am not eating tonight, she said. I have not yet decided whether your food is poisoned. I will tell you when I have decided. It's mostly potatoes, Harry said. That is not reassuring. He laughed. It was a short laugh, and there was nothing inside it that sounded like Cedric, or like the graveyard, or like the word Voldemort, and he had not laughed like that since June. The sound surprised him more than it surprised her. She did not smile. He understood, somehow, that she had not, in any of his life thus far, smiled. She turned her head precisely to the angle that took him in completely, and she said, very low, so that even Hermione's hand on his wrist did not catch it, I have been watching you for 131 days, Mr. Potter. Through a black glass scrying mirror in my mother's third parlor. I have a vial of your blood. I obtained it from the Dragon Handler Infirmary at Beauxbatons after your first task. It is corked in pewter and labeled in Latin. Tonight, in a place I have already chosen, I will perform a ritual that will bind your soul to mine. After it, no priest, no curse, no headmaster, and no god will separate us. I am telling you this in advance because I would rather you were a participant than a victim. Decide which by midnight. She dipped a finger into the goblet of water in front of her, drew a single dot on the tablecloth between their plates, and stood. Harry Potter, who had been tired for 4 months, was suddenly not tired. She walked back down the aisle. The candles, again, dimmed for half a heartbeat. The doors of the great hall opened for her without anyone touching them, and they did not slam behind her, they shut as decorously as a coffin lid. Hermione's nails were leaving small white crescents in his wrist. Harry, she breathed. Harry, what did she just say to you? She just told me, Harry said, still looking at the doors, that she is going to do a ritual on me at midnight. A what? Soul binding. Harry. Yes. Harry, we are going to Dumbledore. I'm not. Hermione's grip went very still. So did Ron, who had heard the word ritual the way a man hears the word cancer. Why not? Hermione asked carefully. She had developed, over the years, a very particular voice for talking to Harry when he had decided something insane. It was like her ordinary voice, but with a fuse in it. Harry looked at his hands. They were not shaking. They were quiet in a way that he had forgotten hands could be. Because, he said, for the first time in months I'm not exhausted. And whatever just walked in here, it's looking at me like I'm a person. Not a scar. Not a rumor. Not a fifth task. A person. I want to know what that's like before I let Dumbledore lock it in a box. Harry, you don't even know her, Hermione, Harry said, and his voice was gentle, she knows me. Hermione opened her mouth and closed it. Ron, who had heard everything, said, I think I'm going to be sick. Eat the potatoes, Harry said. She said they were probably fine. He could not have explained, then or after, why he was so calm. The right adjective, if it had occurred to him, would have been awake. He had been asleep since the graveyard, and someone had finally walked into the room without bothering to knock, and the noise of the door hitting the wall had finally jolted him out. Up at the staff table, Dumbledore exchanged a look with Snape that had the texture of two men reading the same death certificate. McGonagall set her fork down very carefully, as though it might snap if she set it down hard. The Sorting Hat, alone on its stool at the dais, mumbled to itself in its sleep. It said, in a voice no one in the hall could hear, not that one. Not that one. Don't put me on that one. The hat had been 1,000 years on 1,000 heads, and it had, on the head of Wednesday Addams, briefly, looked. It had looked once, in the corridor, when she had walked past its shelf in the antechamber. The hat now refused to do so again. The hat had decided. The hat was going to remain dead until she was gone, and possibly thereafter. Outside, the moon was a clean white edge over the forbidden forest, and the stars were doing what stars do, which is to say, they were minding their own business with a terrible patience. Inside, Harry Potter ate 3 bites of mashed potatoes and felt himself begin, slowly, to calibrate. He did not go to bed at curfew. He did not, in fact, go to his dormitory at all. He let Hermione walk him back to the common room. He let Ron pace and rant and finally, exhausted, fall asleep on the couch with a defense textbook open across his chest. He waited until the fire was embers. Then he took the cloak from his trunk, shrugged it over his shoulders, and stepped out through the portrait. The fat lady, half asleep, mumbled at him, "You haven't said the password going out, dear." "There isn't one going out." "There ought to be." "There ought to be a lot of things," Harry said, and slipped down the corridor. He did not need to ask where Wednesday Addams was. The note had said midnight, and a place she had already chosen. He had only one guess. The astronomy tower had been, since first year, the highest and quietest thing in the castle, and she was the kind of girl who picked highest and quietest by reflex. He climbed. The wind on the parapet was clean and cold and smelled of pine smoke from Hagrid's chimney. The stars were out of their containers. The lake was a shield of black glass below the cliffs. Wednesday was already there. She had not lit candles. She had not drawn chalk. The parapet was, on the surface, untouched. She stood with her hands folded at her waist as she had in the hall, and she was looking out, not at the stars, but at the dark line where the forbidden forest began. "You came," she said, without turning. "You said midnight." Harry let the cloak fall from his shoulders and caught it over one arm. "I'm punctual when threatened with rituals." "It is not a threat. It is a courtship." "Is there a difference, in your family?" "Sometimes." She turned her head a fraction. The starlight caught the side of her face and made her look like an etching of herself. "You are not afraid." "I'm 15 and I came up here alone." "That is not a reason to be unafraid. It is when you've been to worse rooms." She studied him. He studied her back. The wind moved a single black strand of hair across her cheek, and she did not raise a hand to fix it. She waited until it lay where it intended to lie. "Tell me what you know about soulbinding," she said. "Almost nothing," Harry said. "In our world it's old, dark, illegal, and supposedly impossible without an unbreakable vow component. The vow needs 3 willing parties. I'm guessing yours doesn't." "Mine needs 1 informed party," she said. "The other can be unconscious, dead, or on a different continent. It does not require consent. It requires resonance. You are resonant." "Resonant how?" "Your soul has a fracture in it." Her voice was clinical. It was the only voice that had ever, so far, said the thing he privately knew. There is a piece of someone else inside it. The piece is loud. It vibrates at a frequency I have spent 4 years learning to find. When I scried the boy with the lightning scar, I did not see your face first. I saw the sound. Harry said nothing for a long moment. His scar was warm. Not the burning warm of the dreams, the listening warm of the Department of Mystery's dreams. As though something inside was leaning forward. "You're saying you found me," he said, "because of the worst thing inside me." "I am saying," Wednesday said, "that I found you because I am the only person on this island who can hear it. Hogwarts cannot. Dumbledore cannot. Snape can hear most of his students, he will not hear you on this. Voldemort hears it from the wrong end of the bond and thinks it is his. It is not. It is yours, and it is broken, and I would like to put my soul next to it, because 2 souls woven together cannot be torn out the way 1 fragment can. After we bind, no Horcrux extraction will kill you. The bond will absorb the shock." That, Harry stopped. He had meant to ask 3 different questions and they had collided in his mouth. That is not how rituals talk about saving people. Saving you is a side effect. I am not particularly invested in your safety as a moral concern. I am invested in you. The 2 desires are aligned tonight. They will not always be. He laughed. He could not help it. It was a different laugh than the one in the great hall, sharper, with surprise in it. "You're being honest with me," he said. "I have not yet learned to lie to you. I might. I would warn you in advance. You're a strange person, Wednesday Addams. I have spent 15 years curating that." He moved closer to the parapet. Not toward her, beside her. The wind pressed his shirt against his ribs. The forest, a long way below, made a sound that was almost a tide. He felt, for the first time in months, that he was being measured by someone who was not measuring him against a prophecy. "What do you want from me tonight?" he asked. "Specifically." "Tonight, only the preliminary. I prepare the bond's location. I unspool the resonance line between us. I do not bind. The full ritual requires a third element I have not yet acquired. Tonight is courtship. I will not touch you without permission. I will not enter your mind. I would like, only, to draw a single resonance line from my heart to yours, so that when I sleep I will know that you are alive. And tomorrow? Tomorrow you decide what we are. Tonight is not consent. Tonight is preface." He thought about it. He thought about what Sirius would say. He thought about what Hermione had already said. He thought about Cedric, in the last second before the green light. He thought about the way the world had felt, 4 months ago, like a coffin he could not get the lid off of. He thought about the way she had said the word resonant. "Do it," he said. She lifted her right hand. She had, somehow, in the time he had been speaking, produced a tiny silver pin from her sleeve. He had not seen it. He had been watching her hands the whole time. The pin glittered between her fingers like a star she had stolen. "My blood," she said, "and a thread of intention. That is all. You will feel a small pull. It will not hurt. I want to do mine too." She looked at him. The look held longer than a polite look. Something in it warmed by exactly 1 degree. "That is not required. I know. You would be making it reciprocal. Tonight. I know. Mr. Potter, if you draw blood for the resonance line tonight, you are not consenting to courtship. You are answering it. Wednesday. Yes. I know." She handed him the pin without speaking. The transfer of metal between their hands was the first time they touched. It was the smallest of touches, a finger pad, a ridge of skin, and it made the night a quieter place by some fraction Harry could not name. He pricked his thumb. She pricked her own. Neither of them flinched. The drops of blood, 2 small black beads in the moonlight, rose to the pads of their thumbs and waited. "Take my hand," she said. He took it. Her hand was cold the way iron is cold, not the way fear is. Her grip was even. "Look at me," she said. He looked. "I, Wednesday Friday Addams, of the bloodline of Frump and Addams, of the long line of those who have eaten our enemies and decorated with their bones, draw a line of resonance from my heart to the heart of Hadrian James Potter, boy who did not have the decency to stay dead. I do not consummate the bond tonight. I anchor it. Until the binding is complete, no soul, no spell, and no headmaster shall sever the line." She tilted her chin a half degree. "Now you." Harry swallowed. "I don't have words for this." "Then borrow mine." "I, Harry James Potter, of the bloodline of Potter and Evans," his voice steadied as it went, finding its own gravity, "draw a line of resonance from my heart to the heart of Wednesday Friday Addams, of Frump and Addams, of the long line who eat their enemies." He almost laughed. He didn't. "I do not consummate tonight. I anchor. Until the binding is complete, no soul, no spell, and no headmaster shall sever the line." The drops of blood on their thumbs lifted into the air. Harry's vision did not change, exactly. The world simply rearranged itself by a millimeter, the way a window rearranges itself when you take the screen off. He could feel, faintly, like a string at the base of his sternum, a tension that ran from his chest, across the small distance of stone between them, into hers. He felt her heartbeat. It was slower than his by 10%, and steadier, and it was beating in a rhythm that had nothing to do with Hogwarts or with him or with her, the rhythm of something that had been beating in someone's chest for 9 generations and would beat after she was born. She closed her eyes for a second. He saw, from inside his own chest, the line settle into hers like a needle finding a vein. When she opened them, they were the same eyes she had walked into the hall with, and they were not. They had a new place in them. "You felt it," she said. "Yes. You should not have. Most people cannot feel a single line until the 3rd or 4th ritual. Maybe I'm resonant too." "Mr. Potter," she said, very quietly, "you are. That is the entire problem. That is why I came." The blood drops, small and dark and hovering, lowered themselves back to their thumbs and were absorbed without leaving wounds. The wind pressed against them both for a moment, a clean cold pressure, like the world was leaning in to confirm what had just been written. Wednesday turned away first. She was, he noticed, walking toward the stairs. "Tomorrow," she said, without looking back. "I will find you. You will know when. The line will tell you. Wait." She stopped. She did not turn. "Will it hurt?" he asked. "When you do the full binding?" "Yes." "Both of us?" "Yes." "Will Hogwarts try to stop it?" "Yes." "Will it work?" She turned her head only a fraction, and the starlight caught the corner of her mouth, and for the smallest instant, small as the prick on his thumb, small as the line between their chests, there was something that was not a smile but was nonetheless not nothing. "Hogwarts," she said, "will not stop it. I have been trained against larger schools. Good night, Mr. Potter." "Harry." "Good night, Harry." She went down the stairs. He listened to her footsteps fade. He stood for a long time on the parapet afterward, with the line in his chest humming softly, and he found that he was not afraid. He found, in fact, that he had stopped being afraid for the first time since June. The line in his chest pulsed once, gently, the way a hand squeezes another hand for no reason except to confirm that the other hand is still there. He pulled the cloak around his shoulders and went down the stairs, and somewhere above him, the Sorting Hat continued, in its sleep, to mumble. Far away, in a nursery preserved like a museum in a manor in Westchester, a black-eyed boy named Pugsley Addams sat up in his crib with a small, satisfied expression and said, to nobody, "She did it." In the rookery of the great house, a black owl returned from England, ruffled its feathers, and carried no message. It did not need to. The line had been drawn. The Addamses, asleep and awake, felt it. Morticia, in her bed, smiled in the dark. "Mon cœur," Gomez said softly, in the language he reserved for her. "It is begun." "It is," she agreed. "Pour me a drink, my darling." He did. They toasted, in the dark, the daughter who had crossed an ocean to find a boy whose soul had a crack in it. In Hogwarts, Harry Potter slipped under his blankets and slept the way men sleep who have, finally, been seen. In his sleep he did not dream of green light. He dreamed of black braids and a small silver pin, and of a voice, low and even, saying his name as though it were a verb. The line in his chest pulsed again, and he slept on. 3 hours before the visitor arrived in the great hall, Severus Snape stood in his office and watched his fingers, on their own initiative, move a stoppered vial of phoenix tears 1 inch closer to his left hand. He had not been thinking about phoenix tears. He had been thinking about a letter on a man's desk and a name his mother had once put in a margin. He had been thinking about why his fingers had moved. He examined the gesture without sentiment. His fingers had moved because some quieter part of him had decided that it would be wise, today, to be standing within reach of something that healed. That part of him was almost always correct, and almost never explainable, and tonight he chose to listen to it. He carried the vial in his sleeve to dinner. In the entrance hall, the Bloody Baron drifted past Sir Nicholas without speaking, which had not happened in 2 centuries and was the first sign anyone in the castle had noticed. Sir Nicholas, who was not a sensitive man, did not notice. The portraits in the long corridor between the entrance and the great hall began to shudder their eyes, one by one. The portrait of Sir Cadogan tried to draw his sword and discovered the sword was not there. He looked down and patted at his own painted ribs and went, with an expression of dawning concern, to find another portrait to be in. The owl post had come and gone. The candles had risen. The students, hungry and ordinary, sat down to eat. By the time Wednesday Addams had stepped into the hall, Severus Snape's fingers had moved, of their own initiative, to rest a centimeter from the vial of phoenix tears in his sleeve, and they did not move from there for the rest of the meal. Hermione had not slept by the time he came back through the portrait. She was sitting on the rug by the fire with a stack of books beside her that had increased by 4 since he had gone up to bed. He paused inside the portrait hole. He had hoped, in a small ungenerous corner of himself, that she would be asleep on the couch with Ron, and he could slip past. She was not. She was awake. Her eyes were red from rubbing, not from crying, and she had a quill in her hand and a piece of parchment on her knee on which she had written, in her tightest handwriting, every counterspell to soul magic that the Hogwarts library officially admitted to. The list was, he saw with a small twist of compassion, half a page. The library was not generous on this subject. "Don't," she said, before he had spoken. "Don't make a face." "I wasn't going to," he lied gently. "You were. You were going to make the I have to do this face, and then I was going to have to tell you that I love you and that I will help you do whatever you decide, even if I think you're being a colossal idiot, and we don't have time for the script tonight. Sit down." He sat down on the rug across from her. The fire was nearly gone. "How much time do you have," she said, "before you have to be wherever she's told you to be?" 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Right. I'll be quick. Listen to me, Harry. I have been reading since you went upstairs. There is no precedent in any English magical text for soul-binding rituals that survive a Hogwarts ward without breaking the practitioner. That is not because the rituals do not exist. It is because the people who write our textbooks have never met an Addams. There are about 9 references to that family in our library, and 7 of them are warnings. Hermione, and there is one reference, in Bathilda Bagshot's footnotes, which suggests that the Addams family's magic is older than the wand-making tradition we use in this country. Older than Ollivander. Older than the International Statute of Secrecy. They are not lesser. They are older. I want you to understand that you are not negotiating with a girl. You are negotiating with a method. With a way of doing magic that predates everything we have been taught is normal. I know. Do you? I do. She was quiet for a moment. Then she set the parchment down. What does she want from you? She asked. Honestly. Honestly? Harry rubbed his thumb where the silver pin had not yet pricked. I think she wants the only thing nobody else has wanted from me. Which is? Me. Hermione looked at him for a long second. She was, Harry remembered abruptly, very young. They were all very young. They had been, since he was 11, very young, and the world had decided that they would be young at the same time as it decided that they would be at war. She blinked once. Be careful, she said. It was the smallest sentence in her vocabulary and, tonight, the largest. I will. Take your wand. I am. Take the cloak. I am. Take, she paused, hesitated, then reached into her bag and produced a small glass jar. Take this. The jar contained a small handful of what looked like silver dust. What is it? Powdered moonstone and crushed mistletoe and 3 drops of my blood. It's a tracking medium. If anything happens, anything at all, I can find you anywhere on the grounds. I made it after 2nd year. I never told you. I keep one in my bag at all times. He took the jar. He turned it in his hand. "You're a frightening person, Hermione Granger." "I know," she said, with something resembling a smile. "Go. If you're not back by 2 I'm waking McGonagall." 2. Done. He kissed her on the top of her hair, which was a thing he had done once before, when she had fixed his glasses without asking in 3rd year, and went out through the portrait into the corridor, and she sat by the fire afterward and did not cry, because she was not the kind of person who cried at moments she could prevent. She was the kind of person who, instead, opened a 10th book. On the way back down the tower, Harry Potter passed the 2nd-floor corridor and did not see, because she was not visible, the figure of Wednesday Addams standing at the window at the end of the hall, breathing onto the cold glass and writing, in the fog of her own breath, a single letter, H, and then erasing it with her thumb. She had told him she would not enter his mind. She had not told him she would not stand below his bedroom for 1 minute on her way back to wherever she had been given to sleep. She did not stand under it for sentimental reasons. She stood under it because she was running a calibration. She was checking the line. The line, when she stood near him, did not pull harder. It did not pull softer. It hummed at exactly the same frequency it had hummed at on the parapet, which was correct, which was excellent, which meant her ritual had taken without distortion in the unfamiliar wards of a 1,000-year-old magical school. She lifted her chin and looked up at the ceiling, through which Harry Potter was, at that moment, sitting on his bed, removing his shoes. She did not see him, because she did not have X-ray vision and considered the desire for it vulgar. But she felt, through the line, the small mundane motion of his weight shifting on a mattress, and she knew he was alive, and she knew he was hers, and she found, to her own mild surprise, that the knowledge produced in her an emotion. Wednesday Addams had emotions. She found this insulting. She had spent 15 years preparing for the possibility that she would, one day, encounter a person whose soul fit the empty shape inside hers, and when she had encountered him she had calibrated the encounter, and when she had calibrated the encounter she had prepared the ritual, and when she had prepared the ritual she had not, in any of her notes, accounted for the small inconvenient warm sensation in her own chest the first time he had said her first name. It was not love. It was too early to be love. She was a careful taxonomist of her own interior, and she knew that what she had now was the precursor stage, the warming of a forge before the metal goes in. The metal was coming. She took her thumb away from the window. The fog of her breath had erased the H she had written, but on the inside of the glass, in pale silver outline, an H remained. Her breath had bonded to the magic in the castle stone. The H would remain there for as long as she lived. Hogwarts had attempted, in some absent way, to absorb the gesture and erase it, and Hogwarts had failed. Hogwarts would, she suspected, fail several more times this year. She turned and walked toward the dungeon corridor where she had been given a private suite. Dumbledore had not assigned her to a house, because she had not allowed it, but he had quartered her near the Slytherin common room because he had been forced to put her somewhere, and the Slytherin dungeons were the only set of rooms in the castle that were warded with stone old enough to maybe hold her if she decided to leave them in a way that disagreed with their plans. The wards, at the entrance to her suite, recognized her and did not bow but bent a fraction. She did not require them to bow. She only required that they let her through, which they did. Inside, the suite was small and stone-walled and contained a bed, a desk, a chair, a tall mirror, and one window that looked out, through a small gap in the cliff, at the lake. She set her wand, a plain blackthorn shaft she had carved herself when she was 9, on the desk. She unbraided one of her braids, slowly, finger by finger, and braided it again, slightly tighter than it had been. Hair was anchor. A second night ritual, even a preliminary, deserved a freshly anchored body. Then she opened a small black book she had brought from home and wrote, in a hand that was an exact copy of her mother's hand at 15, day 1. Subject registered. Responsive. Resonant. Draws blood unprompted. Line stable. Undistorted. Hogwarts wards did not interfere with preliminary. Subject's companions are, one girl, named, needs dealing with, not removed, brilliant, useful, one boy, loyal, underestimated, useful. Subject has not told subject's headmaster about the line. Subject will probably not tell the headmaster until the bond is locked. This is promising. Personal note. He said my name like he meant it. I felt it. Address this weakness before the full binding. Or, alternatively, do not. She closed the book. She sat on the edge of the bed and took out the small pewter veil she had carried in her pocket since New York, and she did not open it. She held it in her closed fist for 1 full minute. Then she put it on the desk next to her wand, and she went to bed, and she slept the way certain people sleep who have, at last, met the person their families had warned them they would meet. Far above her, in Gryffindor Tower, Harry Potter slept too. Between them, through stone and ward and wand and over the sleeping castle, the line hummed, very softly, like the tone of a tuning fork that has just been struck and not yet faded. He woke before the bell. This was, by itself, enough to confuse Ron Weasley, who had spent 5 years next to a Harry Potter who slept like a dropped sack until forced to do otherwise. Ron sat up, blinked, and discovered Harry already half-dressed at the foot of his own bed, lacing his shoes. "What?" Ron said. "Morning." "It's not morning." "It is." "Harry." "Yes." "Are you alive?" "I'm alive." "All right then." Ron lay back down, processed this for a count of 3, and sat up again. "Did she, no?" "Are you, no?" "Harry, I'm a Weasley. I'm not equipped for cryptic. Use sentences." Harry tied off the second lace, sat back, and looked at his friend. "She did a small ritual last night," he said. "On the astronomy tower. She drew a line of intention from her heart to mine. Just an anchor. The full binding is later. I let her do it, and I drew the same line back. You let her. I helped her. Mate. I know. Harry. I know." Ron rubbed his face. "Right," he said. "All right. Fine. I'm going to pretend to be fine. Hermione's already going to be hysterical. One of us has to be the one who isn't. That's the deal." He paused. "Are you all right?" "Yes. Truly. Truly. Then I'm fine. I will be fine. We are all fine. Pass me my socks." Harry passed him his socks. They went down to breakfast together. Hermione met them at the bottom of the staircase, scanned Harry from forehead to shoes the way mothers scan children for fevers, found nothing critical, exhaled visibly, and fell in beside them as though nothing had happened. In the great hall, the seating had silently rearranged overnight. Nobody had decreed it. The Gryffindors were sitting tighter to one end of the bench. There was, at the other end, a small clear space the size of one person, with a single empty plate set in it, and the plate had not been there last night and no house elf had been instructed to set it. Wednesday Addams was already at the table. She was eating a single piece of toast, dry, very slowly, and reading a book Hermione tilted her head to identify and could not. The book had no title on its spine. Wednesday looked up only once, and only at Harry, and the look she gave him was the same look she had given him last night, which was to say, it was a look that did not move past him to take in the rest of the room. He sat down beside her. He did not ask. She did not tell him to. After a long minute, in which the great hall pretended to be eating breakfast and was in fact watching, she said, very quietly, "Did you sleep?" "Yes," he said. "Better than I have in months." "That is the line." "I know." "You know what the line did? It made me feel like I wasn't alone in my own head." She did not answer for a moment. She turned a page of her book without reading it. "You are correct," she said. "That is exactly what it did." Up at the staff table, McGonagall watched the two of them, the dark-haired boy and the dark-haired girl, sitting close, not touching, exchanging a sentence every 2 minutes, and she felt, in the place behind her ribs where she kept her instincts, the unmistakable sensation of standing on a piece of ground that has decided to be a different piece of ground. She turned to Dumbledore. "Albus," she said. "We have a problem." "I am aware, Minerva. He is not afraid of her." "I am aware of that as well. Do you have a plan?" Dumbledore was silent for a moment. The candle nearest his elbow guttered once and did not recover. A wisp of smoke rose from it like the ghost of a yes. "I have," he said finally, "what I have always had at the start of these things, Minerva. Hope, and time, and a willingness to be corrected by events. That is not a plan. It is not. I am working on the plan. Albus. Minerva, the boy has been a prisoner of his own grief for 4 months. He has not laughed since June. He laughed last night. I will not, today, be the man who walks down that table and tells him to stop." McGonagall said nothing for a long moment. "You will tell Severus to watch him," she said. "Severus is already watching him. You will tell me to watch him. I knew you already would. You will not, however, tell the girl to stop." "I cannot tell the girl to stop, Minerva. The girl is not a student. The girl is a force of nature wearing a uniform that nobody assigned her." "Albus." "Yes, Minerva. I do not like this. I do not require you to like it. I require you to be ready when it goes wrong." She picked up her teacup and held it without drinking. Down the hall, Harry Potter said something the staff table could not hear, and Wednesday Addams looked up from her book for the second time, and the corner of her mouth, briefly, moved. McGonagall had been a teacher at Hogwarts for many, many years. She had seen, at various points, the small private smiles of girls who had decided. She set her teacup down without drinking. "Albus," she said. "She has decided. She decided in May, Minerva. We are merely catching up." The bell rang for first period. The students rose. Wednesday Addams closed her book without marking her place. She did not, evidently, lose pages, and stood, and Harry Potter rose with her in the same motion, and the great hall watched them go out together through the door where, the night before, the doors had shut behind her like a coffin lid and now opened in front of her like the lid of a different sort of box entirely. Hermione Granger, walking 3 paces behind, took out her parchment of counterspells, looked at it, and, with a small grim mouth, added a second column. Counterspells, she titled it, that would actually have to work. The list, this morning, was empty. She would, she decided, fill it. She fell into step with Ron, and they went after their friend, and the day went on as days do, and the line in Harry Potter's chest hummed quietly along beneath everything, and somewhere in the office above the entrance hall, Albus Dumbledore looked at the empty sorting hat on its shelf and tried, 3 separate times, to put it on his own head and ask it a question. The hat refused all 3 times. "She isn't even in this room," Dumbledore said gently to it. "You can speak." The hat, small and ancient and exhausted, lifted itself half a centimeter off his head and replied, at last, in a voice like a dry leaf turning over, "She is in every room, Albus. She has been since she walked in." It did not say anything else for the rest of the day. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, Black Candles in the Forbidden Forest. The first 3 days, the school waited. It was the kind of waiting that had no announcement and no shape, the kind that gathers in corridors and the lining of robes. The portraits, who had collectively decided that whatever was happening was not their business, leaned against their painted walls with the determined boredom of people on a station platform pretending not to see a fight on the other side of the tracks. The ghosts moved in tighter lanes. Peeves, who had never met a situation he could not loudly worsen, was conspicuously absent from the corridors Wednesday Addams used. Filch, asked once by McGonagall whether the caretaker had seen the new student, had answered, "Professor, I have," and refused to elaborate. Mrs. Norris, beside him, had not blinked. Harry felt the bond every minute. It did not pull. Wednesday had been precise, it was an anchor, not a leash. But it hummed in his chest with a steadiness he found, on the second morning, that he had begun to count by. When he was in Charms and Wednesday was somewhere on the other side of the castle, the line was a faint thread, no thicker than spider silk. When she crossed within 30 paces, the line warmed. When she crossed within 10, it thickened to a pulse he could have taken his heartbeat from. He did not need to look up to know when she had entered a room. He looked up anyway. She did not always look back. He had thought, the first morning, that she would. He had braced for a small theatrical exchange of glances. Instead, she walked past the Gryffindor table on her way out of breakfast and did not turn her head, and he watched the back of one black braid disappear through the doorway, and the line in his chest tightened by exactly the amount he had begun to recognize as her saying "I see you." She did not need to look. Of course she did not. The line did the looking for them. That morning had been Charms. Flitwick had attempted, brave little man, to teach him a cheering charm with no acknowledgement that the boy in the front row had spent 4 months unable to be cheered, and after Charms had been Transfiguration, where McGonagall had stared at Harry for the entire class and not once at her own blackboard, and after Transfiguration had been the lunch he had not eaten, and after lunch had been Defense Against the Dark Arts, which was, in this his 5th year, a shambles. The defense post that year was held by a ministry placement, Dolores Umbridge, who smiled like a teakettle and who had spent the first 3 lessons explaining that practical magic was inappropriate for 5th-year students because nothing in the world outside the school could possibly threaten them. By the second day, she had set the textbook by Wilbert Slinkard. By the third, she had made the textbook the only authorized magic in her room. Harry, who had laid out a Death Eater on the floor of a graveyard 4 months earlier, sat at the back of her classroom with his hands open on his desk and did not raise them. Wednesday Addams sat 3 rows in front of him, in a chair she had moved without permission to a desk by the window, and read her own book. "Miss Addams," Umbridge said, in her sweetest voice, on the second day, "we read together as a class. Please put away your private literature." "I have read your textbook," Wednesday said, without looking up. "It is not a book. It is the residue of a book. There was a book here once. Something has been done to it. Miss Addams, my textbook is older than your text, your school, and the language they were written in. I will continue to read it. You may continue to teach yours. We will not interfere with each other if neither of us is required to listen." Umbridge had taken 3 steps toward Wednesday's desk and then, oddly, had not taken a 4th. She had stopped, smiled, and turned back to her own desk, as though she had remembered, mid-stride, an appointment she could not be late for. She had not assigned Wednesday a detention. She had not, in fact, mentioned the exchange in her notes that night, when she sat in her office writing her daily report to the minister and discovered, with vague unease, that she had skipped over a detail her hand had not wanted to write. The line in Harry's chest, when this happened, had pulsed with what he, after a moment, recognized as amusement. He was beginning to learn, very good at being unenforceable. The third night was the night she came for him. She did not send a note. She did not need to. He felt the line gather, as he was lying on his bed reading a defense text Sirius had snuck him, Practical Combat for Auror Trainees, 6th edition, and he set the book down without marking his place, and he got up. Ron, on the next bed, looked at him without looking up from his cards. "Where?" he said. "Out. With. Yes. Right. If you die, I get the broomstick. Deal." He took the cloak. He took his wand. He thought, for half a second, about the jar of moonstone dust Hermione had given him, and then he took that too, and put it in his inside pocket, because it had occurred to him over 3 days that his best friend's fear deserved at least the courtesy of being prepared for. He did not go up. The line did not lead up. The line led down, through stone, out, and out, and out, and he followed it through the corridor and out of the castle and across the wet grass and to the edge of the trees, and Wednesday Addams was there, in the line of dark beyond the perimeter ward, and she was carrying a small leather satchel and 3 black candles in her hand. "You came faster than I expected," she said. "You weren't trying to be subtle." "No. I never am. Subtlety is for people who can be punished. Come." She turned and walked into the forbidden forest, and he followed. He had been into the forest before. He had been into the forest under worse circumstances than this, with Hagrid in tow, with Malfoy whining beside him, with Buckbeak drawing his wand line through the underbrush. He had never been into the forest at night with someone who walked like she had a key to it. Wednesday did not fumble. She did not stumble. She did not, he noticed by the 3rd minute, even crackle the sticks beneath her boots. The forest was making a path for her. Or, more accurately, the forest was getting out of her way. He walked behind her by exactly 3 paces, the way he had been taught to walk in a place that was not safe, and the line in his chest hummed steadily, and the trees whispered in a language that was old enough that he could almost understand it. "How did you know about this place?" he said. She did not turn. "There is a clearing 22 minutes inside this forest," she said. "There is, in the center of that clearing, a stump. The stump is the remains of an oak that was older than the school. Hogwarts was built where a wizarding settlement had already been. The settlement was built where a circle had already been. The circle was built where a piece of land had already decided to be sacred. The oak was not cut. It died. The stump will remember everyone who has stood on it. I prefer to perform field rituals on places that already know how to be ritualed." "How long have you known where it is?" "Since the day I arrived." "You haven't been into the forest yet." "I have. I went in the first night. Through your kitchen passage. I came back before sunrise." "I am sorry I did not invite you." "Why didn't you?" "Because that night I was scouting. Tonight I am working. The 2 activities require different companions." He did not answer that. The line, in his chest, hummed warmer for a moment, and he understood, without her looking back, that she had decided he was the right companion for the 2nd category. The clearing was where she had said it would be. The stump was waist-high and broad as a small table. The moonlight fell through the canopy in clean white slats. The air around the clearing was a temperature that did not match the night. It was warmer than the night, and cleaner, and it smelled of wet bark and a faint sweetness that Harry, after a moment, recognized as the same flat sweetness as Sirius's family cellar in Grimmauld Place. Wednesday set her satchel on the stump. She unbraided one braid and rebraided it, the way she had on the first night, and she turned to him. "You will not assist tonight," she said. "You will observe. The work is mine. If I require your participation, I will say so. The line will tell you anyway. Do not interrupt me. Do not speak unless you are spoken to. Do not, under any circumstance, step into the circle once it is drawn. If you must step out of this clearing, step backward, not forward. Do you understand?" "Yes." "Tell me what you understand." "Don't enter the circle. Don't talk first. If I leave, I walk backward." "Good." She set the 3 black candles in a triangle on the stump. She lit them, not with her wand, but with her thumbnail. She drew the thumbnail across the wick, and the candle bloomed black flame. He had not, in 5 years of magical education, seen black flame. The flame lit the clearing without lighting anything else. The clearing was a different room, suddenly, framed in 3 small black suns. She knelt at the stump. She opened her satchel. She drew out a piece of chalk that was not chalk, it was darker, denser, and it left a line on the wood that did not look written so much as carved without a tool. She drew a circle. The circle was perfect. He had been taught, in arithmancy, that a perfect circle drawn freehand was not possible without a charm or a string. She did not use a charm. She did not use a string. She drew the circle in one motion of her arm, and when her hand returned to its starting point the line was a closed line, and the line glowed, very faintly, the same flat sweet color as the air. She drew runes inside the circle. Some he recognized: Ulgais, broken and reversed; Othala, with an extra stroke he had never seen; Iwaz, tipped on its side. Some he did not recognize. The runes she did not know in English she signed in a language her hand knew without consulting her brain. She set, in the center of the circle, 3 things in order: a small piece of black bread, a single white feather, a phoenix's, he realized, but white, which was wrong, white was not phoenix, and a tiny silver bell that had no clapper. She rose. She did not draw her wand. She did not chant. She simply stood at the edge of the circle and put her right hand, palm down, an inch above the inscription, and she breathed. The air inside the clearing changed. Harry felt the line in his chest, abruptly, become a tether. It was not painful. It was not even unpleasant. It was clearly there, suddenly, and he could feel its weight. He could feel that it had a length and a thickness. He could feel, with horrible clarity, that there was something on the other end of it, and that the something was Wednesday, and that he had, by his own consent on the parapet 3 days ago, become attached to her in a way no spell on this earth was going to undo without taking a piece of him with it. He breathed out very slowly. The phoenix feather lifted from the center of the circle. It hovered an inch above the wood. Then, without flame, without sound, without warning, it bent in the middle and began to spin, slowly, in a perfect horizontal axis. The bread did not move. The bell did not ring. Wednesday's lips did not move. Her eyes were closed. Her shoulders were level. The feather spun. Harry felt the line steady. He felt, and this was the thing that stopped his breath, he felt the line begin to braid. Where there had been 1 filament between her chest and his, there was now 2, twisted, and then 3, and then a slim cord. He had been attached by a thread. He was now attached by a rope. He understood, with no part of him that was reasonable, what he was looking at. She was strengthening the resonance line. She was not yet binding. She was, before the binding, building enough physical mass in the line that whatever counterspell Hogwarts threw would not be able to slip through it. She was preparing the line to survive. The cord between them thickened. He did not move. Then, from the dark of the trees behind him, a stick cracked. It was a small crack. It was not the crack of a person. It was the crack of a forest that had been staying out of the clearing's way and that had, for a moment, miscounted its own breath. Harry turned his head exactly 2 inches. He saw, between 2 trunks, a pair of red eyes. His scar lit. The pain was not a pain. It was a noise. A high thin whining noise, audible only inside his skull, the noise of something inside him that wanted, very much, to lean forward and reach out of his head toward the eyes in the trees. He did not lean. He did not move. He had 4 months of serious as evenings teaching him exactly what to do when his scar tried to move his body without permission, and the answer was, do not let it. He felt the line in his chest, Wednesday's line, tighten in response, like a hand closing on his. Wednesday, he said, very quietly. She did not open her eyes. I see them, she said. Her voice was a thread. Do not move. The forest made an appointment. He was always going to come. I planned for him. Voldemort. A piece of him. Not the body. A reach. He has felt the line gathering. Do not move. Do not speak to him. Speak only to me. He's going to throw something. He cannot. He is a memory in a piece of someone. He has no body in this forest. He is borrowing the eyes of one of your acromantula. It is on a leash he is barely holding. It is going to die in 2 minutes either way. Do not look at him. Look at me. He looked at her. The phoenix feather above the stump spun faster. The eyes in the trees did not move. Then, abruptly, they did. The shape that owned them resolved in the gloom, the long body of a giant spider, 8 glittering eyes wet in the dim light, mandibles working slowly, slowly. Above the spider's head, behind its eyes, like a film over a window, a second face hovered for a fraction of a second, pale, snake-nostriled, eyeless except for 2 thin red slits, and Harry's scar burned with the cold burn of recognition, and a voice, not quite his own, not quite Voldemort's, said inside his head, "A pretty ritual, boy. Whom did you bring to die with you tonight?" Harry did not answer. He had been taught, by Sirius, by Remus, that a voice in your head deserved silence the way a knock deserved a closed door. The voice, denied, hissed. Wednesday, eyes still closed, said calmly, "Begone." The voice paused. "I am speaking to the boy." "You are not speaking to the boy," Wednesday said. Her tone was the tone of a woman correcting a clerk. "You are speaking through a spider, which is currently inside a boundary you cannot cross. You are also speaking to me, which you did not know until just now, and which is your error. I am not on your guest list. I am the host. You have approximately 60 seconds before the line I am currently weaving extends across the clearing and severs your borrowed connection. After that, you will lose this puppet and a small piece of your concentration. You may, alternatively, leave now, and we will not, this evening, embarrass each other further. Who are you, child?" Wednesday, Friday, Addams. Of the long line. The boy is mine. You may decline to take this personally. Leave. He has been mine since he was a year old. You have been a tenant, Wednesday said, in a body that did not lease to you. The lease is up. Get out of my clearing. The line in Harry's chest sang. It did not pulse. It sang. He had, in the back of his head, the absurd thought that what he was hearing was the sound of someone laying claim to him in front of the worst thing in his life and being heard by the worst thing in his life. He did not know what to do with the sound. He filed it under later. The voice in his head went very still. You do not know what is in him. I know exactly what is in him. I am in the process of insulating him from it. You will dislike the result. Leave. The spider in the trees took 2 staggering steps forward. Harry's hand had been on his wand for the entire conversation. He drew it now, smooth and slow, the way Andromeda had taught him, the way you drew a blade in a small room, by the fall of your shoulder, not by your wrist. The spider, more puppet than animal, lifted its forelegs and screamed. It was not the scream of a spider. It was a scream that had been learned by something that did not have lungs. Stupefy, Harry said, low and clean. The spell went through the spider's 8 eyes and into the spider, and the spider went down without a struggle. The red glow above the spider's head guttered, paused, flared, and went out, and Harry felt, in a small, very specific spot at the front of his skull, just behind his scar, a tiny absence, like a person who had been leaning against the inside of a door had, for a moment, stepped away. The acromantula, freed of its possessor, twitched once and was still. Wednesday opened her eyes. The phoenix feather above the stump dropped and lay flat on the wood. She considered the dead spider for a count of 3. That was a clean shot, she said. I have been practicing. I noticed your wand arm before tonight. Sirius Black is a good teacher. He stiffened. He had not told her about Sirius. He had not, in any conversation, mentioned the name of his godfather to her. It was a name a great many people in England did not yet know was at large. She watched him, very calmly, register her knowledge. I am not going to tell you, she said, everything I know about you. Not yet. It will be tedious for both of us. Suffice it to say I have not been idle for 131 days. I know about your godfather. I know about the wolf. I know about the Tonks woman who is teaching you wandless. I know about the Triwizard. I know about June. I know about the name of the boy who, she paused. The line in her chest, he felt, gentled. I will not say his name without your permission. Tell me when I am allowed. Harry breathed out. You can say his name. Cedric Diggory. Yes. He is not your fault. I know that intellectually. You do not know it elsewhere. No. Tonight, after we leave this place, I will help you. You did not ask. I am offering. You may decline. Wednesday. Yes. I'm not going to decline. I noticed. She walked to the dead spider. She knelt beside it. She put her hand on its abdomen, the way a vet would touch a dog, without sentiment, professionally. She closed her eyes. She said, very quietly, something in a language he did not know. The spider's body shuddered, and a thin black thread, the color and texture of soot, lifted from a point on its head. It was not the red glow he had seen in the eyes. It was the residue. It was what Voldemort had left when he had departed. She caught the thread between two fingers. She rolled it between her thumb and forefinger until it became a small dark seed, smaller than a grain of rice. She set the seed on the stump beside the dropped feather. For later, she said. For what? For when I take the rest of him out of you. I will need a calibration sample. He just gave me one. Harry stared at her. You can do that. I will be able to. After the binding. Not yet. The bond has to lock first. The bond has to be the thing that keeps you alive when I dig the rest out. Tonight was scaffolding. Do you understand? I think I do. Are you afraid? No. You should be. I have been afraid for 4 months, Wednesday. I am not going to start tonight. She looked at him for a long second. Then she did something she had not done. She walked to him, and she put her hand on his face, just below the cheekbone, just above the jaw, and her fingers were cold the way iron is cold, and she said, very softly, you are not alone in your skull anymore. He closed his eyes. She did not kiss him. She did not promise. She held the side of his face for one breath, and then she let go, and the absence of her hand was a colder thing than her hand had been. Help me clear the circle, she said. They cleared the circle. She gathered the candles, the bread, the bell, the feather, the seed. She erased the runes with her thumb. The chalk that was not chalk vanished without smudging the wood. She closed the satchel. She inclined her head to the stump in a gesture that was almost a bow. Thank you, she said to it. The stump did not answer. Or rather, Harry was not sure, but he thought, that the moonlight on the stump moved slightly, the way water moves when something underneath has nodded. They walked out of the forest at the same pace they had walked in. The line in his chest had thickened. He felt it physically now, like a guitar string he could pluck. He did not pluck it. He let it hum. At the tree line, before they crossed back onto Hogwarts grounds, she stopped. Harry. Yes. There is going to be a part of this, she said, where Hogwarts decides that it is being attacked by what we are doing. The wards will react. The headmaster will react. Your friends will react. Your godfather will react. The order, when it is convened, will react. I have planned for each of these. There is one thing I have not planned for. What? You. If you change your mind, in any of those reactions, the bond will not function. The full binding requires that you remain, in the language of the older texts, willing. Not enthusiastic. Not delighted. Willing. The willingness can be reluctant. The willingness can be afraid. It cannot be retracted. If you tell me, between now and the binding, that you have changed your mind, I will stop. I will erase the line. It will hurt me to do so. It will hurt me very much. But I will do it. Do you understand? Yes. Tell me you understand. If I say stop, you stop. Even after we've gone this far. Even then. Wednesday. Yes. I'm not going to. You do not know that yet. I do. She looked at him. The moon was on her cheek again, that same etching look, and something behind her eye moved, once. You are a strange boy, Harry Potter. I have been curating that for about 4 months. For the first time, the corner of her mouth moved by a measurable amount. It was not a smile. It was the architecture of a smile, the foundation that would, perhaps, in time, support the building. Come, she said. Your friend will already be in the corridor with her tracking medium half drawn. Let us not give her another reason to be a frightening person. He laughed once, low. They crossed the lawn together. The line in his chest was not a thread anymore. It was a small steady song. He could have walked across England by it without a map. In her room, much later, after she had let him go at the threshold of the Slytherin corridor and gone in alone, Wednesday Addams sat at her desk and opened her black book and wrote, in her mother's hand, Day 3. Preliminary 2 complete. Resonance line braided to chord. Subject withstood Voldemort's remote probe without prompting. Subject's reflexes are excellent. Stunning shot, no hesitation. Seed of Voldemort's residue obtained. Stored in pewter. The circle at the stump held. The forest did not interfere. Hogwarts wards did not register the work. The wards are not yet paying attention. They will. Personal note. I put my hand on his face at the end. I did not intend to. The motion was not in the plan. Do not worry about it. I worry about it. Address before the binding. Or do not. She closed the book. She did not sleep immediately. She lay on her bed in her dress and did not bother to undress, and she watched the ceiling, which was stone and old and unromantic, and she could feel, through the line, that Harry Potter was lying in his own bed in his own tower, and that he was awake too, and that he was looking at his ceiling, and that his ceiling was almost certainly more romantic than hers, and she did not begrudge him this. Across the castle, in his own bed, Harry was lying with his hand on his own sternum, feeling the thick warm cord of the line beneath his shirt, and thinking, of all things, of his mother. He had never met her. He had her eyes. He had a single photograph and 3 people's second-hand reports and a shape in his head where she should have been, and tonight, for the first time in his life, he had a small clean thought that surprised him. She would have liked Wednesday. He did not know how he knew. He just knew. His mother had been, by all the reports he trusted, a woman who had not wasted her time on people who could not look her in the face and tell her the truth. Wednesday had told him the truth on the parapet in the first 30 seconds. She had told him the truth in the forest tonight. She had not, at any point, performed warmth for him. She had not, at any point, performed at all. Lily Potter, in his head, in the half-second between waking and sleeping, gave a small approving nod and went away. Harry slept. The line hummed, and somewhere in the castle, in a stone-walled room above a lake, Wednesday Addams felt his breathing slow and matched her breathing to his without meaning to. Hogwarts, around them, slept also. The sorting hat, on its shelf, did not. The hat had been, for 3 days, doing a thing it had not done in 900 years. It had been thinking. It had spent most of those 900 years sleeping between sortings, dreaming the small contented dreams of an object that had a job. It was awake now. It was awake, and it was listening, and what it was listening to was a sound that was rising, very slowly, through the foundations of the castle. The sound was the sound of 2 souls beginning to braid. The hat had been built to sort. The hat had been built by 4 founders who had agreed, at the founding, that sorting was the highest form of stewardship a wizarding institution could offer its young. The hat had absorbed, over 1,000 years, every kind of sorting decision. It had sorted Slytherin's heir. It had sorted Voldemort. It had sorted Harry Potter, and on Harry Potter, it had been overruled by Harry Potter, and the hat had filed that experience under remarkable. It had no file for what was happening now. It had not been built to sort 2 souls into one house. It had not been built, for that matter, to sort one house into two souls. It listened, in the dark, to the rising hum, and it understood, with the small mournful clarity of an old object, that for the first time in its career, it was witnessing a sorting that was not in its purview. It said, again, in its sleep, to nobody, not that one. Not that one. Don't put me on that one. But this time, very faintly, it added, and not that one either. In Westchester, in the Addams parlor, Morticia Addams, who had been watching the line in her own black glass mirror, smiled in the dark. "My darling," Gomez said. "Yes, mon cœur. It is going beautifully. It is. Should we send Pugsley to her?" "Not yet. Let her bind alone. She will need an army by Christmas. Pugsley is the army. Très bien." He kissed her hand, in the language he reserved for her, and the candles on the mantel guttered with affection. Outside, in the cold New York night, Lurch closed the front door and brought in the evening's mail. Inside Hogwarts, Hermione Granger was already at the bottom of the staircase to the boys' dormitory when Harry came down for the third night, and she did not say anything as he passed her, and she nodded at him as though he had asked permission, and he took her hand for a second on his way past, squeezed it once, gratefully, and let go, and the line in his chest registered her, and Wednesday, in her bed across the castle, felt the brief flare of warmth toward another person and, with deliberate effort, allowed it. She was, she noted in her book, going to have to be all right with the Granger girl. The Granger girl was going to be there. The Granger girl was going to help. The Granger girl was, possibly, going to save them at some point. The bond would absorb her, eventually, the way bonds did. It was acceptable. She wrote, finally, before she slept, personal note 2. He liked the Granger girl's hand on his wrist. He liked mine on his face better. Noted. The morning after the forest, Hermione cornered Harry at the breakfast table and asked, very quietly, while he was buttering toast he was not going to eat, "Tell me what happened." Versions 1 and 2. The version you'd give Dumbledore. Then the real one. He gave her version 1. It was short. He had gone into the forest with Wednesday, who had performed an old ritual on a stump, after which they had both come out alive. He gave her version 2, with the spider, and the voice in his head, and the seed Wednesday had taken from the residue of the puppet, and the way the line in his chest had begun to weigh. Hermione listened without interrupting. When he finished, she set her quill down. She had been writing notes on a napkin, in her own personal shorthand, the entire time. "He spoke through the spider," she said. "Yes. He hasn't done that before." "With you?" "No. He could have killed you, sitting in that clearing. He had a giant spider and a connection to your scar and a fully prepared mind. He had every advantage. I think he was probing. He didn't expect Wednesday. He didn't expect her to stand up to him. He didn't expect her at all." Hermione tapped her napkin. "Harry, the headmaster has to know." "Hermione, listen to me. I am not saying this to stop you. I am saying this because if Voldemort is now aware that there is a person at this school who is performing serious magic on you that he, specifically, did not authorize, he will react. He will react against the school. He will react against her. He will react against you. The Order has to know. We do not have to tell them about the binding. We can tell them about the spider. We can tell them that Voldemort spoke through a borrowed eye to Harry on school grounds. That is a fact. That is enough to mobilize them. They will protect you without forcing your hand. Will you let me write to Sirius about it tonight?" Harry hesitated only briefly. He glanced down the table, automatically, to where Wednesday was pretending to read while clearly listening to every word with the small still attention of a hawk in a hedge. The line in his chest hummed once, a reluctant assent. Wednesday, he understood without her looking up, agreed. "Yes," he said. "Write to Sirius. Don't write about her. Just the spider. I won't lie about her existence. Don't mention her. Don't explain her. He'll ask. Tell him I'll tell him myself. Harry, when I see him. Harry rubbed his face. Soon. I owe him that. I want him to meet her. I want him to look her in the eye and decide for himself. Sirius will lose his mind. He'll lose his mind if I lie. He'll lose less mind if I tell him. Harry, you are very strange these days. Yes, Harry said. I have been told. Down the table, Wednesday Addams turned a page in her book that she was not reading, and at the staff table, Severus Snape watched the gesture and noted, in the small back room of his head where he stored useful observations, that the Addams girl had been listening to a Granger conversation by way of the boy. He had recognized the trick for what it was. He had used it himself, in his own youth, with another woman with red hair, in another hall. He set his teacup down very carefully. Snape spent the rest of breakfast not eating. In the corridor between defense and potions, on his way down the staircase, Harry felt the line tighten with sudden purpose, and Wednesday Addams stepped out from a niche in the wall he had not noticed her use and fell into step beside him, the way a shadow falls into step beside a person passing a street lamp. You did well last night, she said. Did I? You did not flinch when he spoke. You did not answer him. Most people, even trained, answer. The voice asks a question and the brain, however firmly told not to, supplies the answer. You did not. Sirius drilled me on it after the graveyard. He was worried about exactly this. He was right to worry. He was also right not to underestimate you. You did not flinch when I put my hand on your face either. He did not look at her. No, he said. I will do it again. Some day. With more time. I will warn you in advance. Wednesday. Yes. You don't have to warn me. She did not answer for a long moment. They were at the bottom of the stairs. The line in his chest was a steady warm thing, and he could feel, physically, as a small new sense, that her left wrist, by his right elbow, was trembling, very faintly, with a tension she had not displayed in any other part of her body. I will warn you anyway, she said. Not because you require it. Because I do. The plan accounts for ritual. The plan does not account for spontaneity. I will introduce spontaneity gradually. Like a poison. In small doses, until both of us are immune. That is the most romantic thing you have ever said. It is the most romantic thing I have ever said to anyone. Do not tell my mother. She will weep. Does she weep? With great enthusiasm. It is one of her arts. He laughed. She did not. But the corner of her mouth did, for a second, a half millimeter, and Severus Snape, walking past them at exactly that moment toward his office, saw it, and added a second observation to the small back room of his head, that the Addams girl was on the verge of becoming attached, and that the boy, 3 feet from her, was already there, and that the bond between them was thickening by the day in a way that no counterspell in the school's available armory was going to be able to puncture if anyone in the school had thought to try. Snape did not break stride. He went to his office. He sat down at his desk. He opened the drawer in which he kept the things he did not put in his official records. He took out a piece of parchment, dipped his quill, and wrote, in a hand designed to be unreadable to most, "The Addams girl is performing courtship rituals on Potter under our roof. The boy consents. The boy is, additionally, sharper than I have given him credit for. He stunned a possessed acromantula in the forest last night without flinching. The Dark Lord has begun reaching for him through borrowed eyes. The Addams girl evicted the reach. She did so with a tone you would recognize." He paused. He considered the line. He crossed out the last sentence and rewrote, "She did so with a tone she did not learn at any school." He addressed the parchment to no one, sealed it without a wax stamp, and placed it in the drawer where it would not be sent until he decided whether to send it at all. He realized, several constituencies, and each of them had the right to a different part of this story, and none of them had earned the right to all of it. He was a busy man. He could not afford the luxury of one report. He locked the drawer. He went to teach potions. In potions, Wednesday Addams brewed a draft that was not on the syllabus. Snape did not stop her. He stood at the front of the room, gave the assigned lecture on strengthening solutions, and, when Wednesday's cauldron began to give off a thin black vapor that smelled of camphor and graveyard earth, he walked over and stood beside her and asked, very quietly, "Strengthening for what, Miss Addams?" "A bond," she said, equally quietly. "Not yours to know which." "I did not ask which. I asked for what." "It is for endurance. The bond will be stress-tested. It must be elastic." "Are you asking me, Miss Addams, to teach you the syllabus, or are you informing me, Miss Addams, of what you intend to do regardless of the syllabus?" "I am informing you, Professor." "Politely. Is there a reason you are choosing to inform me, when you have not informed your other instructors? You, Professor, are the only adult in this castle whose private agenda I respect. Headmaster Dumbledore has too many. You have one. It is also, conveniently, mine." He did not blink. She did not blink. They held each other's eyes for a count of 3. "Go on, then," he said. "Add the moonstone last. The current draft will char the silver if you add it third. I have observed your stir, you are clockwise. Adjust." "Yes, Professor." "Miss Addams." "Yes, Professor. If you damage my classroom, I will make you the only Addams in 3 generations to weep." "Understood, Professor." He walked away. The line in Harry's chest, 3 desks back, registered the entire exchange as a small wave of something that was not quite trust but was its first cousin. He looked at Wednesday across the bench. Wednesday did not look back. She added the moonstone last. The vapor turned silver. The draft was finished. She bottled it without ceremony, set the bottle on Snape's desk on her way out at the bell, and did not explain. Snape, who never accepted gifts, kept the bottle in his drawer next to the unsent parchment. Out in the corridor, walking up to the 3rd floor where they had a free period, Harry said, "What was that?" "Insurance," Wednesday said. "If the binding goes wrong, I will need a man in this castle who has both the skill and the inclination to keep us alive while I fix it. I have selected him. He is now invested. He may not yet know that he is. He will." "Snape." "Yes. Snape hates me. Snape hates the boy he sees when he looks at you. The boy he sees has your father's face and your mother's eyes and is, in his head, a debt he cannot settle. He does not hate you. He has not yet looked at you. I am about to make him." "Wednesday." "Yes. What did my mother do for him?" She paused mid-step. "You know. I know the shape. Not the contents. Sirius told me Snape knew her. They went to school together. I know they had something I wasn't told. They were friends. Then they were not. When Voldemort marked your mother for death, Snape went to Dumbledore on his own knees and bargained for her life. The bargain failed. He has been paying interest on it since. Your existence is the principal." Harry was quiet for a long while. "How do you know this?" he asked finally. "My mother had a friend in the British ministry in 1981. A clerk in the Auror division who was, by family practice, married to a black. We have an unbroken line on what happened that year. Most of what is written down in this country is incomplete. We have the rest. You're not going to tell me everything. Not in a corridor. Tell me the most important thing." She stopped walking. She turned to face him. She was, in this moment, entirely still, and the line in his chest was a single steady note. The most important thing, she said, is that your mother died because she stepped between you and Voldemort and refused to step aside. The blood magic she invoked when she did so is in your veins still. It is the second oldest piece of magic in your body. The oldest is a piece of him. The two pieces are at war inside your skin. They have been at war for 14 years. The reason you have not been destroyed by the war is that the second oldest piece, your mother's, is winning. Slowly. By a hair. The binding I am performing on you will turn it into a rout. I am not just adding myself to you. I am adding myself to her. We will fight the third piece together. She is already on our side. I have asked. I sat at my own kitchen table at 3 a.m, for nights before I came here, and I called your mother. I am Addams. Calling is not metaphor. She came. I asked her permission. She gave it. He did not speak. His throat would not. She reached up, with the same hand that had been on his face in the clearing, and she put it, very lightly, on his sternum. Just above his heart. Above the line. She likes you very much, Harry Potter, Wednesday said, without inflection. She is, in the way of dead mothers, exceedingly proud. She told me to tell you, when the moment was right. I judged that to be now. I will not bring her up again unless you ask. He closed his eyes. He felt the line, and he felt the warm spot under her hand, and he felt the rest of it, the 4 months, the graveyard, the whole iron-bound dam of it, bend without breaking, and a small clean thing slide through the crack. He did not cry. He had decided, on some afternoon in August, that he was done crying, and he stood by it. But he turned his head and he leaned, very briefly, his forehead against hers. Just touched. She did not pull away. After a moment, she stepped back. She straightened her collar. She looked at him with the same flat unsmiling consideration she had used on the parapet, and she said, "We will be late for the 3rd floor. I have arranged for us to have it to ourselves. Come." He came. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, The Soul Has No Locks. The summons came at the end of the 2nd week. Harry had expected it the morning after the forest. He had braced for the polite voice in the corridor, the gentle hand on the elbow, the request to please come up to the office and have a lemon drop and answer some questions. He had practiced his refusals. He had practiced his middle answers, the half-truths and quarter-truths and pieces of nothing he could feed to a man who had been feeding him pieces of nothing for 4 years. The summons did not come for 9 days. By the 9th day, Harry understood that Dumbledore had been waiting on purpose. Dumbledore was not summoning a boy to ask questions. Dumbledore was summoning a boy after Dumbledore had finished thinking. The conversation was going to be a conclusion. Harry was attending only to confirm. The slip of parchment came into his hand in charms. It said, in the headmaster's small even script, "After dinner. With Miss Addams. He has agreed to receive both of you. He has set aside the fireplace. A.D. The "he has agreed to" was the thing that gave Harry pause. Harry slid the parchment across the desk so Wednesday, 2 seats over, could see it. She read it without expression. She tipped her head a quarter inch, assent, scheduling, predicted. She had also, evidently, been waiting for it. That afternoon, before dinner, she said to him in the corridor, "I will speak first. I will speak most. Do not interrupt unless the line tells you that I am about to lie. I will not lie to him. But I may permit him to draw a wrong conclusion. If he draws one I do not want him to draw, the line will tighten. Pull on it. I will correct. Are you giving me a signal system? I am giving you a leash on me. It runs both directions. Use yours. I will use mine. What would make me lie? Nothing. I do not require you to lie. I require you to be silent at the right moments. You may speak when I tell you to speak. You may answer his direct questions about you. You may not answer his direct questions about me. Refer him to me. I have rehearsed this. He has not. Wednesday, he is the most powerful wizard in Britain. He is a gifted administrator, Harry, and a competent dueler, and a man who has built his life on the assumption that he has more time than the people he negotiates with. He is also 7 decades older than I am. He has been spoken to by powerful people for 50 years. He has not been spoken to by an Addams. The negotiation is not what he expects. What do you want from him? Nothing. I require him to know that I want nothing from him. I require him to spend the rest of the year unable to threaten me with a thing I want. He is good at threatening with things people want. I require him to begin, at this meeting, to understand that this is not going to work on me. He'll tell you to stop the binding. He will. I will decline. He may try other things. He will. They will fail. He will be too polite to acknowledge that they have failed. I will be too polite to inform him. He will leave the meeting under the impression that he has lost ground without being able to state which ground. That is the goal. You're terrifying. I have been informed. She looked at him for a long second. The line in his chest, by now, was a thick warm cord, almost a hand, and it tugged once. Harry, she said. Yes. After this meeting, I am going to perform the full binding tomorrow night. I have prepared the place. I have prepared the materials. I have prepared the timing. The night will be the new moon. The location will be inside Hogwarts. Specifically, beneath it. I have located a chamber that I believe you have been to before. He stared at her. The Chamber of Secrets. Yes. Wednesday, it is, structurally, the perfect site. It is wholly inside the wards. It is built in the foundation stone. It has its own water and its own air. It has, within it, the bones of a basilisk. Its previous occupant cannot be returned. It is, in addition, sentimentally appropriate. It is the room you became a man in. I would like to be made the rest of yours in the same room. He felt his face heat. He could not have said why. It was not embarrassment. It was something else, something that a man's face does when he has been seen, completely, and approved of. You have a key to it, he said. I do not. You do. The chamber answers to Parseltongue. You will say a sentence to it tomorrow night. We will go down. We will perform the rite. We will come back up. Hogwarts will not, at any point, be able to follow. How do you know I can? You can. You did, at 12. You will do it more easily at 15. And if you cannot, the seed I took from the spider has enough residue of his voice in it for me to imitate the syntax. I can mouth a sentence in a man's voice with practice. But you will not need me to. I have faith. Harry did not, then, have an opinion on the chamber. He did not have an opinion on the binding. He was past opinions. He was running on the calm certainty that had begun to inhabit him on the parapet and had not, since, left. He nodded once. All right, he said. First, the headmaster. Then, tomorrow, the chamber. First, Wednesday said, the headmaster. The fireplace in Dumbledore's office was burning a steady amber. The portraits had, all of them, decided to be asleep. The phoenix on its perch, Fawkes, was on the highest stand near the window, which was unusual. Fawkes preferred Dumbledore's shoulder, or the back of the desk chair. Tonight, Fawkes was at distance. Dumbledore stood when they entered, which was unusual. He tended, with students, to remain seated. He inclined his head to Wednesday with the slight precise courtesy of a foreign diplomat. Harry, he greeted only with his eyes. Miss Addams. Mr. Potter. Please. Sit. They sat. Wednesday took the chair on the left without being told to. She sat with her hands folded in her lap and her ankles crossed and her back not touching the back of the chair. Harry sat beside her. The line between them, Harry could now sense, with the new sense his chest had grown, had become visible to a person who knew how to look. He saw, out of the corner of his eye, Dumbledore look at the empty space between them and then briefly close his eyes. Dumbledore said. Decline, Wednesday said. With thanks. Mr. Potter. No, sir. Thank you. Very well. Dumbledore did not pour himself any. He sat down and folded his long fingers on his desk. I thought we might begin with what I have observed and let you correct me. I have observed that the two of you spend a great deal of time together. I have observed that Mr. Potter has begun, slowly, to laugh again, which I will, with all my soul, thank Miss Addams for. I have observed that on the night of the 3rd of October, Miss Addams entered the Forbidden Forest with Mr. Potter, and that the two of you returned to the castle without incident. I have observed that an acromantula was found dead near a clearing in the forest the morning after, apparently by a clean stunning spell. I have observed that the wards have been registering a small, steady, unfamiliar current near both of your beds at night. I have observed, lastly, that Hogwarts itself has begun to feel, in the way that very old buildings feel, watched by something it is not used to. He looked at Wednesday. I would like, if you are willing, to know what you are doing in my castle. Wednesday tilted her chin a fraction. Headmaster, she said. Please be advised that I will answer your questions truthfully, but that the questions you should be asking are not the ones you have prepared. You have prepared the questions an authority figure asks a student. I am not, in any meaningful sense, your student. The questions you should ask are the ones a host asks an accredited guest. You have not yet asked any of those. Dumbledore considered her. He did not blink. He did not redden. He had the face of a man who had been told, with politeness, that he had used the wrong fork, and had realized, instantly, that he had. Very well, Miss Addams, he said. What are the right questions? You should ask, Wednesday said, first, whether my work in your castle has done, or will do, harm to your students. Answer, it has not, and it will not. Second, whether I am aligned in any way with the wizard who calls himself Voldemort. Answer, I am not. He attempted to reach Mr. Potter through a borrowed pair of acromantula eyes in the forest on the 3rd. I evicted him. I will continue to do so as he attempts. Third, whether I will, at any time, agree to be removed from this castle by your authority. Answer, I will not. My family has placed me here, with my consent, and I will leave when the work is done. Fourth, whether there is any threat I respect that you have available to use against me. Answer, there is not. You may threaten my expulsion. I will note the threat and continue. You may threaten my parents. They will be amused. You may threaten Mr. Potter. The threat will be returned to you with interest. You may threaten the bond. The bond is past the threat stage. You will, if you attempt, simply confirm to me that you are not yet aware of where the bond has progressed. Dumbledore was silent for a long time. The fire crackled. You are very young, he said, finally, to speak to me this way. I am almost 16, Wednesday said. I have been speaking to my mother this way since I was 6. She is more frightening than you are. I do not say this to insult. I say this so that you will know your place in the order. And what is my place, in your order? Useful. Useful. Yes. You may, if you choose, become an ally. You will not, if you choose, become an obstacle, because you cannot. The choice is yours. The classification will be entered tomorrow. Harry was watching the side of Dumbledore's face with a fascination he could not, then, have named. He had, all his life, watched adults speak to Dumbledore. He had watched Cornelius Fudge speak to him in fear. He had watched Lucius Malfoy speak to him in anger. He had watched Sirius speak to him in resentment, and McGonagall in respect, and Snape in something that was perhaps loyalty and perhaps an obligation crystallized into duty. He had never, in any of those conversations, seen Dumbledore look like this. Dumbledore looked, for the first time in Harry's life, like a man who was learning. It was, Harry realized, deeply unsettling. He had been raised by a school that had been built on the assumption that the man in this office knew everything. He had not, in any conscious moment, questioned that assumption. He had, at 13, questioned the assumption that the man told him everything. He had not, until tonight, questioned the assumption that the man knew. Dumbledore did not, in fact, know. Dumbledore was learning. The thing he was learning, in front of Harry, was that the world had slipped a piece into the game that was not on the official board. "Miss Addams," Dumbledore said, very gently. "May I ask you to describe, even in summary, what you are intending to do tomorrow night?" "You may ask." "Will you answer?" "In summary." "Yes. Tomorrow night, at the new moon, I will perform a soul-binding ritual on Mr. Potter. He has consented. The bond between us, which I have already begun, will lock. The lock will be permanent. After the lock, no spell available to either of us, our families, your school, or the wizard who calls himself Voldemort will sever it. The lock has additional, specific, useful properties. One of them is the protection of Mr. Potter from the fragment of soul magic currently lodged in his scar. After the lock, that fragment will become, in a way I will explain only to him, removable. I do not propose to remove it tomorrow. The removal will require additional preparation. The lock is the prerequisite." Dumbledore did not move. His face did not change. His left hand, on the desk, did, however, twitch, a single small involuntary twitch, the kind that escapes the most practiced face when the practiced face has been told a thing that it has, for 15 years, half suspected and never confirmed. "Miss Addams," he said. "You said soul magic." "I said soul magic. Specifically, a Horcrux-style fragment. One of, I suspect, several. I have not had the opportunity to survey all of them. I expect to do so before Christmas." "I see. You have known," Wednesday said, almost kindly, "for some time, that there is something in the boy that does not belong to him." "I have suspected." "You have not told him." "I have not." "You were waiting." "I was waiting for him to be old enough." "For what?" Dumbledore was silent. Wednesday tilted her head a quarter-inch the other direction. "Headmaster," she said. "Please understand that I am not asking the question to ambush you. I am asking it so that you will understand what I am offering. You are waiting, I believe, for him to be old enough to be told that the only way for him to die at the appropriate moment was to let the fragment die by killing him. You have not, you tell yourself, decided this. You have, in the back of your mind, where you do not let yourself look, planned for it. I do not say this to upset Mr. Potter. He is calm. The bond is steady. He has known, in the wordless way the boy has known many things, that this was the case for some time. He is not surprised." Harry's hand, of its own accord, moved to the cord at his sternum. It was not painful. It was tight. He did not pull on it. He did not need to. Dumbledore had finally moved. He looked at Harry. The look was not a look Harry had ever, in his entire life, received from this man. It was the look of a person apologizing for a sin they had, until 30 seconds ago, intended to keep secret. "Harry," Dumbledore said, very quietly. "I am sorry." "Don't," Harry said. "Harry, if she is correct, she is correct. I know she is correct. I have known since the graveyard. I just didn't have the words. Don't apologize. You wouldn't have done it tonight. You'd have done it next year, or the year after, when you ran out of better options. You're not a bad man, sir." You're a man with a budget. I get it. Dumbledore looked, for 1 second, the way a tall building looks the moment after the sound, before the dust falls. Harry. Sir. Let me say one thing. One thing only. Not to dissuade you from this evening or any other. Only to say, for the record, that you are not, in my office, in any plan I have ever been required to write down, expendable. You have always been, in every plan, the boy whose continuing to live was the goal. The fragment was the obstacle. If there is a way out of the obstacle that does not require the goal to die, I have failed to find it. Miss Addams says she has. I am, on this matter, prepared to listen. Wednesday, for the first time in the entire conversation, inclined her chin a fraction in something that resembled respect. Headmaster, she said, that is the correct posture. Maintain it. I will, as we leave, send Mr. Potter alone to retrieve a single book I require from the restricted section. If you choose to read the same book between now and tomorrow night, I will not be insulted. The book is Magic's Most Foundational, by Salazar Iscariot, edition of 1394. Your library has a copy. It is in the case behind the third shelf. The cataloging spell will lie to you. The book is real. Open the third shelf with the hand that has not been cursed. You will know which. Dumbledore's good hand, the one he did not normally favor, twitched again. How do you know about my mother knows, Wednesday said. I did not ask. She volunteered. Of course she did. My family follows the news, Headmaster. We are, for example, very interested in what happened to Master Hufflepuff's ring. We are even more interested in the way you have aged this last summer. We will not speak of it tonight. She rose. Harry rose with her. Dumbledore rose, slowly. Tomorrow night, he said. Tomorrow night. In the chamber. Wednesday tilted her head. You know. Headmaster, I told you. The questions you should be asking are not the ones you have prepared. You should be asking which room. The answer is the room whose lock cannot be picked by a person who is not Mr. Potter. The room you have, since 1992, been politely pretending does not exist. We will be there. You will be unable to follow. You will, however, want to. I am asking you in advance, on Mr. Potter's behalf, to permit your unwillingness to follow to extend to the rest of your staff. We will not survive an interrupted ritual. I cannot guarantee Mr. Potter's life if we are interrupted. I can guarantee yours if you do not interrupt. Are we agreed? You are negotiating my non-interference. I am informing you of the price. He was quiet a long moment. We are agreed, he said. On one condition. State it. After. Tomorrow night. Whether the binding holds or fails. You both come up to my office. You both let me see you alive. With my own eyes. Even if it is at 4 a.m. Do you agree? Wednesday considered him. I agree, she said. Mr. Potter. I agree, sir. Then go, Dumbledore said, with my, he paused, found the word he wanted, did not flinch, hopes. They went. In the corridor, halfway down the stairs from the gargoyle, Wednesday stopped abruptly. Harry. Yes. He is going to read the book. Yes. He is going to recognize what we are doing. Yes. He is going to be unable to stop us, even with full understanding. Yes. He is going to write a letter to the Order tonight, after we leave the office, telling them everything he has learned. He will sign it, APWB Dumbledore. He will use the long form because he is afraid. How do you know that? I know men like him. They use the long form when they are afraid. Wednesday. Yes. Are we afraid? She considered the question with the same care she considered everything. No, she said. We are not afraid. We are alert. The line is steady. The plan is on schedule. I have accounted for the letter. By the time the order receives it, the binding will be locked. The order will arrive in this castle the morning after, and they will find a fait accompli. The decision they will face will not be whether to allow us. It will be whether to ally with us. Sirius will already know how to vote. The wolf will follow Sirius. The Tonks woman, your aunt's daughter, she will vote with us because she has been waiting for someone to do something interesting. Moody will vote with us because he respects elderly Addams family magic and because he wants the war ended. The headmaster will not vote against us. The remaining members will be a count of 3. They will be outnumbered. You have plans for the order. I have plans for everything. Even my mother. She paused. I have my mother's plans for your mother. I have not yet authored my own. Wednesday. Yes. After tomorrow night, will you walk me to my mother's grave? She did not, this time, answer immediately. The line in his chest hummed once, gentle. I will, she said. If I am still alive. If I am not, my mother will. I have arranged for it. You're terrifying. You have said. I am beginning to find your repetition charming. That's bad. I know. They walked the rest of the way to Gryffindor Tower in silence. At the corner of the corridor before the fat lady, she stopped and turned to him, and she did the thing she had warned him she would do. She put her hand, briefly, on the side of his face. The same place. The same temperature. Tomorrow, she said. Tomorrow. Sleep. Eat. Practice. Tell your friends. Do not tell them the location. Tell Granger, she will guess regardless, and I would rather her guess from data than from intuition. Tell the Weasley boy that there is a chance you will not return for breakfast. Be honest. I will not have you start a marriage with a lie. Did you call this a marriage? It is not the word in our texts. It is the word in yours. I will use yours when I am near you. I will use mine when I am near my mother. I will use both with the dead. Good night, Harry. Good night, Wednesday. She walked away. Her braids, she had, he saw for the first time, wound a thin black ribbon into the right one this morning, which she had not had before, disappeared around the corner. The line in his chest stretched and stayed steady. He went up to bed. He told Ron and Hermione that night. He told them the location. He told them the timing. He told them he had agreed. He told them what Wednesday had said about the Horcrux. He did not tell them about his mother on Wednesday's kitchen table. That, he kept. Ron sat on his bed for a long time without saying anything. Hermione said, very quietly, Harry, if it goes wrong. It won't. If it does. Then I won't come up and you'll know, because the line in this castle that nobody but Wednesday and I can see will go out, and you'll have to find Sirius, and he and Remus will get me out of the chamber, and they'll do it without Dumbledore. Promise me. I promise. Ron. Mate. I'm sorry. For what? For not being a normal teenager. Ron laughed. It was a strange laugh, the laugh of a boy who had been asked to be 30 for years. Harry, mate. We've never been normal. I don't even remember normal. I'm just sorry yours has braids. Hermione, who had been crying without permission, made a sound that was half a sob and half a laugh and dropped her face into her hands. Hermione, Harry said. I'm fine. Hermione. I'm fine, Harry, she lifted her head, scrubbed her cheeks, and tried for a smile that mostly worked. Look. Promise me one thing. After tomorrow. After. Whatever happens, whatever you become, whatever she is, promise me you'll still be the boy who came back from the graveyard, not the version she would prefer. I promise. She would not, in fact, prefer a different version. She likes this one. All right then. Sleep, Hermione. Wake me if anything goes wrong. The tracking medium. I have it. I'll feel it if I'll come up myself. Promise. I promise. He slept. The line, all night, hummed. Far in the dark of the lakeside dungeon corridor, Wednesday Addams lay on her back and read, line by line, by the light of a single candle set on her chest, the final passages of magic's most foundational. She had read it before. She read it again because what one reads on the eve of binding is itself a small ritual, and she did not skimp on rituals. When she finished, she blew out the candle. The candle did not smoke. She had been raised better than that. She slept. The next day moved like a held breath. Lessons happened around them. Snape gave them an unannounced practical exam in potions, which Wednesday brewed in 7 minutes flat without consulting the chalkboard. McGonagall, in Transfiguration, set them a partner exercise and paired them. They did not need to speak, the line did the negotiation. They produced, in 20 minutes, the only correct conjuration in the room, a small black cat that purred against Wednesday's wrist and then dissolved at the bell, and McGonagall, who had been preparing to deduct points for unsanctioned creativity, found that she had instead awarded 10. By dinner, Harry had not eaten since breakfast. Wednesday had eaten half a plate of figs at midday and refused everything else. At 11, Harry slipped out of Gryffindor Tower under the cloak. He met Wednesday at the second-floor girls' bathroom, the door of which, since 1992, had borne a faint smudge that nobody had been able to scrub off, even Filch, who had tried for 2 years. The smudge was a snake. Harry said the sentence. The door opened. The pipe descended. Wednesday went first. Harry came second. In the chamber, the bones of the basilisk were where he had left them. The water was dark. The air was cold and old and entirely outside the wards of the school. Wednesday, on the stone floor, set down her satchel and began, without ceremony, to draw. She drew not one circle but 3, concentric, with chalk that was not chalk. She inscribed runes on each. She placed candles, black, white, and a third that was the deep red of dried blood, at the cardinal points. She set a basin of water in the center. She set, beside the basin, 3 things, the silver pin she had brought to the parapet on the first night, the seed of Voldemort's residue from the spider, and a single hair of Harry's that she had, he realized with a small jolt, taken from his shoulder in charms a week ago without him noticing. She set a 4th thing beside them. A sprig of mistletoe. White berries. She straightened. Step into the outermost circle, she said. He stepped in. Step into the second. He stepped. Step into the third. Stand opposite me. Place your hands open in front of you, palms up. Look at me. Do not look down. Do not speak unless I tell you. When I tell you, repeat after me. Word for word. If I tell you to stop, stop, mid-syllable, and step backward out of the circles in the order you entered them. Yes. Harry. Yes. Last chance. Wednesday. Yes. I'm not going to. I know. I am asking anyway. I'm not going to. She nodded. She lit the candles with her thumbnails, black, white, red. She drew her own blood with the silver pin, 3 drops, into the basin. She drew his blood, not from his thumb this time but from his palm, 3 drops, into the same basin. She added the seed of Voldemort and the hair, and dropped the mistletoe in last. The water in the basin did not turn red. It turned black, then silver, then a color he had no name for. She began to speak. The language was not English. It was not Latin. It was older. It was a language his ears felt rather than heard, the way one feels a chord on a low string. The words rose out of the air above the basin and unspooled themselves as a thin smoke, and the smoke wove a shape in the air between him and her, and the shape, slowly, was a cord. The cord, of course, was the cord that already existed in his chest. She was making it visible. She was, he realized in slow dawning understanding, also making it real to the world. The line that had been a thing between them was being given physical anchor in the magic of the chamber. She motioned to him. Repeat, I am Hadrian James Potter. My soul is mine. I lend its keeping to her. I am Hadrian James Potter. My soul is mine. I lend its keeping to her. I take in return the keeping of hers. I take in return the keeping of hers. I do not yield. I exchange. I do not yield. I exchange. What is broken in me, she will hold while I am repaired. What is broken in me, she will hold while I am repaired. What is broken in her, she paused. He knew, in the pause, that this was the part of the rite where she had hesitated, in her preparation, more than at any other point. What is broken in her, I will hold while she is repaired. What is broken in her, I will hold while she is repaired. She closed her eyes. The smoke between them tightened. By the line of Frump, she said, and the line of Addams, by the line of Potter and the line of Evans, by the 4 old lines and the 3 older lines under them, let it be locked. Let it be locked, he said. The basin in the center of the 3rd circle blazed with cold white fire. The fire was not hot. The fire was not bright. The fire was a sound. It was the same low chord his ears had felt earlier, but rising, and resolving, and the resolution was the key turning in the lock. Harry felt, in the back of his head, a noise he had been hearing all his life cease. It was not the noise of Voldemort. It was older. It was the noise of being one. Of being, alone, the only person in the small house of his head. The noise stopped. And in its place was the steady warm presence of a second soul, in the doorway. He did not see her. He felt her. He felt the cold iron not fear cold of her hand, and the slow steady pulse of her heart, and the inside of her mind, not her thoughts, not her words, not her plans, but her, the texture of her, the way the inside of a glove feels just before the hand goes in, the small private particular shape of a Wednesday Addams. He gasped. She, across the circle, opened her eyes. She did not gasp. She had, evidently, prepared for the moment. But the line, in his chest, flared, and her chest moved once with a motion that was, he understood without asking, the way she breathed when she was, internally, on the verge of weeping. She did not weep. She had decided, on some afternoon when she was 8, that she was done weeping, and she stood by it. It is locked, she said, very quietly. It is locked. Step back. He stepped back, out of the 3rd circle, into the 2nd, into the 1st, out. She stepped back the same way. The candles guttered out, one by one, on their own. The smoke between them dissolved. But the cord in his chest, and now, he could see, the cord in hers, remained. It was visible. It was a thin black line, like an ink thread, running from his sternum across the dark stone of the chamber to hers. It had a small heartbeat pulse. It would, he understood, be invisible to anyone whose eyes were not trained to see soul magic. He looked at her. She looked at him. She walked across the chalk dust between them, 3 steps, 4, 5. She stopped 1 foot in front of him. She lifted her face. She did not put her hand on his face. He put his on hers. She let him. He did not kiss her. He had decided, in his head, that the first time would not be in a room of bones, and he stood by it. He let his thumb move, once, across the soft skin under her eye, and she closed her eyes for half a second, and the line in his chest, between them, grew a 3rd strand, and braided itself again, and locked itself again, just because. Wednesday, he said. Yes. Thank you. Do not thank me. You have just sealed yourself to a person you barely know. I know you. The line does. That is not the same thing. It will be. Yes, she said, after a beat. It will be. They left the chamber together. They climbed the pipe. They reached the second-floor girls' bathroom at 1 in the morning and parted there. He went up to Gryffindor. She went down to her stone-walled room. In Dumbledore's office, the headmaster sat in his chair behind his desk and did not look up at the wards, but felt them shift, felt, in the fabric of Hogwarts itself, a ringing like a bell that had been struck somewhere too deep beneath the school for anyone in the staff hierarchy to ring. He set down his quill. He had been writing, for an hour, the letter Wednesday had said he would write. It was nearly done. He had signed it, as she had said he would, A. P. W. B. Dumbledore. He looked at the signature, briefly, and added, for the first time in 2 decades, in any letter, a postscript, I do not believe this will end the way I once feared. Be ready to witness. Do not interfere. He sealed the letter. Fawkes, on his perch, lifted his head and trilled once, low and clear. Dumbledore looked up at his bird. Yes, my friend, he said. I believe so as well. In Gryffindor Tower, Harry got into his bed and lay on his back with one hand on his sternum, feeling the cord. It was a thicker cord than the night before. It was a thicker cord by an entire dimension. It was not a thread. It was not a rope. It was a road. He could walk it. He did not. He slept. In the dungeon, Wednesday Addams sat at her desk and opened her black book. She wrote, for the first time in 2 weeks, in her own hand and not her mother's, day 15. The binding locked. He let me in. I let him in. I felt what it is like to have a second person in my head without being possessed. I have never been possessed. I have not, until tonight, known what it would be not to be alone in my own skull. I am told, by various sources, that most people have this experience when they are born. I have, evidently, had it tonight. It is not what I expected. It is, I find, also acceptable. I love him. Address later. Or do not. She closed the book. She slept. Across the castle, the line between two souls hummed itself into the masonry of Hogwarts, and Hogwarts, older, oldest, did not, this night, decide to fight it. The school had decided, in a way it could not have explained to its headmaster, to wait and see. The school, also, was paying attention now. The sorting hat, on its shelf, stopped mumbling. For the first time in 15 days, it slept. It dreamed, faintly, of a sorting it had never been allowed to perform, and, for the first time, did not mind. 3 hours later, in the smallest hour of the morning, the wards of Hogwarts performed their first counterattack. It was not, it could not have been, a decision made by Dumbledore. The headmaster had sealed his letter and gone to bed. The wards of Hogwarts were not the headmaster. They were a 1,000-year-old web of intentions, written by 4 founders and patched, century after century, by every head who had come after, and they were as close to alive as a building can come without being, technically, a thing that breathes. The wards had felt the binding lock. The wards had, for the first hour after, watched. They were old, but they were not stupid. They had felt the new strand of magic that had been woven through their fabric, and they had measured it. Was this strand something they had not seen before because it was new, or had they not seen it before because it was forbidden? The wards considered the question for a measurable interval. Their conclusion was that the strand was not new. The strand was older than they were. It was older than the 4 founders. It had simply not been performed inside Hogwarts before. This conclusion did not, in itself, trigger a counterattack. The wards were not bigoted. They did not refuse old magic on principle. What triggered the counterattack was the second observation. The strand had not asked. The wards of Hogwarts had been built on the ancient principle that all magic above a certain power threshold, performed within their bounds, was required to ask. Not loudly. Not in any human language. But in the small ritual gesture, performed by the practitioner before the magic, of acknowledging the fabric of the school. Even Voldemort, in his student years, had asked. He had hated the asking, and he had asked anyway. Even Salazar Slytherin, building the chamber, had asked. Wednesday Addams had not asked. Wednesday Addams had not asked because Wednesday Addams was not, by tradition, family, training, or inclination, a person who asked. The wards, in the third hour, decided that this would not stand. They had decided this very politely. They were, as wards went, well-mannered. They sent a single small testing pulse out from the keystone of the 7th floor. The pulse traveled down through the masonry of the castle, through the dungeons, through the 2nd floor bathroom, down the pipe, through the air of the chamber, and across the chalk dust where the binding had been performed. It encountered the new line, the cord stretched between the dungeons, where Wednesday slept, and Gryffindor Tower, where Harry slept, and it attempted, very gently, to nip the line. The line nipped back. The ward staggered. The pulse, which had been intending merely to test, found itself, instead, redirected. The new line was not, it turned out, a thing the wards could test without the test rebounding. The wards processed this for a count of 3. Then the wards did something the wards had not done in 900 years. The wards stepped back. It was not a retreat, exactly. It was not a surrender. It was the gesture a senior magical creature performs when it has realized, mid-test, that the thing it has poked is not its junior. It was the gesture of a household ward acknowledging that the new tenant in the house has rights the household had not been informed of. In the silence that followed, the wards began the slow internal work of integrating the new line into their structure. It would take, they estimated, 3 days. They did not, of course, inform the headmaster. The wards of Hogwarts had spoken to headmasters perhaps 4 times in the school's history, all of them in extremity. This did not yet qualify as extremity. They worked in the dark, the way a body heals a small wound while the person who owns the body sleeps, and they did the work without ceremony. In Wednesday's room, Wednesday opened her eyes once, in her sleep, registered the small gentle sensation of the wards backing down, and went back to sleep. In Harry's bed, Harry did not stir. He was, for the first time in months, sleeping the sleep of a boy who has the protection of an entire castle and an entire family and an entire dead mother behind him, and he was sleeping it without knowing it. Which was, Wednesday would have said, the correct way to sleep. Outside, far above, a black owl flew once around the 7th floor tower and dropped, into the open window of Dumbledore's office, a small black envelope. The envelope bore no return address. It bore only, on the front, in Morticia Addams' handwriting, "For your records." Inside was a single sheet of black paper with 3 lines of silver ink, "The binding has locked. We thank you for your hospitality. Do not test the line." The owl did not wait for a reply. It dissolved into a cloud of moths, as the first one had, and the moths drifted out the window and away into the night. Dumbledore, asleep at his desk, did not see the letter for 2 more hours. When he did, at 5 in the morning, with his beard pressed against his cheek where it had folded in his sleep, he read it twice, very slowly, and then he laughed, once, low and surprised, the laugh of a man who has been outflanked in a way he secretly approves of. "Very well," he said, to nobody. "Very well, Mrs. Addams. Very well indeed." He folded the letter and placed it in his desk drawer, in the same compartment where he kept the resignation letter he had drafted and not sent 6 times across his career, and he went, finally, properly, to bed. In the morning, when he came down to breakfast, he looked at Harry Potter at the Gryffindor table, eating, for the first time in 4 months, a full plate without prompting, and he looked at Wednesday Addams, who was reading a different book today, with a different ribbon in her braid, and he did the thing he had not done at the start of term feast. He raised his goblet, an inch, in their direction, In a salute so small that nobody but McGonagall caught it. McGonagall caught it. She set her teacup down. Albus, she said, low. Minerva. You are toasting them. I am acknowledging them. There is a difference. There is. The difference is in the mouth of the person performing the gesture. I have chosen mine. The order will arrive this afternoon. I should like to, between now and their arrival, finish my tea. McGonagall, after a moment, raised her own teacup an inch. I should like, she said, to finish mine as well. They finished their tea. Down the hall, at the Gryffindor table, Harry Potter said something to Hermione that the staff table could not hear. Hermione, eyes red but smiling, laughed once. Ron, between them, raised his own goblet. Wednesday Addams, 3 tables away, did not raise hers. She did not need to. The line, between her sternum and his, hummed at exactly the frequency it had hummed at last night when he had thanked her, and she had, in the quiet of her own bones, decided to be thanked. The morning sun came through the high windows and laid itself in a long warm rectangle across the floor of the great hall, exactly between her bench and his, and she observed, with a small flat clinical interest, that the rectangle of light, on its way across the stone, did not interrupt the line. The line passed through it without effort. The line was solid now. The line was real. Hogwarts had not stopped it. Hogwarts could not. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, The Anatomy of Want. The first morning after the binding, Hermione Granger arrived at the breakfast table with 3 books, 1 quill, and the steady grim expression of a person who had been awake since 4. She sat down opposite Harry, opened the first book, and said, without preamble, we are going to have a conversation about consent magic, soul fragment containment, and what Wednesday Addams is, by my reckoning, structurally. Good morning, Hermione. Good morning. The first book is on bonded magic. It is, before you tell me, slightly out of date. I have ordered the more current Belgian text from Flourish and Blots. The Owl returns tomorrow. Until then, this is the best summary in print of what just happened to you. The second book is on Horcrux theory. There are only 6 pages on Horcruxes in the English literature. This is a French text I had to translate at 3 in the morning. My French is not what I would call elegant. I have, however, captured the technical vocabulary. The third book is one I do not expect you to read but that I am bringing because Ron is here, and Ron is the audience for it. She thrust the third book at Ron without looking at him. It is on what to do when your best friend has been bonded to a girl whose family has, by their own count, killed 9 bishops. Ron took the book. Right, he said. Cheers. You are welcome. Now. Harry. The line. Show me. Harry hesitated. Show me, she said again, very gently. I will not touch it. I want only to see. I have a way of seeing that I have practiced. I will not try anything. He pulled his collar down half an inch. He did not, of course, expect her to see anything. The line was inside his ribs. Hermione produced from her pocket a small monocle made of polished obsidian. She held it to her eye. She looked at his sternum. Her face did not change, but her pupil, visible behind the obsidian, went very slightly wider. She lowered the monocle. It's there, she said. I can see it. I made the lens last night. It's a passive scry, it doesn't touch the magic, it only renders it visible to me for 10 seconds at a time. The line is, Harry, it's beautiful. It's the most beautiful piece of magic I have ever seen with my own eyes. He swallowed. You said beautiful. I said beautiful. Don't make it weird. It is. I did not know magic could look like this. I am, I admit, with great irritation, going to have to recalibrate my opinion of the Addams family's magical pedigree. They are not dabblers. Whatever they are doing, they have been doing it well for a very long time, and the line in your chest is a piece of work that no British practitioner I know of could produce. I am going to write a paper. After we are done with the war, I am going to write a paper, and Wednesday Addams is going to be my co-author whether she likes it or not. She'll like it, Harry said. She likes you. She told you that. She didn't have to. Right. Hermione closed her books. She placed them in a precise stack, in declining size, and she put her hand on his wrist. It was, Harry noted, the first time she had touched him since the night of Wednesday's arrival. Her hand was warm. Harry. I am going to ask you something, and I want you to answer honestly. Are you happy? He thought about it. He did not rush. He could feel, distantly, the line in his chest leading down into the dungeons, where Wednesday was, and he could feel, in a way he had not had words for yesterday and barely had words for today, that he was, on some interior axis, leveled. The 4 months of leaning had stopped. Yes, he said. All right then. She squeezed his wrist once and let go. Then I will, she said, from this morning forward, work with her instead of around her. I will make myself useful. I will make Ron useful. I will make Sirius useful when he arrives, which I gather is this afternoon. I will not, however, lie about my preferences. I would have preferred a girl who liked sunlight and was not legally a person who had killed bishops. She's killed 8, technically, Harry said. The 9th was self-inflicted. That is a worse sentence, Harry. I know. Ron, between them, laughed. Right, he said. I'm going to read this book. If anybody needs me, I'll be in the corner deciding whether to run away or join the army. Stay, Hermione said. I'm staying. Good. The order arrived at 3. They came, as Wednesday had predicted, by Flo, all at once, and they came into the headmaster's office in a small grim procession, Sirius first, Remus behind him, Tonks behind Remus with her hair gone a flat dark brown that meant she was not, today, in the mood for color. Mad-Eye Moody clanked in fourth, his magical eye spinning in 3 directions at once. Kingsley Shacklebolt followed. Arthur Weasley came last and quietly. Molly was not with them. Dumbledore had, evidently, asked her to remain at the safe house. She would, Sirius later told Harry, throw a pan at someone the next morning when she found out, and the pan would be aimed at Sirius. They had been, before they arrived, briefed by Dumbledore's letter. They had not, before they arrived, met Wednesday Addams. She had been waiting in the corridor outside the headmaster's office. Harry was beside her. The line in his chest was steady. She had, an hour earlier, taken his hand for 40 seconds in the empty Charms corridor and asked him, very seriously, whether he was sure he wanted her to meet his godfather today. He had said yes. She had said, I will be polite. It will be uncomfortable for me. I am preparing. He had said, thank you. She had said, do not thank me. He is your godfather. I would, in his position, also have come. Now, in the corridor outside Dumbledore's office, she stood with her hands at her waist, and Sirius came up the stairs with Remus behind him, and Harry's godfather stopped 2 steps before the landing and stared at the small dark girl beside the boy he had raised. Harry, Sirius said. Sirius. You're alive. I'm alive. This is her. This is her. Sirius took the last 2 steps slowly. He did not look at Wednesday at first, he looked at Harry. His eyes traveled, practiced, paternal, the eyes of a man who had spent months looking for damage on a face, and found, on the boy's face, none. He looked, in fact, like Sirius had not seen him look since before the graveyard. Sirius's shoulders, as Harry watched, settled by exactly half an inch. They had been carrying tension for 4 months. They were, finally, putting it down. He turned his head, then, and looked at Wednesday. She did not look down. She did not look up. She looked at his face with the small flat consideration she gave to most things, and she waited. "Miss Addams," Sirius said. "Mr. Black." "Sirius." "Wednesday. You did a soul binding on my godson." "I did." "Without asking me." "Without asking him for half a day." "He asked himself." "He gave the answer." "I trusted his answer." "You, Mr. Black, were not in the conversation." "I might have been." "You might." "He chose not to bring you in until after. He has explained, to me, his reasoning. He did not want you to feel, after the fact, that you had failed to protect him. He wanted to be, in this, the agent of his own decision. I believe he was correct in this judgment. He is 15. He is also a man who has stunned a possessed acromantula in the forbidden forest with his offhand, in the dark, without prompting. You taught him that offhand shot. He would like you to know that it worked." Sirius opened his mouth. He closed it. "That's a lot to say in 20 seconds, Wednesday Addams. I have been preparing the speech for a week. It shows." "Thank you." "You said thank you." "It was a compliment." "I notice compliments. I return them." Sirius looked at her for a long second. Then he did something Harry had not expected. He stepped past the small dark girl, took his godson by the shoulders, and pulled him into a hug. It was not a fast hug. It was the hug of a man who had been preparing, for the entire fireplace journey, to lose his temper, and who had decided, instead, to hold the boy. Harry, for the first second, did not know what to do. He had been hugged by Sirius perhaps 3 times in his life. He hugged him back. Sirius, after a long moment, set him at arm's length and looked at him. "You're all right," he said. "I'm all right." "Truly." "Truly." "All right. Then we are going to sit in Dumbledore's office for an hour. I am going to ask you and her about 3,000 questions, and I am going to decide afterward whether I am, in any way, going to fight you on this. Until I decide, neither of you are to lie to me, neither of you are to talk past me, and neither of you are to use the phrase, as you can imagine. Are we agreed?" "Agreed," Harry said. Wednesday tipped her head a quarter inch. "Agreed. Right then." Sirius opened the door. Inside, the questions took 2 hours, not 1. Dumbledore was present but mostly silent. Remus asked the technical questions, with surprising competence. He had read more on bonded magic than Harry would have guessed. Tonks, Andromeda's daughter, Harry's cousin once removed, whose hair had not returned to its usual hot pink, asked the political questions. Who knew, who would know, what the ministry would do if they found out, what Wednesday's family would do if anyone in the ministry tried to extract her. Kingsley asked the operational questions: where had the rituals been performed, what had been left behind, what wards had been touched. Wednesday answered every question. She did not deflect. She did not minimize. She did not, however, volunteer. She answered exactly what was asked, and she answered cleanly, and her clean answers, by the end of the second hour, had assembled into a portrait of a piece of magic so old, so precisely planned, and so structurally impossible to undo that the men and women in the room, even Moody, gradually shifted in their chairs from interrogators into students. Mad-Eye, near the end, growled. "Albus, I had a list." "What kind of list, Alastair?" "A list of 17 counter-rituals. 3 of them illegal. 1 of them my own design. None of them," he said, with an old man's reluctant respect, "would have touched this. She has built a thing this office can't break. Even if we wanted to." "Do we want to?" Tonks said. The room went still. It was Sirius who answered. He had not spoken in 20 minutes. He had been watching Harry's face. Now he turned his head and looked at Wednesday Addams, and he said, in a voice that was quieter than his usual voice, the voice of a man making a decision he would not, later, revisit, "I don't. I have been watching this boy fall apart for 4 months. He stopped 2 weeks ago. The thing that stopped him is sitting in the chair next to him. I am not going to undo it. We are going to work with it. Order, all of you, in favor. I, said Remus. I, said Tonks. I, said Arthur, after a long breath, with the weariness of a father who had said I to many things that frightened him. I, said Kingsley. I, Mad I said, with reservations I will keep to myself. Dumbledore, last, set his hands on the desk. I, he said, very quietly. And I withdraw my objections. Wednesday tilted her head a precise half-inch toward Sirius. It was not a bow. It was, however, the first time in her life she had inclined her head to a man who was not her father. Mr. Black. Sirius. Sirius. Thank you. Don't thank me. I'm doing it for him. If you hurt him, you and I will have a different conversation. I will not survive it. Neither will you. Understood. Good. He stood. He clapped Harry on the shoulder. He looked, for a moment, the way Sirius had once been described as looking at his own wedding to a girl named Marlene, in 1979, in a photograph Harry had seen and had been told would be returned to him when he was old enough. He looked, briefly, like a man who had married into a family. Right, Sirius said. Now. Wednesday. Yes. You're going to take Harry to the place under the school where you did the binding. I am coming with you. Remus is coming. Tonks is coming. Moody is coming. Dumbledore is staying because he agreed not to follow. We are bringing him back up before midnight. We are going to look at the room together. We are going to decide, as a group, what to do about the second piece of work, the Horcrux removal, that you have been planning. We are going to plan it as if it were any other operation, except that it is going to be conducted, since you and Harry are the only ones who can be inside the bond, by you and Harry. Are we agreed? We are agreed. Good. Let's go. The chamber, in the daylight of a borrowed lantern, was less a horror and more a piece of architecture. The order took it in with the practical respect of professionals examining a working space. Remus paced the perimeter and made notes. Tonks knelt at the basin and squinted at it. Moody's magical eye spun in 5 directions and reported, in his low gravelly voice, exactly which currents of old magic ran where. Wednesday answered every question without ego. When they came up, in a body, at 11:30, they came up changed. It was Sirius who said it, to Harry, on the stairs, she's a piece of work, your girl. I know. You did right by her. She did right by me. Maybe you both did right by each other. That's the idea. Sirius laughed, a real laugh, low and surprised, the laugh of a man who had not laughed since June, the same kind of laugh Harry had laughed in the great hall on the first night. All right, Sirius said. All right then. In the days after the order came and went, the school adjusted. The adjustment was not announced. It was not visible. It happened, the way the ward's adjustment had happened, in the fabric of the institution, the small daily decisions about who walked which way, who sat which place, which professor caught whose eye in the corridor. Wednesday and Harry could not be separated by more than 2 corridors without the line aching. They had not anticipated this. She had, in her initial planning, set the bond's tolerance at a generous distance, 1/2 kilometer, and the bond had, on its own, tightened. By the 3rd day after the binding, they could not be on different floors of the castle without the cord between them protesting. By the 5th day, they could not be in different wings. It was not, technically, a problem. They simply rearranged their lives. Wednesday, who had been quartered in the dungeons, was offered, by McGonagall, without reference to Dumbledore, who had given quiet permission to bypass him for a week, a transfer to a small room on the 7th floor. The small room was, Harry recognized when he saw it, almost directly above the Gryffindor common room. McGonagall handed Wednesday the key with the dry, ungenerous economy of a quartermaster signing out a horse, and said only, "He is not to enter your quarters at night. You are not to enter his. The line will permit you to sleep on opposite sides of the floor without distress. I have measured. I have, in fact, been measuring all week. Try me, Miss Addams, and find out what an aged Scotswoman looks like when her composure breaks." "Understood, Professor." "Mr. Potter, the same." "Yes, Professor." McGonagall walked away without another word. Wednesday, inside her new room, set her satchel down, and turned to Harry, who was standing in the doorway under the absurd proper rules of the corridor. "She likes me," Wednesday said. "She does. She's terrified of you and she likes you. I think it's making her tired. I will, when this war is over, write her a letter. She will not know what to do with it. She'll cry, Wednesday. McGonagall will cry. That is not my intention. It's going to happen anyway. Acceptable." The Slytherins, naturally, attempted, in the second week, to test Wednesday. The test came in the form of Draco Malfoy, who had been observing her with the mixture of horror and fascination peculiar to boys who had, all their lives, been told they were the most frightening thing in any given room and had recently met a girl who was clearly more so. Draco's father had, by the end of the first week, written him 3 letters. The third letter had instructed him, in coded language, to befriend the Addams girl and, where possible, to extract intelligence about the Potter boy. Draco was not, in his secret heart, the worst boy in his year. He was a bad boy, but he was also a boy with a survival instinct that was, when given good information, capable of overriding his ideology. He had read his father's letter twice. He had decided, on the second read, that he was not going to obey it. He was going to attempt, instead, to make Wednesday Addams not kill him. The opportunity came in Charms, on a Wednesday, a coincidence that Wednesday Addams herself would have, if asked, found tedious. Draco, sitting 2 desks behind her, leaned forward and whispered, in his most cultivated drawl, "Addams." She did not turn. "Addams. I'd like to have a word." "Mr. Malfoy." "Speak." "I am listening." "Not here." "Then write me a letter." "I'd prefer, Mr. Malfoy. The conversation you wish to have has been predecided by a letter from your father. The letter instructs you to befriend me. You do not, in fact, intend to obey it. You intend, instead, to negotiate a separate peace. I am amenable to a separate peace. Sit down. Stop disrupting the lesson. Send me a note at dinner with a time and a place. I will appear. We will speak briefly. You will leave the conversation with the assurance that I have no current intention of bringing your family to ruin. In return, you will keep your father informed of the patently false impression that you and I are friends. We will, between us, conduct an effective intelligence operation against Lucius Malfoy. Are we agreed?" There was a small silence behind her. Then Draco Malfoy said, very softly, "Yes." "Excellent. Sit back." He sat back. He did not, for the rest of the class, produce a single useful charm. He was, Harry could see, paler than he had been at the start of the lesson, and he had the steady careful look of a boy who had been spoken to, for the first time in his life, by someone who outranked him by mechanisms he did not yet understand. Pansy Parkinson, beside him, hissed, "What did she say?" "Nothing," Draco said. "Don't ask again." He did not ask again. That night, at the agreed time, in the agreed place, a small alcove on the 3rd floor corridor, Wednesday and Draco spoke for 9 minutes. Harry was in the alcove next to it, under the cloak, by Wednesday's instruction. He listened. He did not interrupt. Wednesday extracted, in those 9 minutes, 3 useful pieces of intelligence about the activities of Lucius Malfoy. She gave Draco, in return, 1 small piece of theater, a faint scratch on her own wrist, unconvincing if one did not look for it, which Draco could carry to his father as evidence that she had submitted to a minor courtesy spell of allegiance. Lucius, who was not as careful as he believed, would, Wednesday told Draco, accept the evidence at face value. The intelligence Draco had supplied her was actionable. She would act on it. He would, in exchange, be left alone, by her, by Harry, by the Order, by the Ministry, and, most usefully to him, by Voldemort, until the end of the school year. "There is one condition," she said at the end. "Of course there is. If your father instructs you, before Christmas, to permit Death Eaters into this castle, you will inform me. You will inform me even if you are required to subsequently permit them. The information is the price of your peace. Are we agreed?" Draco, pale, said, "Agreed." "Excellent. Good night, Mr. Malfoy. Good night, Miss Addams." He went. He went very quickly. He did not, in fact, stop walking until he was in the Slytherin common room, where he sat down beside the fire with hands that were not, he noticed with a small detached interest, entirely steady, and he ordered himself a whiskey from a house elf who was not supposed to have any, and he drank it without tasting it. Outside, in the corridor, when he was gone, Wednesday tipped her head once in the direction of Harry's alcove. "Come." He came. He pulled the cloak off. He looked at her with an expression that was not, even to her, hard to read. "Wednesday." "Yes. That was the most ruthless thing I have ever watched a person do to a teenager." "He is not a teenager. He is, at 14, a Death Eater's son who has been pretending, for 2 years, that the inheritance is not his. I have given him, tonight, the only choice he is going to be offered before his 16th birthday, collaborate with us, or collaborate with his father. He has chosen us. He will not, in his old age, regret it. I have done him a kindness. Do not, ever, Harry said, do me a kindness. I will not." "Good." She tipped her head. "Harry." "Yes." "Are you angry?" "No. I'm impressed. I'm afraid of you. I'm proud of you. I'm relieved he didn't try anything stupid. Wednesday, I'm a lot of things at once. I don't know which one to say first." "Say them all. The line will sort them. I will not weight them by order. I love you." The corridor went, for 1 second, very quiet. She did not, this time, control her face. The line in his chest told him before her mouth did. The corner of her mouth lifted a true full inch. It was not a smile. It was the foundation of a smile finally getting a roof on it. She did not say it back. She had warned him she would not say things she had not yet rehearsed. He had not expected her to. She did, however, walk 1 step closer, and she put her hand, finally, the way she had been telegraphing for 2 weeks, against the side of his face. And this time, in this corridor, with Draco's footsteps long gone and the line in his chest steady and warm, she lifted her face, and Harry Potter, whose decision, in his head, was that the first kiss would not be in a room of bones, kissed Wednesday Addams in the 3rd-floor corridor of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and the kiss tasted of cold iron and a small clean sweetness like pomegranate, and it was very brief, and she did not, when it was done, pull her hand off his face. For several seconds. When she did, she said, "I will say it back when I have decided how. I will not say it because you have said it. I will say it because I have rehearsed it. Take your time. I will take 3 days. All right then. Good night, Harry. Good night, Wednesday." She walked away. Her braids, still ribboned, and now, he noticed, with a second ribbon in the left as well, turned the corner, and the line in his chest hummed, and he stood in the corridor for a long moment, with his hand on his sternum, not moving, not laughing, not crying, just standing. Then he went up to bed. He told Hermione the next morning, very briefly. Hermione looked at him with the look of a person who has been correct about a private thing for 2 weeks and is now being permitted to confirm it, and she did not, to her credit, smirk. She said only, 3 days. 3 days. She'll do it on a Saturday. You think? She'll do it on a Saturday. She is a person who likes to do important things on the day she has chosen for them. Wednesday, despite the name, will not say it on a Wednesday. It will be Saturday. Mark me. It was, in fact, Saturday. In the meantime, the third day after the binding, the line in Harry's chest did a thing that Wednesday had warned him about and that he was, despite the warning, unprepared for. The Horcrux fragment in his scar, dormant for 2 weeks, woke up. It did not wake up gently. It woke up the way a man wakes up underwater. He was sitting at breakfast. Wednesday was at the Slytherin end of the Gryffindor bench, a compromise nobody had announced. She had simply chosen it on the morning after the binding, and nobody had moved her. They were eating in companionable silence, and Hermione was reading, and Ron was fighting with toast, and Harry felt, abruptly, as though a hand he had not known about had reached up the inside of his throat and grabbed his tongue. His scar did not just hurt. His scar was, suddenly, a microphone. He could hear, through it, the voice of Voldemort speaking in real time, in a room far away, to a circle of Death Eaters whose voices were familiar. He did not move. He could not. The line in his chest, Wednesday's line, went, for half a second, abruptly cold. Wednesday set down her fork. She did not look at him. She rose from the bench. She walked the 7 paces to where he sat. She put her hand on the back of his neck. The hand was warm. The line, where it ran out of his sternum into hers, blazed. Harry. Do not speak. Listen to me. I am about to push, through the line, into your scar. I am going to insulate the fragment for 2 minutes. The fragment will be quiet for those 2 minutes. During those 2 minutes I want you to write down, in shorthand, the last 2 sentences you heard him say. Do not try to listen to more. Insulation requires that you be away from the source. Quill. Hermione, without speaking, slapped a quill into Harry's hand. Wednesday's hand on the back of his neck became, in his perception, a second sense. Not a hand. A presence. He felt her, the inside of the glove sense from the binding, the one he had not yet had words for, slide along the line in his chest, up and across, and into the skin behind his scar. The fragment screamed. It was not a sound anyone in the hall could hear except Harry. It was a small sharp scream like a struck bell. It was not the scream of a piece of soul. It was the scream of a piece of soul that had, for the first time in 14 years, been touched by something it could not corrupt. And then it was muted. The scar went, in 3 breaths, from a microphone to a photograph. A still image of Voldemort's circle, frozen behind his eye, no sound. Harry, hand shaking, wrote 2 sentences in Hermione's shorthand on Hermione's napkin. The 2 sentences were, the boy must be lured to the Department of Mysteries before midwinter. Bring me the prophecy. Wednesday's hand, on the back of his neck, did not move. She read the napkin over his shoulder. Her face did not change. 2 minutes is up, she said. She removed her hand. The scar went quiet, naturally, easily, the way a closed door is quiet. The fragment did not return. It did not, in fact, wake up again that morning. Wednesday returned to her seat. She did not, after, eat her breakfast. Neither did Harry. Hermione folded the napkin into her pocket with the small steady efficiency of a woman who has just received a piece of intelligence worth her weight in galleons. Ron, across the table, said, to nobody in particular, right. So that's a thing now. That's a thing now, Harry said. Up at the staff table, Snape, who had, alone among the staff, been watching the entire incident with the small fixed attention of a man who had been waiting for it, set down his cup. He did not move. He did not look at the 2 of them. He looked at the napkin in Hermione's pocket and, behind his face, calculated. He had, 3 weeks ago, written Wednesday into the small back room of his head as a useful asset. He had not, at the time, written her in as an irreplaceable one. He revised. That afternoon, Wednesday went to Snape's office on her own. She did not bring Harry. She closed the door behind her and said, without sitting, "We have a problem in the Department of Mysteries by midwinter. He is preparing a lure. I am in possession of 2 of his sentences. I do not yet know whom he intends to send. I will, if you assist me, know within a week. I will then, with your assistance, prepare a counter-lure. Are you in?" Snape looked at her for a long moment. "Yes, Miss Addams. I am in." "Good." She turned and left. The door closed. Snape sat at his desk for a long time. He did not, that evening, write the unsent parchment in his drawer. He took it out, looked at it, and burned it. He had decided, finally, which of his constituencies had earned the right to which part of the story. He chose the girl. He chose the girl, in part, because he had finally looked at the boy beside her and seen, not James, not Lily, not the scar, but Harry. He had, after 15 years of avoiding the gesture, looked. The boy was not James. The boy was not Lily. The boy was the boy, and the boy had been bonded by the most ruthless and competent piece of magical work Severus Snape had seen performed in his lifetime, and the work had been performed by a 15-year-old girl with 1 black ribbon and now 2, and the work had been performed because the girl was, in some way Severus did not fully understand and was, today, willing to stop trying to, in love. He was, evidently, on a side now. He did not, that night, hate his side. He had not been on a side he did not hate in a long time. The line, far above him, between the dungeons of the school and the 7th-floor corridor where she now slept, hummed steadily through the masonry, and Severus Snape, who had a small private gift for hearing magic by ear, listened to the hum until he fell asleep at his desk, and his sleep, that night, was the cleanest sleep he had had since 1980. Outside, far away, in a small dark study in a house on a coast, a man with no nose pressed his white fingers against the side of his white face and felt, for the first time in 13 years, that something inside him, in the boy in Scotland, had been, against his explicit instruction, silenced. He hissed. The Death Eaters in the room flinched. They did not know why. They had, an hour earlier, been listening to him plan the lure to the Department of Mysteries. They were not aware that, in the smallest hours of the morning, 2 of his sentences had been recorded onto a Granger napkin in a dining hall in Scotland. They would learn. Voldemort, who had been, until that night, certain that he understood the boy he had been hunting since 1981, did not, in his certainty, register the smallest of the sensations that had passed through his fingers. The sensation was not a thing he had felt before. The sensation was the touch of a second soul, on the other side of a bond he could not see, putting itself between him and his property. He attributed the sensation, when he noticed it at all, to a draft. He was, he thought, growing old. Wednesday Addams, far away, in her 7th-floor room, lay on her back with her hand on her own sternum and, for the second time since her arrival in the school, smiled, for an entire half-second, in the dark, where no one could see. The line in her chest hummed. It was, she registered, a Saturday morning. She had 3 days to her own deadline. She had used 1. She had 2 more. She would, she decided, use them well. The next 2 days were, in their way, the strangest of Harry's life. He did not, on the surface, do anything strange. He attended classes. He ate 3 meals. He met with the Defense Association, the small unofficial dueling club that Hermione had, 2 weeks earlier, organized in a half-fit of conviction that Umbridge's classroom was going to get them all killed, and he led the practice for an hour, and he watched Neville Longbottom, who had, before this term, been the most cautious wandarm in their year, throw a clean disarming spell that knocked Seamus Finnegan flat on his back. Neville looked, after the spell landed, surprised and slightly horrified at his own success. "All right, Neville," Harry said. Neville stared at his wand. "I didn't aim. I just saw the angle and it it happens, Harry said. It's because you trust your hand now. That's the whole secret. Once you trust your hand, the wand stops being a wand. It's an extension. Neville looked at him. Harry, Neville said. You're different this year. I know. Is it her? It's me, Harry said. She helped me get back to me. There's a difference. Neville thought about this. He was, Harry had always known, a slow thinker, but he was, when his slow thinking finished, almost always correct. He nodded once. All right then, he said. Tell her thank you. I will. He did, that night, tell her. Wednesday, in the corridor outside the room of requirement, listened, and then tipped her head a quarter inch. Mr. Longbottom, she said, is going to be useful. The line in his hand is the kind of line one builds in a person over years. I would like, if you will permit it, to spend half an hour with him in the next week. Not on dueling. On posture. He is carrying his fear in his shoulders. If he transfers it to his stance, he becomes a much more dangerous practitioner. I will not, of course, tell him this directly. I will simply correct his stance once. He will adjust without realizing. Are you comfortable with this? Yes. Tell him I would like to. I will. The other strange thing was that the bond was, in its third and fourth day after locking, doing things she had not predicted. It was, she said over breakfast on the second morning, calibrating itself. The line had begun, on its own, to develop modes. There was the basic mode, which was the steady warm hum he had been accustomed to since the parapet. There was the quiet mode, which had begun in the third-floor corridor on the night of the kiss, and which was, she said, when we are at rest in each other's company, the bond conserves itself. There was the alert mode, which had been triggered by the Horcrux event at breakfast, and which was, she said, an emergency channel. We can pass single sentences through it under stress, do not abuse it, the channel is not designed for chatter. And there was a fourth mode, which had appeared on the third night. What is the fourth mode? He asked. She considered the question for a long moment over her tea. I do not have a name for it. I will tell you when I do. He waited. She did not elaborate. He did not press. He had, by the third day, accepted that there were going to be things she discovered first and named afterward, and that the polite procedure was to wait. The fourth mode, he discovered for himself, on the third night. He was lying in his bed in Gryffindor Tower. He had not gone to sleep. The wards that McGonagall had set on Wednesday's room, an old, careful spell that prevented either of them from physically entering the other's room at night, did not affect the bond itself. The line, by the third night, ran the short distance between his bed and her bed without any opposition. He felt, abruptly, a sensation he had not felt before, the sensation of her hand on her own sternum, 2 floors away, pressing against the line on her end. It was a deliberate gesture. It was, he understood with a small jolt, a knock. He pressed his own hand against his sternum. The line warmed. He felt, clearly, unmistakably, the small wordless pressure of her presence on the other end of the line. It was not telepathy. He did not see her thoughts. He did not see, even, her feelings, in any specific shape. He felt her. The way one feels another body in the same bed in the dark, asleep, breathing, without seeing, without speaking, without touching, but with the perfect quiet certainty of presence. He did not move. He pressed the line back. He felt, in his chest, her register the response. She held, on her end, for a count of 10. Then, slowly, she let go. But the connection did not go away. It dimmed. It rested. He could feel her, faintly, in the back of his sternum, as he lay in the dark, the way one feels the warmth of a hand on the small of one's back through a thick coat. He fell asleep, at last, with his hand on his own chest. He slept the deepest sleep he had slept in 5 years. He did not dream. He did not need to. He had, for the first time in his life, the steady wordless companionship of a second person in his own quiet, and the second person was, in her own bed, 2 floors away, alive. The fourth mode, he later learned, did not have a name in any of the older texts. It was, in fact, new. The Bond had invented it. The line between Wednesday Addams and Harry Potter, on the third night after the binding had locked, had improvised, in a way no soul binding had ever been recorded improvising, a mode of its own. When Wednesday wrote about it in her black book the next morning, she did so for a long time. 2 pages, in her mother's hand, and a third in her own. She named the mode, finally, keeping. The fourth mode is keeping. We hold each other while we sleep. She closed the book. She went down to breakfast. She found, on Saturday morning, that she had, in fact, written it back to him. In a manner of speaking. The Saturday in question dawned cold and very bright. There had been, overnight, a hard frost, the lawns of Hogwarts were silver, and the lake was a sheet of slow black glass. Wednesday, who had arrived at breakfast in a winter cloak Harry had not seen before, high-collared, severe, with a small silver thorn at the throat, sat down beside him without speaking and ate, for the first time in 2 weeks, a full plate of eggs. Hermione, beside Harry, observed this and tipped her head a fraction at Harry. The fraction, in Hermione language, meant, "Today is the day." Harry tipped his head a fraction back. After breakfast, Wednesday walked him out to the lawn. She did not speak. She did not need to. The line was in its quiet mode, and it was almost, that morning, a small private music. She led him along the lake to a place where a bare willow leaned over the water, a place he had been to perhaps twice in 5 years, and never with another person. She stopped beneath the willow. The frost on the grass had melted, here, in a small clean circle that exactly matched the perimeter of the tree's crown. She turned to face him. The morning sun was on her cheek. Her eyes were the same eyes they had always been and were not. "I have rehearsed this," she said. "I will speak quickly because I dislike speaking slowly. I love you, Harry James Potter. I have loved you since the day on the parapet when you said my name for the first time. I have loved you in increasing increments since. The increments accelerated when you let me put my hand on your face in the corridor outside Transfiguration. They accelerated again when you kissed me on Tuesday. The slope of the curve is not, at this point, recoverable. I am informing you so that you may calibrate your own expectations. I will not, after today, repeat the sentence frequently. I will, however, mean it on every day of my life thereafter, including any days that occur after my death. Are you satisfied?" Harry, who had been holding his breath without knowing it, breathed. "Yes," he said. "Good." She kissed him, briefly, deliberately, on the mouth, under the willow, with the lake silver behind her and the sun on the crown of her head, and then she stepped back, and she straightened her cloak, and she said, "Now we have lessons. Come." He came. The line, between them, hummed at a frequency it had not yet hummed at, and which Wednesday, in her black book that night, would not bother to name. Some modes, she had decided that morning, did not require taxonomy. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, The Order convenes. The owl that came on the morning of the 18th of October was not black. It was, in fact, an enormous grey screech owl with 3 tail feathers that had, evidently, been recently bitten off, and it crashed into the great hall during second helpings of porridge with the dignity of a sack of bricks dropped from a balcony. It skidded across the Hufflepuff table, knocked over a tureen of cream, and slid to a stop in front of Wednesday Addams, where it lay panting and looked, with one open eye, deeply offended. "Cleopold," Wednesday said, without inflection. "You are early." The owl, whose name was apparently Cleopold, hooted once weakly and rolled onto its side. Wednesday, with the small economy of a person who had been raised with this owl, opened the small black tube on his leg, removed the parchment, fed him a slice of bacon, and patted his head twice. "Go to the Ollery. Rest. Do not eat the school owls. They are common. Cleopold, ruffled, struggled upright and flapped haphazardly toward the rafters. Wednesday opened the parchment. She read it once. She read it twice. She folded it. She placed it in her pocket. She turned to Harry. "My parents," she said, "are coming to the school. Today. They will arrive by flu at 3 this afternoon. They have requested an audience with your headmaster. They have informed me, additionally, that they will be staying overnight. They are bringing my brother. Pugsley." "Yes. How old is he?" 12. "Is he is dangerous, yes. Less than I am, but more than is, by your school standards, polite. He has, additionally, been informed that he is to be on his best behavior. He will misinterpret this instruction. He will be on his best behavior by Addams standards. By Hogwarts standards he will, on average, attempt to set fire to 1 inanimate object and 1 animate object per hour. You're describing a problem to me. I am describing my brother to you. He is, separately, also a problem. I wish to give you advance warning. I would like, additionally, to introduce my parents to you tonight at dinner. You are not, of course, required. I would, however, like it. I'd like it too." "Good." Down the table, Hermione had been listening with the small bright attention of a person making notes for later. She did not say anything. Ron, beside Harry, made a small choking sound, recovered, and said, "Mate. Your in-laws are arriving. Apparently. Bloody hell. Your in-laws. Harry. Your in-laws." "Yes, Ron. I noticed." "Right. I'm going to be out. I'm going to be in the library. I might be in Hogsmeade. I might be in the Forbidden Forest. I might be in France." "You are not going to France, Ron." "I might." "Sit down." Ron sat down. He did not, for the rest of the meal, fully recover his composure. Up at the staff table, Dumbledore had read his own letter, a black envelope that had been delivered to him by a smaller, neater black owl 20 minutes before Cleopold's arrival, and was, when McGonagall glanced at him, in the act of folding it twice with more care than he usually used. Albus. Minerva. Please tell me that letter is a list of conditions for our continued cordial cooperation. Minerva, the letter is, very nearly, a list of conditions for our continued cordial cooperation. Mr. and Mrs. Addams will arrive at 3. They request an audience. The audience will, I gather, be brief. They will then dine with us. Their son will join them. They have asked, very politely, for a sleeping arrangement that does not include the standard guest quarters. What did you offer them? The headmaster's spare sitting room. They have accepted. With thanks. They have warned me, additionally, that the room will be redecorated by Mrs. Addams overnight. She has asked permission to leave the redecoration in place, as a gift, after their departure. I have agreed. Albus, you have agreed to let Morticia Addams redecorate a headmaster's office. A spare sitting room, Minerva. Not the office. Albus, you have agreed. I have. McGonagall took a long sip of her tea. I am going to retire, Albus. Not now. After this year. I am going to retire and move to a very small cottage in Argyle where nothing happens, and I am going to take with me a single book by a man named Wodehouse, and I am going to read it, the same book, every evening, for the rest of my life. You will not, Minerva. I will. You will not. You will be headmistress. Albus. Eventually. Not soon. But eventually. I am, I think, going to need to retire before you. The work of the next several years requires a steadier hand than mine. It requires, he added, very quietly, a hand that has not made the mistakes mine has. McGonagall set her teacup down. Albus. Drink your tea, Minerva. The Addamses will be here in 5 hours. She drank her tea. The Addamses arrived at 3 exactly. They did not arrive by flu, despite what Dumbledore had been told. The fireplace in his office, at 3 on the dot, did not flare. Instead, a draft passed through the room, a single cool draft, smelling of pine smoke and rosemary and something faintly metallic, and when the draft had passed, 3 people were standing in front of the desk. A tall man in a striped suit, with a small black mustache and a smile of the sort one rarely saw in good company. A taller woman in a long black dress, with hair the same color and length as Wednesday's but unbraided and falling to the floor like a slow black river. And a stocky, round-cheeked boy of about 12, in a small striped shirt, holding what appeared, on close inspection, to be a hand grenade. "Mr. and Mrs. Addams," Dumbledore said, rising. "Welcome to Hogwarts." "Pugsley," Morticia said, very gently. "Give the headmaster the grenade." Pugsley, with reluctance, stepped forward and placed the grenade on the corner of the desk. It was, on closer inspection, not a grenade. It was a small ornamental egg, lacquered black, with the pin replaced by a sprig of nightshade. "It is a gift," Morticia said, "from our cousin Itt, who could not attend. He sends his regards. The egg is purely decorative. It will hatch a small cricket on the new moon. The cricket will sing for 1 hour, in your bedroom, in a song of your cousin Itt's choosing, and then dissolve. Your cousin Itt remembers fondly your friendship in the 1930s. Dumbledore picked up the egg with the care due to a thing one did not yet fully understand and set it on the small shelf where he kept his more interesting gifts. "Please tell cousin Itt that I remember our friendship fondly as well. He will be pleased. Please. Sit." They sat. Gomez Addams, in the chair, crossed his ankles in a posture of perfect ease. Morticia did not lean back, she sat as Wednesday sat, exactly upright, ankles crossed, hands in her lap. Pugsley, on the small stool, kicked his feet. "Headmaster," Gomez said. He had a voice like dark wine. "We thank you for receiving us on short notice. We will not take long. We are here to perform 3 small functions. First, we wish to thank you, on the record, for your courtesy to our daughter. She has informed us that you have not interfered with her work. We are, as a family, not given to gratitude. We are given, however, to its expression where it is owed. You are owed. Mr. Addams. I have done little. Your daughter has not required interference. Nevertheless. We thank you. You are most welcome. Second, Morticia said, we wish to inform you that Wednesday's binding has, as you have observed, locked. The bond is, by our family's standards, a competent first effort. By any other family's standards, it would be considered work of the highest order. We are, as her parents, satisfied. I see. Third, Gomez said, we wish to make available to you, as headmaster, certain protections. Hogwarts is, at the moment, the host site of a magical structure that is older than its wards. The wards have, to their credit, accommodated. We do not believe the wards will, however, hold under the pressure they will be subjected to by the end of this calendar year. We have, accordingly, brought you supplementary protection. It is the 4th function of our visit. Pugsley. Pugsley reached into the small leather satchel at his feet and produced, Harry, watching later, would have said with awe and Hermione with mathematical curiosity, a series of small black stones, each about the size of a child's fist. Pugsley set them on the desk in a row. There were 9. These, Morticia said, are family stones. They have been quarried from a riverbed beneath our estate in Westchester. The river has not flowed for 104 years. The stones, when set in a perimeter around any structure, will reinforce its existing wards. They will not replace yours. They will not interfere with yours. They will simply hold up the part of the wall that begins, when it begins, to fall. They will hold for 48 hours. After that, they crumble. 12 more will be sent at the appropriate moment. We have a quarry of them. Dumbledore looked at the stones. He looked at the woman who had brought them. He inclined his head in a gesture that, if Wednesday had been there to see it, she would have recognized as the same gesture she had inclined to Sirius after the Order's vote. "Mrs. Addams," Dumbledore said. "I accept your gift. I am humbled, as it happens, by the trust it represents. I will see to it that they are placed correctly. The placement is in the letter." Pugsley. Pugsley produced a small piece of folded parchment and slid it across the desk. The placement, Harry would later see, was a precise diagram of 9 points around the castle perimeter, 3 of which were on the 7th floor, 2 in the dungeons, 3 on the grounds, and 1, interestingly, at the top of the astronomy tower. "Where my daughter," Morticia said, very gently, "has already inscribed a small mark of her own. The stone there will reinforce her mark." "I see. There is one further thing." "Of course." Morticia turned her head, with the slow grace of a long-necked bird, and looked at the door. "We would like, before dinner, to meet the boy." The door, on cue, opened. Harry came in. He had been standing in the corridor for 9 minutes, exactly as instructed by Wednesday. He had not knocked because Wednesday had told him he would not need to. The door would open when it was time. He stepped in. He looked at Morticia. He looked at Gomez. He looked, lastly, at Pugsley, who looked back at him with a frank, friendly, undisguised interest, as though Harry were a long-promised toy that had finally arrived. "Mr. Potter," Morticia said. "Mrs. Addams. Come closer." He came closer. Morticia did not rise. She extended one long white hand, palm up. Harry, after a half-second of consideration, set his right hand on hers. Her hand, he registered, was cooler than Wednesday's by a small but definite margin, and her fingers, when they closed lightly around his, were strong. She did not, as he had half expected, perform any spell. She simply held his hand for a count of 4. She closed her eyes for the first half of the count. She opened them again at the third. "He is," she said to her husband, "as you described. I have, my dove, an excellent eye. You have, mon cœur." She released Harry's hand. Harry, who had not realized he had stopped breathing, breathed. "Mr. Potter," Morticia said. "I have just done a small examination of the bond on your end. I will not perform one on my daughter, I trust her work. I wish to see whether the binding had taken cleanly on your side. It has. You are, I am pleased to say, a fully integrated practitioner of a rite that took my own husband 3 months of preparation to undergo, and you have had, what, 3 weeks. You are a natural. You also, additionally, love my daughter. I do not deny it. The bond carries it. I am a courteous woman, Mr. Potter. I will not embarrass you. I am simply observing the fact. You also will, in time, marry her. We are pleased. Welcome." She inclined her head to him. It was, Harry registered, with the same small detached interest with which Wednesday had registered her own first warm sensation in his presence, the same precise quarter-inch incline Wednesday had given Sirius after the Order vote. He inclined back. "Thank you, Mrs. Addams. Morticia, please. We are family now. Morticia. Better. Gomez, give the boy a drink." "Mon Dieu," Gomez Addams said, and produced from somewhere on his person a small flask of black liquor. He passed it to Harry, who, after a half-second of considering whether this was a test he could refuse, did not refuse. He uncapped the flask. He took a small sip. The liquor was hot and sweet and tasted like cinnamon and gunpowder. He did not cough. He set the flask down on the desk and tipped his head a quarter-inch. "Oh, Tish," Gomez Addams said softly. "He is one of us already. He is, my love. Pugsley, on his stool, said, "Can I have one too?" "You may not, Pugsley. I am 12. You may not. Is Wednesday going to give me lessons in the woods later? After dinner? Not before. You will not, before then, set fire to anything that is not on the predetermined list. There is a predetermined list. There is. Where is it? With your father." Gomez produced a second piece of parchment with the same flourish he had used for the flask and handed it to Pugsley. Pugsley read it, scowled, and put it in his pocket. "Fine," he said. He looked at Harry. "You're shorter than you looked in the scrying mirror," he said. "I wasn't being scryed by you." "You were." "What?" "Sometimes," Pugsley said, with the pure shameless honesty of a 12-year-old boy. Wednesday left it open. "I peeked." "You snore." Harry stared at him. "Pugsley," Wednesday said, very quietly, from the door. She had come in soundlessly, the way she did. "We will discuss this later." "Yes, Wednesday. We will," she said, "discuss it thoroughly." "Yes, Wednesday." Pugsley swallowed. The Addamses joined the school for dinner. They sat, by Dumbledore's invitation, at the staff table, between Dumbledore and McGonagall, and they were, Harry observed from the Gryffindor table, the most entertaining piece of theatre Hogwarts had hosted since Mad-Eye Moody had turned out to be Barty Crouch Jr. McGonagall, beside Morticia, did not speak for the first 5 minutes, and then engaged her, very quietly, in a discussion of Transfiguration, and discovered, by the soup course, that Morticia Addams had read McGonagall's only published paper and could quote the 3rd chapter from memory. McGonagall, who had been bracing for hostility, found herself, by the 3rd course, in the middle of the most interesting professional conversation she had had in 15 years. Snape, on Morticia's other side, did not speak much. He did not need to. Morticia, having finished with McGonagall, turned to him at dessert and said, "Severus." "Mrs. Addams." "Morticia. Morticia. You burned a letter, 2 nights ago." He did not flinch. "I did. It was the right letter." "Thank you. I do not give compliments lightly. You are now, by a process you did not choose, on a side. I would like, before I leave tomorrow, to give you a small gift. May I?" He looked at her for a long second. "You may." She lifted, from the small black bag at her feet, a single phial of clear liquid. It looked like water. It was, Snape recognized after a moment, not water. "This is," she said, very gently, "what is called, in our family, a binding tooth potion. It is a single-dose elixir. It will, upon being swallowed, embed in the back of the user's throat a small, painless, permanent, what shall we call it, anchor. The anchor cannot be detected by the standard methods. It will not, however, allow the swallower to be subjected to the killing curse. The curse will, instead, attempt to pass through the anchor and be redirected into a target of the swallower's choice at the moment of casting." Snape did not move. "That is," he said quietly, "an exceptionally rare piece of magic." "It is. We have been making them since 1714. We have, at any time, perhaps 30 in the family vault. I am giving you one because you are, at the moment, the most likely person at this school to be killed in the line of work. Do not tell my husband I gave it to you. He would think it rude. Drink it tonight." She slid the phial across the table. He picked it up. "Mrs. Addams, Morticia. Morticia. I do not know how to thank you." "You will not. You will simply use it." He nodded once. He put the phial in the inside pocket of his robes. Morticia, satisfied, turned to McGonagall and asked her about the Bourde paper on Transfiguration ethics that had just come out in Vienna. That night, the wards of Hogwarts received their 9 reinforcement stones. Dumbledore placed them himself, walking the perimeter with Morticia by his side, in silence, for 2 hours. He returned at midnight. He did not, that night, write any letters. In the small spare sitting room, which Morticia did, as she had warned, redecorate overnight, in a manner that left it permanently haunted by a faint scent of rosemary and a handful of small black candles that never, thereafter, blew out, the Addamses slept. Wednesday, that night, walked Pugsley through the forbidden forest. She showed him the stump. She showed him, also, the 2 new boundary stones she had placed in the trees during her own scouting in early October. She did not let him set fire to anything, because she had not, this trip, given him permission. He whined. She did not yield. They returned to the castle by 1 in the morning. Pugsley went, exhausted, to bed in the spare room with his parents. Wednesday went up to her 7th-floor room. Harry was waiting in the corridor. "You waited up," she said. "I waited up. It is very late." "It is. Pugsley likes you." "Pugsley terrifies me." "That is one of the ways he likes people. The other way is to set their hair on fire. He has decided not to do that to you. We will count the inheritance as established." He laughed. She did not. The corner of her mouth moved a true full inch, for the second time in their acquaintance, and she walked past him into her room without speaking, and McGonagall's wards did exactly what McGonagall had built them to do, which was to cordially suggest that he go to his own bed. He went. He slept. He did not, that night, dream of green light. He dreamed, faintly, of a small black egg on a headmaster's shelf, and of a striped suit, and of Morticia Addams's cool hand on his, and the thought, wordless, strange, that he had, for the first time in his life since he was 1 year old, been welcomed by a family. The next morning, the Addamses left at 10. They did not, again, take the flue. They walked, instead, out the front gates, in a small black procession, with Cleopold the Screech Owl restored to dignity and riding on Pugsley's shoulder. At the gates, they turned, all 3. Morticia raised one hand. Gomez raised one hand. Pugsley raised both hands, with the boy's cheerful disregard for Addams' dignity. They blurred, softly, the way fog blurs across a window, and they were gone, leaving only the faint scent of pine smoke and rosemary in the cold morning air. Dumbledore, at the gates, watched them go. He turned to Wednesday, who had walked them down with Harry. "Miss Addams." "Headmaster. Your mother is a remarkable woman." "She is. I will, I think, be writing her a letter. She will be pleased. I will write to her about, your father told me, yesterday, that there is a certain ring he has been searching for. He believes it is in Britain. He believes it has been, for some time, in the possession of a family by the name of Gaunt. He has informed me that, should I require assistance in locating it, the family is willing to offer that assistance." Wednesday tilted her head. "You are going Horcrux hunting, headmaster." "I am. Without our permission." "You misunderstand. With your permission. I would not, today, undertake such a task without your permission. The ring is one of the 7. There are 6 more. I had, before you arrived, intended to find them all myself, with Severus's help, and confront the Dark Lord at the conclusion. Your arrival has restructured the plan. I now intend to find them. To bring them to you. And to permit you and Mr. Potter to dispose of them in the manner you and your bond have devised. I am not, in this, your superior. I am your scout. The job, he added, with a small dry smile that Harry had not seen on his face in months, is one I have substantially more experience with. Wednesday tilted her head a second time. Acceptable. Thank you. Headmaster. Yes, Miss Addams. Do not, on your hunts, attempt to wear the ring. He paused. I beg your pardon. The ring, when you find it, will attempt to be worn. It is, as you suspect, a Horcrux. It is, additionally, a Horcrux that has been set in a setting cursed by the Dark Lord's grandfather. The curse is older than the Horcrux. It will, if worn, kill the wearer in approximately 13 months. It will accelerate, additionally, any pre-existing magical injury. You have, currently, a magical injury to your right hand which is not yet visible to the naked eye but which is detectable to me at 3 paces. I will not, this morning, ask its origin. I will only request that, when you find the ring, you do not put it on. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. He looked at his right hand. He flexed it, very slowly. How, he said, did you know? I am Addams. Yes. I will, when you find it, send you a letter. The letter will contain instructions for retrieval. The retrieval is a small ritual. It will not require you to wear the ring. It will require gloves. It will require, additionally, a phial of basilisk venom, which we have in our cellars, and which I will have my mother send when needed. Thank you, Miss Addams. You are welcome, Headmaster. Do not put on the ring. I will not put on the ring. Excellent. Good morning. Good morning, Miss Addams. She turned. Harry turned with her. They walked back up the long drive to the castle. Behind them, at the gates, Albus Dumbledore stood for a long while, looking at his own right hand. He did not, when he finally walked back, stop at the bench by the lake. He went directly to his office. He did, that morning, write a letter, to a man named Aberforth, his brother, whom he had not written in 9 years. The Order, of course, had not yet finished with Hogwarts. The Order had not finished, because Voldemort had not finished. 2 nights after the Addamses left, the wards of Hogwarts, the new wards, freshly reinforced with 9 Black River stones, registered an attempted incursion on the south perimeter, near the boathouse, by a body of approximately 12 Death Eaters and 1 severely disgruntled werewolf who was not Remus Lupin. The wards held. The wards held because the river stones held. They held, additionally, because the bond between Wednesday Addams and Harry Potter, currently in its new 4th mode, keeping, had, when the wards woke to alarm, woken with them, and had, between them, performed a thing that even Morticia Addams, watching from a black glass mirror in Westchester, had not been entirely certain her daughter and the Potter boy would manage. They had, simultaneously, in their respective rooms, sat up in bed. They had pressed their hands, simultaneously, to their respective sternums. They had, between them, sent an alert through the line, through the entire fabric of Hogwarts, since the wards had absorbed the line 3 days after the binding, and Hogwarts, on receiving the alert, had performed the second oldest function of any wizarding school, it had sounded the bell. Every adult in the castle was, within 40 seconds of the alert, awake and armed. The Death Eaters, on the south perimeter, met a force of approximately 22 adults, staff, plus a small flying squad of Order members who had been quartered, since the visit, in a small cottage on the grounds, and, in a battle that lasted 6 minutes and 12 seconds, were repelled. 9 were captured. 3 escaped. 1 died on his own accord by a curse that rebounded from a stone he did not see set in the south wall of the boathouse. Wednesday and Harry, in their respective rooms, did not need to leave their beds. The line, between them, hummed in a tone Wednesday had not yet named, and which Harry, after a few seconds, recognized. It was the sound of a bell rung by a hand he had not known he and his beloved were both holding. When the alarm receded, at 2:49 in the morning, Wednesday wrote in her black book, Night 9 after lock. Incursion test. Successful repulse. The line is now integrated into the castle wards. Hogwarts is, partially, ours. We are, partially, Hogwarts. She closed the book. She lay back. She pressed her hand to her sternum. Through the line, 2 floors away, she felt Harry doing the same. They held the line in keeping for the rest of the night. Hogwarts, around them, did not sleep. The wards walked the perimeter. The portraits walked the corridors. The ghosts sat, in conclave, in the library, with Sir Nicholas presiding, and they decided, in a vote of 17 to 2, to support the line. They did not inform the headmaster. They did not need to. The headmaster, in his office, asleep at his desk, was already on a side, and his side was the same as theirs. Far away, in his own dark study, Voldemort, who had ordered the incursion not for any tactical purpose but to test the perimeter, learned, through the survivors, that the perimeter was now stronger than it had been 3 weeks ago, and that the strength was new, and that the strength tasted, on the air, of a magic he had not encountered in 50 years. He hissed. He did not, this time, attribute the hiss to a draft. He understood, finally, that there was a girl in Hogwarts who was conducting a piece of magic against him. He did not yet know her name. He intended to. He sent for Bellatrix. Bellatrix, kneeling, was given an instruction. The instruction was, find out who the girl is. Do not engage her. Report. Bellatrix Lestrange, whose magical instincts were, despite her madness, exceptional, would discover the name of Friday Addams within 9 days, by means that would, at one point, involve a kidnapped clerk in the Department of Magical Records and, at another, the kidnapping of a small Ravenclaw fourth-year named Marietta Edgecombe, who would, after a Hermione Granger intervention 3 days later, be safely returned. Bellatrix would, throughout, not engage. She would only report. By the second week of November, Voldemort would know exactly whom he was up against. By the second week of November, Wednesday Addams would have known, for 9 days, that he knew. She would, in her black book, on the 8th of November, write, the game is formally joined. He now knows my name. I have, accordingly, 2 moves before he makes his. I will use both. She would close the book. She would go down to breakfast. She would, at the table, take Harry's hand, in front of the entire Great Hall, for the first time since their arrival. She would not let go. The hall would, in its small adjusting way, register the gesture and adjust again. Hogwarts, around them, would, for the first time in its 1,000-year history, learn the inside of a thing it had never been built to teach, a love, larger than its walls, conducting itself inside its walls anyway. But the night of Bellatrix's arrival at the school perimeter, and that was where the war, properly, began, was 8 days after the first incursion, and the wards rang differently for it. Bellatrix had been instructed to observe and not engage. She was, by her own lights, observing. The 5 Death Eaters with her were observing in a more enthusiastic fashion. They had brought, between them, a small catapult of dark glass orbs of the kind that, on impact, dispersed concentrated Dementor's breath in a radius of 50 feet, and they had, before Bellatrix could countermand, fired 3 of these against the south wall. The orbs broke. The breath spread. The wards, with their 9 river stones, absorbed 2 of the breaths. The third found a hairline gap that the wards had not, in 8 days, fully integrated, and it slid through and rolled, like a small black fog, up the lawn toward the boathouse. The fog reached, on the lawn, a small group of fourth-year Hufflepuffs who had broken curfew to look at the lake by moonlight. 3 of the 4 screamed. The 4th, Susan Bones, reached for her wand and did not lift it in time. The fog enveloped them. Inside the castle, on the 7th floor, Wednesday Addams sat up in bed and, in the same movement, was already half-dressed. The line in her chest was pulling, not in panic, but with a specific tactical urgency she had not yet felt. Harry, 2 floors below, was already up. She could feel him pulling on his boots. She could feel, more importantly, that he had registered the breach exactly as she had, south wall, Dementor's breath, for students, breach not yet sealed. The line, in this, was operating at a level she had only theoretically described in her black book, it was relaying tactical information by feel. Without words. Without telepathy. Through the simple channel of 2 trained instincts in 2 skulls braided into a single judgment. She did not bother with the corridor. She slammed her palm against the stone of the wall behind her bed, a small Addams family trick, and a square of stone the size of her body slid open onto a passage that had not existed an hour before. She stepped through. The passage closed behind her. She came out, 3 breaths later, on the lawn, 20 paces from where Susan Bones was sinking, grey, into the small black fog. Harry came out, 3 breaths later, from the boathouse stair. He had used the south stair from the kitchen, because the line had, 2 corridors ago, told him to. They reached the 4 Hufflepuffs from opposite sides at the same moment. Expecto Patronum, Harry said, low and clean, and the stag, he had been practicing in the room of requirement for 2 weeks, and the stag was not a wisp but a full-grown stag now, antlered and silver, exploded out of his wand, lowered its head, and charged the fog. The fog recoiled. Wednesday, on the other side, did not cast a Patronus. She had told Harry once, no use for the spell. She pulled, instead, from a small pouch at her hip, 3 pinches of black powder, and threw them in a triangle around the 4 Hufflepuffs. The powder, on hitting the grass, hissed, and a small clean ring of dim red light rose, knee-high, around the children. The fog could not enter the ring. Susan Bones, in the ring, gasped, and did not sink further. Color returned, slowly, to her face. Harry, Wednesday said, without raising her voice. 5 at the wall. 1 Commander. Bellatrix Lestrange. I see her. Take the 4. Take them clean. I will take Bellatrix. Wednesday, you are the better dueler of the rest. I am the better dueler of her. Trust the line. He did. He did not hesitate. He turned, and the cord between their chests blazed at the angle of the turn, and he ran toward the wall. The 4 Death Eaters, 3 masked, 1 without a mask, with the long greasy face of a man who had been a year above Sirius at school, fanned out at his approach. They had time, between them, to throw 2 curses before the line in his chest told him, in the wordless tactical relay, exactly which curse came from which wand. He dropped flat. The curses passed over his head. He came up off the grass with his wand already drawn and 3 stunning spells on his lips in a combination Sirius had drilled him on for an entire August. The first stunner took the unmasked Death Eater in the chest. He went down without a sound. The second stunner clipped the second Death Eater on the wand arm. The Death Eater dropped his wand. He stooped to grab it. He never reached it. Harry's third spell, Expelliarmus, with a flick, flung the wand into the lake. The remaining 2 Death Eaters had begun to chant. They were attempting, between them, a coordinated dark spell. Harry recognized the syllables. Sirius had drilled him on those, too. He did not try to interrupt the chant. He did not, in fact, need to. The line in his chest pulsed once, hard, and Harry, without thinking, in a movement that was not his and had not been his and was, at the same time, entirely his, lifted his left hand and traced, in the air, a small symbol he had not, until this moment, known he knew. The symbol, drawn in the air, stayed for half a second. The chant, passing through it, bent. The 2 Death Eaters, casting, found their spell turning, mid-arc, and going back into themselves. They went down at the same time, shrieking, in the grass. Harry stared at his own left hand for half a second. He had not drawn that symbol. Or rather, he had drawn it, but the shape had not been in his head until his hand had drawn it. The shape had come, he realized as he stood there, through the line. From Wednesday's training. From a piece of Addams' family magic he had not been taught and had, nevertheless, just performed. Across the lawn, 20 paces from him, Wednesday and Bellatrix were, there was no other word, dancing. Bellatrix had been the deadliest dueler at Voldemort's command for a decade. Bellatrix was, even now, mid-laugh, throwing killing curses with the easy underhand of a woman skipping stones. Bellatrix did not, when she dueled, bother with shield charms. She had, in her opinion, the best offense in the British Isles, and offense, in her opinion, won every duel. Bellatrix had not, before tonight, met Wednesday Addams. Wednesday did not raise a shield either. She did not need to. She moved, and the green of the killing curses passed her, twice, 3 times, by margins of inches she had calculated, in her head, before each cast. She moved as though she had read Bellatrix's spellbook the day before. She had, in fact, in a manner of speaking, the line in her chest, on the alert mode, had been parsing Bellatrix's body language since the first cast and feeding the parse to her muscles. Bellatrix laughed. Bellatrix had not, in years, encountered a target who would not flinch. Wednesday did not flinch. Wednesday closed. She closed in 3 steps, the way Andromeda Tonks had taught Harry to close on the line of an opponent's wand. Bellatrix, on Wednesday's 3rd step, registered that she was in trouble, and she shifted, her wand hand pulled back to recast, her free hand came up to throw a small dagger she kept at her hip, and the dagger was in flight, and the wand was coming up, and Wednesday, between the dagger and the wand, did 3 things in the same half-second. She caught the dagger out of the air with her left hand. She turned the dagger, in the same motion, and threw it back. She drew, with her right hand, on the air in front of her, the same symbol Harry had drawn. The dagger took Bellatrix in the right shoulder. The cast went wide. The symbol, glowing, caught Bellatrix's next intended curse, already half-formed in her open mouth, and bent it sideways into the boathouse wall, where it scorched the stone but did nothing else. Bellatrix, for the first time in 15 years, was disarmed. She stood, gasping, with a dagger in her shoulder and her wand on the grass 3 paces from her boot. Wednesday took 2 steps forward. She did not bother to pick up Bellatrix's wand. She did not, in fact, draw her own. Bellatrix Lestrange, Wednesday said, low and even. I am Wednesday Friday Addams. I would like you to take a message back to your master. I will not, you will. You will because you are not yet ready to die in a yard in Scotland in a winter coat, and because I have not yet decided whether to permit you to. The decision is mine. The reasoning is simple. If I kill you tonight, your master will send better next time. If I send you back wounded with my message, your master will spend 3 months attempting to interpret me. I prefer the 3 months. Take the message. Bellatrix's face, what could be seen of it, around the rictus of pain, was a thing Harry had never expected to see on Bellatrix Lestrange. It was the face of a woman who had, finally, met a colder person than herself. What message? She rasped. The message is 2 sentences. Wednesday tipped her head a precise 1/4 inch. Sentence 1. The boy belongs to me now. Sentence 2. The fragment will be removed from him at a date and place of my choosing, and after that, your master will have no further claim on his life, his body, his future, or his line. Do you understand the message? Yes. Repeat it. The boy belongs to you. The fragment will be removed. After, there will be no further claim. Excellent. You may keep the dagger. Consider it a souvenir. She turned. She did not look back. She walked, calmly, across the lawn to where Harry was standing among the 4 Hufflepuffs, who were, with Susan Bones at the front, slowly recovering color. She did not speak to him until they had reached him. Bellatrix, behind her, vanished, apparat, badly, through pain, and the small cracked echo of her departure was the last sound on the lawn. The wards, with the breach sealed by the river stones a moment later, settled. Wednesday looked at Harry. Harry looked at Wednesday. You drew the symbol, she said quietly. I drew the symbol. You should not have known the symbol. I didn't, before. The line is teaching you. It is. That is, interesting. Wednesday. Yes. You let her live. I did. I told her why. You also gave her the message. I did. I have gone on the offensive. I have decided, as of tonight, that I no longer wish to wait for him to attack the school. I would prefer, instead, to make him doubt himself for 3 months before he does so, and to act, in those 3 months, against him directly. I have a plan. You always have a plan. This one is bigger. She tipped her head. He kissed her, briefly, on the temple, the second kiss they had shared since the lake, and they led the 4 Hufflepuffs back up the lawn to the castle. Susan Bones, who had not spoken since the fog lifted, said quietly, between them, was that the Lestrange woman? Yes, Wednesday said. Did you kill her? I did not. Why not? Because she is, currently, more useful alive than dead. I will adjust the calculation if she gives me reason to. Susan stared at her. You're terrifying, Susan said. I have been informed. That night, after Madame Pomfrey had been roused and the Hufflepuffs had been seen to and McGonagall had, twice, swept the south lawn for residue, and after Snape had, quietly, with the steady grace of a man who had finally chosen which of his constituencies to serve, collected the unconscious Death Eaters and locked them, 2 to a cell, in the small unused cellar beneath the potions classroom, Wednesday went up with Harry to the 7th floor and, for the first time, did not stop at the door of her room. She did not enter his room either. She stopped, instead, at the small window at the end of the corridor where, on her first night at the school, she had written the silent H in the fog of her own breath. The H was still there, faint silver on the inside of the glass. She put her thumb against it. She turned to Harry. I am going, she said, to be honest with you about something. Yes. I was, until tonight, willing to lose this war. If we lost, the bond between us would have endured. I had calculated that. I had been content with it. Tonight, when the fog reached the 4 children, I felt, in myself, a thing I had not previously felt. I felt the desire to win. Not to survive. To win. To end this war on the side of the people we have, between us, decided to defend. I will, accordingly, be more aggressive in the next 3 months than I have so far been. You should know. All right. Are you afraid? No. You should not be. You are, in fact, the most dangerous practitioner under 20 in this country. You have not yet fully realized this. I will, between now and Christmas, make sure that you do. Good night, Harry. Good night, Wednesday. She kissed him, briefly, deliberately, at the window, and went to her room. He went to his. The line, in keeping mode, settled. Outside, in the lakelit dark, the wards of Hogwarts walked their slow patrol, and the river stones at their 9 points hummed at the same low tone as the bond, and the school slept, for the first time in 2 months, the deep and steady sleep of a building that had remembered, finally, what it was for. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6, The Hunger of 2 Souls. The first frost of November came at the same moment as the first Horcrux. Dumbledore, 3 weeks after Wednesday's instruction, returned to Hogwarts at 4 in the morning of the 3rd of November. He came directly to his office. He did not stop at the staff quarters. He did not, this time, have his right hand. He had, on it, a heavy black glove, and through the leather of the glove, a thin black line ran across his palm and up the back of his wrist and disappeared into the cuff of his sleeve. He did not summon Wednesday and Harry. He did not need to. The wards woke them. By 4:25, they were both in his office. On the desk was a small black wooden box. Inside the box, on a square of black velvet, was a heavy gold ring set with a black stone. The stone, on close inspection, had, fine, etched, almost invisible, a triangle, a circle, and a vertical line in its surface. The ring, Dumbledore said. You did not put it on, Wednesday said. I did not put it on. You almost did. I almost did. I had, a moment of weakness. The ring is, it speaks. I had not been warned that it speaks. It speaks to its wearer's regrets. I should have warned you. I will, in future, warn for that. Sit down, headmaster. Show me your hand. Dumbledore sat. He removed his glove. The black line on his palm was, in person, more vivid than it had been a moment ago through the leather. It pulsed, faintly, in time with, Harry, watching, realized, the stone in the ring. Wednesday looked at it for a long count of 3. You have, she said, approximately 90 seconds of safety remaining before the line begins, irreversibly, to spread up your arm. After that, the curse will require, to be stopped, removal of the arm. Mr. Potter. Yes. On my mark, you will hand me the basilisk fong from the satchel at my feet. You will not speak. You will not, when I take the fong, ask if I am sure. All right. Mark. He handed her the fong. She did not, as Harry had braced for, turn the fong on Dumbledore's palm. She turned it on the ring. She drove the fong, in a single perfect downstroke, through the black stone. The ring, on the velvet, did not break. The stone, however, bled. It bled black smoke. The smoke rose, unspooled itself in the air above the desk, and resolved into a face, pale, snake-nostriled, eyeless except for 2 thin red slits. The face hissed. You, the face began. Begone, Wednesday said. The face did not have time to finish. The smoke pulled together, contracted into a small dense ball, and dissolved. The black line on Dumbledore's palm faded with it. In 90 seconds, by Wednesday's clock, the line had disappeared. The flesh of the palm, where it had been, was a dim gray for a moment, and then, slowly, pinked back to its natural color. Dumbledore exhaled. It was a long exhale. Miss Addams, headmaster, do not yet thank me. There is still business. You still have, on your hand, the residue of the curse's first contact. It will not kill you. It will, however, make you unable to wear a wedding ring on that finger ever again. I am sorry. I know you have, in fact, no immediate plans to wear one. You may, additionally, never play a string instrument again with that hand. I know that you have, in your youth, played the harp. You will not regain the dexterity for it. These are the costs of having been almost worn. They are, all things considered, modest. They are, all things considered, modest. Yes. He looked at his hand. He flexed it, slowly. He did not appear to feel any pain. Miss Addams. I am, in your debt. Permanently. I will not, in this office, attempt to pay it. I will simply note that I owe it. Note it. Move on. The Horcrux has been excised from the ring. The piece of the soul has been destroyed. We have one. There are, by my count, 6 remaining. I have, in the last 3 weeks, been preparing the methods for the next 4. The 5th will be, challenging. The 7th will be, I will explain in due course. Tonight is not the night. Miss Addams. Yes. What is in the 7th? She paused. She tipped her head a 1/4 inch. Headmaster, she said gently. The 7th is in Mr. Potter's scar. I will remove it, when the time comes, in a manner I have already designed. I will not, today, explain the design. I do not wish, today, to upset Mr. Potter. Wednesday, Harry said. Yes. I want to know. She looked at him. She was, he noticed, calculating something. She did, after a moment, decide. Tonight, she said. After we leave the headmaster. I will tell you tonight. He nodded. Dumbledore, on his side of the desk, did not press. He recognized the shape of a private conversation he had not been invited to and stayed out of it. There is, he said, instead, a second matter. Yes. The next Horcrux. I believe I have located it. It is in a cave on the south coast. It is, by the magical signature, well defended. It will require, at minimum, a full team. I am not, this time, going alone. You are not going at all. I beg your pardon. You are not going at all. You will, with respect, sit out the next 4. You have, on your right hand, a curse that has not, in the way you believe, been fully removed. The curse has been arrested. It has not been undone. If you go on another retrieval, the curse will, at the first contact with another Horcrux, reactivate. I will not be near you to stop it. I will, accordingly, send a different team. Miss Addams, the team will consist of, Mr. Black, Mr. Lupin, Miss Tonks, Mr. Shacklebolt, Mr. Moody, Mr. Potter, myself. We will go in 2 pairs and a triad. The triad will perform the ritual at the heart of the cave. The pairs will hold the perimeter. The work will be conducted on the next full moon, when Mr. Lupin will be, by my mother's potion, which has been sent, supplementary, in stable form. We will return by dawn. You will, in our absence, hold the school. Do you accept the assignment? I accept the assignment. Excellent. Dumbledore folded his hands. He did not, this time, smile. The set of his mouth was the set of a man who had been, at last, unburdened of a thing he had been carrying alone since 1945. Miss Addams, he said, finally. I must say. I find I am, in the late season of my life, surprisingly grateful for your interruption. You are welcome, headmaster. I am afraid I will not, in the time remaining to me, be able to repay it. You will not. That is acceptable. Good night. Good night, Miss Addams. Mr. Potter. Good night, sir. They left the office. The gargoyle closed behind them. They walked down the corridor in silence until they reached the alcove halfway to the 7th floor, the same alcove where, 3 weeks earlier, Wednesday had spoken with Draco Malfoy. She stopped there. Sit, she said. On the bench. Harry sat. The bench was cold. The corridor was empty. The line, in his chest, was in alert mode, not because of any current threat, but because Wednesday's own pulse had sped up, and the line was matching her. Listen to me carefully, she said. I will say this once. The 7th Horcrux is in your scar. To remove it, I must do a thing that I have not, until this evening, been willing to tell you in advance. I had intended to tell you on the night I performed it. I have changed my mind. I would prefer, for our future, that we do not have that kind of thing between us. So I will tell you now, and you will, between now and the night, have time to consider it. All right. To remove the fragment, I will need to bring you to the threshold of death and pull you back. The ritual is called, in our family, the crossing. Most rituals like it are performed on dying patients to extract a possessing spirit. The patient is, briefly, made to die. The spirit, having no host, leaves. The patient is then revived. The catch, and this is why I have been reluctant to tell you, is that the bond between us, the thing we made in the chamber, is what will pull you back. When you cross the threshold, it will be the only line tethering you to this side of life. I will be on the other end of the line. I will pull. Hard. I have practiced. I have practiced so much that the practice is, by now, automatic. My mother and Pugsley have, in the last 3 weeks, simulated it on me a dozen times. I have, between us, killed and revived 2 of our family ghouls. The procedure is sound. The line is sound. The pull is sound. The risk to you is, small. The risk to me, and this is the reason I had not told you, is that, if you do not come back when I pull, I will, at the moment of failure, follow. Harry did not, at first, speak. If I do not pull, you will not come back. If I pull and you do not return, I will go after you. The line works in both directions. I will not be able to live, if you do not. I will not, additionally, want to. The ritual has been described, in our texts, as a courtship in reverse, a man going down into the underworld for his bride. Mine reverses it again. A woman going down for her boy. The texts use the older word for it, which I do not, today, wish to translate. I am telling you because you should know that, in the worst case, you will not be alone in the dying. You will be, when you wake on the other side, accompanied. And I will be, in the worst case, accompanying. He looked at her. Wednesday. Yes. Don't follow. I will. Don't. Harry. The line was made to make following inevitable. If you die, I die. If I die, you die. We have, between us, no choice in this. The reason I have been so meticulous about the ritual is that I do not, in fact, intend any of us to die. The plan, on paper, is clean. I trust it. I am telling you the worst case so that you know what is on the other end of the line you will be holding. He was quiet for a long moment. The line, in his chest, in the cold alcove, was warm. Wednesday. Yes. Marry me. She did not answer immediately. The line, in her chest, registered the sentence as he spoke it, and the line, at the moment of registering, performed a thing it had not performed before. It deepened. It went, in his perception, from a cord to something heavier, an arm, a shoulder, a leaning. He felt, on his end, that she had, without moving her body, leaned, internally, into the question. Yes, she said, at last, very quietly. Now. Pardon. Now. Tonight. We don't need a priest. The line is enough. Marry me tonight, and the ritual on Christmas, when we cross, won't be a cross between two strangers. It'll be a cross between two halves of one. Marry me tonight, Wednesday, and if we have to follow, we follow as one thing. She thought about it. She did not rush. She thought about it in the cold corridor with her hands folded at her waist and her eyes, for a few seconds, on the stone of the wall opposite. Yes, she said. Tonight. We do not need a priest. We do not need an officiant. We will need, however, a witness. We will need two. Hermione. Sirius. Wake them. He did. The marriage took place at 5:30 in the morning, in the empty astronomy tower, before sunrise, in a private rite Wednesday composed on the way up the stairs. It was a small rite. It involved the silver pin Wednesday had brought to the parapet on the first night, 3 drops of blood, a sprig of mistletoe, and the line. Hermione, sleep-rumpled, wept twice and stopped both times, and did not say anything. Sirius, who had been roused from his cottage by Flo, stood at parade rest in the entrance to the parapet and watched the ritual with the small straight back of a man witnessing his godson's wedding before the dawn of a Tuesday in November and not, at any point, regretting it. There were no rings. The Addams family did not give rings at marriage, they exchanged, instead, a small pewter token engraved with the family seal of each. Wednesday produced one from her pocket. She had, evidently, been carrying it. Harry, who had not, took, instead, the small silver pin she had brought to the parapet on the first night, which she now slid out of her sleeve and pressed into his palm, and which he, after a half-second, slid into the inside of his collar and pinned to the back of his shirt, where it would, thereafter, ride against his sternum, behind the line. They said the words she had composed. They said them, both of them, without shaking. They said, at the end, by the line, by the bond, by the witness of friend and family, let it be. Let it be, Sirius said. Let it be, Hermione said. The line, in their chests, registered the marriage as it had registered the binding, by deepening, by braiding, by going from a thing to a thing of things. The sun, exactly on cue, broke the horizon over the forbidden forest. The first light, in November, came across the parapet and lit the sides of their faces. They did not kiss in the right. Wednesday had not built a kiss into it. They did, however, after the right, briefly, at Sirius's nod, and Sirius turned, without comment, to give them the moment, and Hermione turned with him, and the two friends stood at the head of the stairs with their backs to the parapet and their faces to the cold while the boy and the girl on the parapet, behind them, took half a minute to be married for real. When they came down, the four of them, Sirius walked Hermione back to Gryffindor Tower without speaking, and at the portrait, before she went in, he hugged her once, quickly, paternally, the only hug he had ever given a girl who was not his cousin, and said, "You did all right by him, Hermione. I'm not the one who did it. You're the one who let him." She wept, this time, for half a second, and stopped, and went in. Sirius walked, with his hands in his pockets, back down to the floor. Harry and Wednesday, on the 7th floor, parted at her door without entering it. McGonagall's ward still applied. Wednesday tipped her head a quarter-inch in something that resembled a bow. Harry tipped his head back. They went, separately, to bed for 2 hours. The line, in its keeping mode, by then had a name for itself in both their internal vocabularies. Wednesday had written it in her black book the night before, keeping is now something else. The old word is no longer accurate. The new word is home. She closed the book. She slept. 2 days later, the team, by Wednesday's organization, went south. They went on the night of the full moon, with Remus at parade strength on Morticia's potion, and the cave on the south coast did not survive their visit. The locket, for the second Horcrux was a locket, which Wednesday and the entire order had been suspecting, on the basis of some old correspondence Sirius had remembered from his mother's drawer, was retrieved at 3 in the morning, on a small black boat over a lake of black water, in a cave that smelled of old salt, and it was destroyed at 3:15 by Wednesday's basilisk fong. And the team came back to Hogwarts at dawn with 2 Horcruxes destroyed and no casualties. The cave attempted, twice, to drown them. They survived. Tonks, nearly, was drowned by an Inferius that had, in the cave, been waiting for 16 years and was, by the night of the full moon, hungry. The Inferius did not survive. Wednesday had brought a small black bottle of family fire, a dense oily liquid that, upon contact with cold flesh, ignited at a temperature even Inferi could not endure, and she emptied the bottle into the lake at the moment of attack, and the cave's surface burned for 2 minutes, and Tonks, white and wet, came back into the boat with her hair, on its own, finally turning pink again. She laughed, in the boat, weakly. "Wednesday Addams," she said, "if I survive this war, I am going to send you a card every Christmas for the rest of my life. That is acceptable. And I am going to name my first daughter after you. Do not do that. Not because I object. Because it will confuse her. Fine. I'll name her after Andromeda. But I'll tell her, at her 10th birthday, who saved my life in a cave. That is acceptable." The team did not sleep on the way back. They did not need to. The line, between Wednesday and Harry, had performed, during the destruction of the locket, a thing Wednesday had not entirely planned for. It had, during the moment of destruction, briefly, opened. Harry and Wednesday had, for half a second, shared not only presence but specific content. They had each, in that half-second, held the entirety of the other's mind. He had felt, for the first time, the inside of her plans, in their full architectural detail. She had felt, for the first time, the full weight of what he had been carrying since Cedric. The half-second, by the time the locket was destroyed, was over. But the half-second had left, in each of them, a permanent additional layer of the other. Wednesday, in the boat, on the way back, recorded it in her black book in 2 lines, "The bond has deepened again. Involuntarily. We will calibrate it tonight." In the cottage at the edge of Hogwarts, a small temporary command post Sirius had set up on McGonagall's order, they calibrated. They sat across from each other at the small round table. They put their hands flat. They pressed, gently, against each other's hands. They breathed at the same rate. They tested, between them, the channel. Words did not pass through it. Images did not pass through it. What passed through it, and Wednesday, after a quarter hour, named the new mode, was meaning. They could send each other, now, on demand, single concepts, faster than language could carry them. Useful, she said, at the end of the test. Very. In a fight. In a fight. In a fight, you will follow me. I will follow you. We will not need to speak. We have not, until tonight, fully sparred. We will spar in the morning. I would like, before Christmas, to be able to fight as a single body in two places. All right. She looked at him. Husband, she said, with the small dry inflection she had developed for the private exchange of inappropriate affection. Wife, he said back, with the same inflection. She did not, this time, smile. Her mouth, however, moved a true full inch on each side at once, which, Harry was beginning to understand, was the closest thing she possessed to a real smile, and it was not lightly given, and he had, tonight, earned it twice. The third Horcrux took them, by Wednesday's planning, to a small house in the country. The Horcrux was a diadem, and it was, when they retrieved it, in the possession of an old elf who had been, before Voldemort had concealed it on him, the elf of a man who had once been Tom Riddle's classmate. The elf surrendered the diadem without a fight, in exchange for a single warm meal and the small unique honor of being addressed, by Wednesday Addams, as Mr. Beck. Mr. Beck, the elf, after the meal, fell asleep in front of a fire and, in his sleep, smiled. The diadem was destroyed at 6 in the morning, with the basilisk Fong, on the kitchen table. 3 of 7. The fourth, the cup of Hufflepuff, which Wednesday had, by Sirius's intelligence, located in the Lestrange vault, required a goblin negotiation that Sirius, in his capacity as a member of the most ancient and noble House of Black, conducted in person at Gringotts the third week of November. The negotiation took 2 hours. Sirius, who had not been in Gringotts in 17 years, charmed the senior goblin on duty into an open-mouthed laugh, and walked out with a writ permitting him, in his capacity as Lord Black, to access the Lestrange vault for the purposes of retrieving an object placed therein under false pretenses by a third party not of the Lestrange line. The retrieval took place, with Wednesday and Harry in attendance, at 3 on a Thursday afternoon. The cup was, on that night, destroyed in the Slytherin common room, by Wednesday's specific request, a piece of theatre she had judged appropriate. The Slytherin common room, at the moment of destruction, registered no opinion. The Slytherins, who were, by mid-November, mostly sympathetic, Draco Malfoy, in his small private way, having begun to lobby internally on Wednesday's behalf, watched the destruction with the small still attention of a class whose loyalties, by all evidence, were realigning faster than even their parents would, by spring, be able to manage. 4 of 7. The fifth was, as Wednesday had warned, challenging. It was the snake, Nagini, kept by Voldemort at his side at all times and not, accordingly, retrievable by retrieval. It would, Wednesday told Harry, be left for last among the external pieces. They would deal with it during the final confrontation, in the manner of a soldier who saves the most fortified target for the final assault. The sixth, the diary, had, Dumbledore reminded them, late one evening, been destroyed by Harry himself in the Chamber of Secrets in his second year. 5 of the 7 were thereby accounted for. The remaining were the snake and the fragment in Harry's scar. The crossing, the ritual to remove the 7th, was scheduled for the night of December 21st. The night was the longest night of the year. The night was also, by another calendar, the night before Harry Potter's birth month. Wednesday had chosen the date with care. Between mid-November and the third week of December, the school did, on the surface, normal school things. There were, of all things, Quidditch matches. Harry, who had not played all season, returned to the Gryffindor team for the Hufflepuff match in early December and caught the snitch in 11 minutes flat. Hermione, in the stands, screamed. Wednesday, in the stands, did not scream. She did, however, raise one hand, deliberately, to the level of her own face, and she clapped, 2 slow precise claps, and Harry, on his broom, registered the gesture as the most intimate thing she had ever done in public. He landed. He was carried on the shoulders of his team to the locker room. He was, for 10 minutes, 15 years old. He came out of the locker room and Wednesday was waiting, alone, at the corridor, and she said, without preamble, "You play well." "Thanks. I will, in our future, watch you play many times." "Promise." "I promise." She did, that night, after dinner, kiss him in front of the entrance to the great hall, in front of perhaps half the school. The half of the school that watched it had, by mid-December, become accustomed to the kinds of things they saw between the two of them, and the kiss, while widely noted, was not gossiped about with any great enthusiasm. The school had, in the careful way of large institutions, decided, at some point in November, to pretend that the two of them were a married couple of approximately 24 years standing rather than, technically, 15. The pretense had been useful for maintaining the ordinary functioning of the school day, and the pretense had become, over time, something that resembled the truth. The night before the crossing, Harry and Wednesday went to Godric's Hollow. They went by a portkey Sirius had provided. They went without escort, because the line, by that point, did not require one. They went at 6 in the evening, when the village was lit by lamps and the snow on the cottages was the soft snow of an English December. They walked to the cottage. The cottage was, as Harry had been told it would be, half ruined, half preserved, with the upstairs room where his mother had died left, by some agreement between local magical authorities, exactly as it had been in 1981. They did not go upstairs. Harry did not, that night, want to. They went, instead, to the churchyard. His mother's grave, with his father's, was at the back, beneath a yew tree. The snow on the stone was clean. Wednesday set, on the grave, a small black candle, which she lit with her thumbnail, and a small sprig of mistletoe with white berries, and a single black ribbon. Harry recognized it, after a moment, as the first ribbon she had ever worn in her braid. She knelt, briefly, in the snow. She put her hand on the stone. "Lily Potter," she said, very quietly. "I am Wednesday Addams. We have spoken before. Tonight I have brought your son. He has, today, come of age in our family. He is, today, my husband. I have come to ask your permission to perform, tomorrow night, the crossing on him. I would not, ordinarily, ask. I am asking because I respect you, and because the thing I am about to remove was placed in your son by the same wizard who killed you, and because you are, in this matter, owed the courtesy of a request." The wind, in the churchyard, did not stir. But the candle on the grave, which Wednesday had lit, flickered once, and resolved into a small steady flame that did not, that night, go out, and that would, later, when they returned, still be burning. Wednesday inclined her head. "Thank you, Lily." She rose. She turned to Harry, who had, for the entire exchange, been standing 6 paces back with his hands in his pockets and his eyes on his mother's name. "Your turn," she said. He came up. He knelt. He put his hand on the stone, beside hers. "Mum," he said. He did not, for a long moment, speak further. Then he said, very quietly, "I love you. I'm sorry I haven't been here. I miss you. I'm getting married, Mum. Tonight, you've heard her. Tomorrow, we're going to do something. It's going to work. She's the best person I have ever met. I think you'd have liked her. I think, also, that you have already met her once. I think, also, that you said yes. Thanks for that. I have to go now. I'll come back. I'll bring her with me when I do." The candle, on the stone, burned a hand's breadth higher for half a second, and went back to its steady flame. He kissed his fingers. He set them, briefly, on the carved L of his mother's name. He stood up. They walked, hand in hand, back through the village to the portkey. When they activated the portkey, they were holding, between them, a small piece of mistletoe Wednesday had brought from the churchyard, and the line, in their respective chests, was humming at a frequency that even Harry could now name. It was the frequency of home. In Hogwarts, when they arrived, Sirius was waiting for them in the front hall. He looked at his godson. He looked at the small dark girl beside him. He did not speak. He hugged them. Both of them. Together. At the same time. The hug was, for Sirius, who did not, by family habit, hug long. When he released them, he said, "Tomorrow night." "Tomorrow night," Wednesday said. "I will be in the chamber," Sirius said. "I will not interfere. I will be there as a witness. As Harry's family. He will not, in this, be alone with you. Not because I do not trust you. Because I trust him to want a witness from the line he was born in." Wednesday tipped her head. "That is acceptable. Hermione will be there, too." "Acceptable." "And Snape." "Especially acceptable." "Snape requested it. Said the boy is going to need someone in the room who has practiced bringing a person back from the edge before. He has. He has." "Acceptable. All right then." He clapped Harry on the shoulder. He went up to McGonagall's office to make the arrangements. The line, in Harry's chest, hummed. "Tomorrow." That night, Snape came to Wednesday's room. He did not announce himself. He did not knock. He stood at her door and waited, in the careful posture of a man who had learned, over a long career, to be exactly polite enough not to be punished for impertinence. Wednesday opened the door before he had to ask. She had felt him approach through the line, through the school's wards, which had, by mid-December, formally adopted her as a node, and she stepped aside without speaking. He came in. He set, on her desk, 3 small files and a piece of folded parchment. "For tomorrow night," he said. "I have prepared, between yesterday and today, the supplementary potions. The first file is a respiratory stimulant, you will give it to him at the moment of his crossing back. The second is a blood restorer, it is, in your tradition, called by another name, but the chemistry is the same. I have brewed it to the upper limit of its potency. The third is, on your mother's instruction, a draught of clear thinking. She owed me. I obliged. You will give that to him on waking. The parchment is the order of administration. I have, additionally, written down 2 things I would like to read aloud at the ritual. They are not incantations. They are a set of words I should have said to him 14 years ago. I have not. Tomorrow night, I will." Wednesday did not, for a long moment, speak. She tipped her head a precise 1/4 inch. "Severus," she said. "Miss Addams." "Wednesday." "Wednesday. Thank you. You are welcome. Will you tell him before, or during?" "During. He will, at the moment, be technically unconscious. He will hear them anyway. The bond will carry them. I have read your texts. I know how the channel works during the crossing. I would prefer that, when he hears them, he is not yet able to reply. I have been, in this, a coward for 14 years. I would like, tonight, to say my piece without his correction. Acceptable. He will, however, when he wakes, want to reply. He may. And when he does, I will accept it. Whatever it is. All right then." Snape inclined his head, a precise 1/2 inch, a fraction of a fraction more than the diplomatic bow he had previously used in this castle on any other person, and left. The door closed behind him. Wednesday stood, for a long moment, looking at the 3 files and the parchment. Then she went to her desk, opened her black book, and wrote, in her own hand, "Night before crossing. Snape has prepared the potions. He has written a speech. He will deliver it during the ritual. I have, accordingly, revised my own plan by 1 minute. Harry will hear it. He will, on waking, not be the same boy he was before the crossing. This is not a problem. I have, additionally, not been the same girl for 3 months. We will meet, on the other side, as the people we will become. Acceptable. She closed the book. She did not, that night, sleep until very late. When she finally did, the line, in home mode, held her, 2 floors away, in the steady wordless companionship of a boy on the edge of his own death, and she, for the first time in a long time, perhaps in her life, was, in her sleep, not alone. Christmas Eve at Hogwarts, the year of the binding, was a quiet day. The school had emptied for the holidays, most students gone home, only a small number remaining in the dormitories, by parents' choice or, in 2 cases, by the stark fact of having no homes to return to. Hermione had stayed. Ron had stayed at first and then, on Wednesday's instruction, gone to the Burrow for the week, on the grounds that, she said, your mother has not seen your face in months and is going to need you, in the coming year, in a way none of us can predict. Rest with her now, while you can. Ron had argued for half an hour and gone. Sirius had stayed. Remus had stayed. Tonks had stayed. The 3 of them had taken a small set of rooms in the same cottage on the grounds, and they had, over the last week, become, by quiet collective decision, a kind of additional second family for both Wednesday and Harry. Snape had, during the same week, become, in the small private way that was the only way Severus Snape became anything, a professor again. He had, since the night of the locket, begun to teach, in the evenings, in his classroom, after dinner, Wednesday and Harry a series of advanced potion craft lessons that were, in Hermione's estimation when she got wind of them, 10 years above the official syllabus and which Wednesday and Harry, between them, in the hyperstate the bond now permitted, finished in 2 weeks. They learned, between them, 3 new shield potions, 2 combat drafts, and a single resurrection-adjacent tonic that Snape, with a small grim humor, had labeled, in his own handwriting on the bottle, insurance. They had, the night of the tonic, brewed 2 doses. One Wednesday placed in her satchel. One Snape kept in his drawer. He did not, this time, write a parchment to nobody. He wrote, instead, a single short note, and addressed it to Lily, and put it in the drawer next to the tonic, and locked it. He did not send it. He did not need to. Lily, by Wednesday's report, already knew. The afternoon of December 21st, Wednesday came to Harry's bed, in his room, in Gryffindor Tower, breaking 3 of McGonagall's wards on her way in. McGonagall, who had been alerted by the wards, did not interfere. She, like her wards, had decided that a married couple of 15 and 16 but spiritually 24 were entitled to a small breach of regulation on the day of their joint near-death. Wednesday lay down on Harry's bed. He moved. She moved. They lay, fully clothed, side by side, on the narrow bed of a boys' dormitory, with the line in their respective chests singing in home mode and the afternoon light thin and low across the ceiling, and they did not speak for 40 minutes. At the end of the 40 minutes, Wednesday said, "We go down at midnight." "All right. I love you." He turned his head. She did not turn hers. "I have," she said, evenly, "been working up to that. I had budgeted it for after the crossing. I have decided, in the last 40 minutes, to bring it forward. I would not, in any case, like to risk dying without saying it on a Tuesday." He laughed once, very low, very surprised. "It's a Wednesday. Acceptable. I would not like to risk dying without saying it on a Wednesday." "Wednesday. Yes. I love you too. I know. You've known. 4 weeks. You broadcast it. I have not corrected you. You're impossible. I am, in my own way, a delight." He laughed again. It was a real laugh, the kind he had not, in months, allowed himself in private. She turned her head, then, and kissed him, briefly, on the mouth, and they lay, side by side, in the thin afternoon light, and the line, between them, hummed. They went down to the chamber at midnight. Hermione, Sirius, Remus, Snape, and Tonks were already there. They had set, by Wednesday's diagram, the candles, the runes, the basin. They had laid, on the stone floor inside the third circle, a thick velvet pad, on which Harry was to lie. They had placed, at the 4 cardinal points, the 4 people who would be present for the crossing, Sirius at the head, Snape at the foot, Hermione on the left, Wednesday on the right. Tonks and Remus would, by previous arrangement, stand at the entry to the chamber and hold the perimeter. There would be, given the bond's currents, an attempt by Voldemort to interfere remotely. They would intercept the attempt. Harry lay down on the pad. Wednesday knelt beside him. "Last words," she said. "To you." "To me." He thought. "Pull hard," he said. "I will. I'll come back." "You will." "I love you." "I know." She bent and kissed him on the forehead, exactly above the scar, and the line, in his chest, blazed. She drew back. She raised her wand. She began. The crossing began at midnight and ended at 3. What happened in those 3 hours, none of the witnesses ever told fully. Hermione, in later years, when asked, said that what she had seen was a rite she had no language for, and she would not, accordingly, attempt to describe it. Sirius said only that it had been the longest 3 hours of his life, and that he had aged, in those hours, perhaps 2 of his years, and that he had seen the boy he loved, on a stone slab in a dark chamber, become, briefly, very still, and that he had seen, also, the small dark girl beside him become, briefly, the architecture of a building under load, and that he would never, in his life, be able to forget the way her braid had not, at any point, come unbound. Snape would say, when asked, only that he had said the words he had needed to say, and that the boy had heard them. Tonks and Remus, at the perimeter, did, in fact, intercept 3 remote attempts at intervention. The third, Bellatrix, again, and a small group of supporters, got within 10 feet of the chamber door. Tonks dropped 2 of them on the stairs. Remus, in his stable form, broke the back of the third with his hands. The fourth, a man who had been instructed to throw a small sealed orb of basilisk venom into the chamber if all else failed, surrendered to Tonks at 3 in the morning when the rite was almost done. Tonks was, by that point, bleeding from a wound on her thigh that would later require Madame Pomfrey's attention but did not require a hospital. Remus was unhurt. He had, in his middle age, become, in his stable form, surprisingly difficult to harm. In the 3rd hour, just before the end, the fragment in Harry's scar resisted. It resisted with the full force of the small piece of soul it was. It tried, in the last seconds, to drag Harry down with it on its way out, into the dark place where soul fragments went when their attached souls would not house them. It clutched at Harry's spine with the clutch of a drowning man. Wednesday, on her end of the line, set her teeth and pulled. She had been pulling for 40 minutes. She had, by the end of the 3rd hour, pulled with everything in her, and the line in her chest had become a thing that her body, small, 15, in a black dress on a chamber floor, could not, by ordinary measure, sustain. She sustained it. She pulled. She pulled past her own breath. She pulled past her own heartbeat. She pulled past the small window in her chest where her own life ended and beyond which, by Addams' family code, she was not, by any rule, supposed to permit herself to go, and she went, anyway, past it. She pulled Harry back. The fragment, as she pulled, came out. It came out of his scar with a sound that was, Hermione, later, would describe it, like a dying owl. It rose, a small dark twisting thing, 3 inches above the boy's forehead, and it hung there for a fractional second. Snape, at the foot, had, by then, finished his words. He had said them quietly, looking at the boy's face, and in his last sentence he had said, very quietly, "And I am sorry." He had said it the way a man says it who has not, in his life, said it before. Harry, in his crossing, had heard. Snape, at the moment of the fragment's emergence, drew his wand and ended it. It did not, in his hand, splutter. It did not echo. It evaporated, neatly, into a thin black smudge in the air, and dissolved. Wednesday, on the line, kept pulling. Harry, on the slab, drew a breath. His eyes opened. He looked, first, at the ceiling. He looked, second, at Wednesday, kneeling beside him, bleeding from her own nose, her left hand in his right, the line in her chest a glowing visible cord, and he said, in a voice that was somewhat his own and somewhat not, the first thing he had said in 3 hours, "You pulled hard." "I pulled hard. I came back." "You came back." He turned his head. He saw Snape at the foot. He saw Sirius at the head. He saw Hermione on the left, weeping silently, with the quiet professional efficiency of a woman who has decided to weep but not at the cost of her usefulness. He looked, last, at Snape. "I heard you," he said. Snape did not, for a long moment, speak. "Yes," he said, finally. "Thank you. You are welcome. I forgive you." Snape's mouth, for a fractional second, did a thing it had not done in 20 years. The corner of it lifted. The lift was small. It was, however, present. He turned his face, briefly, away. When he turned back, his composure was restored. "Drink the third phial, Mr. Potter." "Harry. Harry. Drink the third phial." Harry drank the third phial. The crossing was complete. Chapter 6 End. Chapter 7, The cracking of Hogwarts. The morning after the crossing, Harry slept until noon, and Wednesday, who had, on no part of her body, sustained a permanent injury but had, on her face, the small bone-deep tiredness of a person who had carried another person's weight across a threshold, slept until 11. Sirius watched the door of Harry's dormitory like a Krupp until McGonagall came up at 10:30 and told him to go eat breakfast. He did not go. McGonagall, after a moment, sat on the steps beside him, put her hand on his arm, and they stayed there together until Harry woke up and came, blinking, to the door. He was, Sirius could see in the first half-second, different. He was not, on the surface, dramatically changed. He was Harry. He had Harry's face, Harry's hair, Harry's eyes. The scar, however, was, and only Sirius, who had memorized it, would have noticed, paler. The lightning bolt was a faint white line on the boy's forehead, where it had, for 15 years, been a dark red one. The pale line did not, at any point, hurt. It would not, ever again. The thing inside Harry that had been listening, all his life, was gone. It had taken with it the small private hum of constant low-grade fear that had been a feature of his every waking hour since he was 11, and which he had, by long habit, mistaken for the texture of being awake. He was, for the first time in his life, properly awake. The waking was, on this Tuesday morning at noon, very strange. "Sirius," Harry said. "Harry. I'm hungry." Sirius laughed. It was, for him, a brief shaky laugh. It was the laugh of a man who had been bracing, all night, for the worst, and had not had to use his bracing. "Right," Sirius said. "Let's get you fed." They went down. In the great hall, which was empty except for a small group of remaining students at the staff table eating with the professors as a holiday gesture, Wednesday was already there. She had been there for 40 minutes. She had not eaten yet. She was waiting. Harry sat beside her. He did not speak for a moment. He took her hand. The line, between them, had, overnight, settled into a new permanent state. There was no more fragment. The bond was, accordingly, no longer required to insulate against an internal dissonance. It had, in the absence of the dissonance, expanded. It had become, by the morning of the 22nd, a steady warm presence that was not, any more, a thing Harry felt in his chest. It was, instead, a thing he simply was. She squeezed his hand once. "You came back," she said. "You pulled." "I pulled. I heard everything." "I know. You should know that the first thing I thought, when I came back, was that I wanted to come back. The fragment told me, on its way out, that there was peace on the other side. There may be. I declined it. I had a wife to come back to." She did not, at first, answer. The corner of her mouth moved, true and full, in the smile foundation that was, for her, the highest expression of feeling. "That," she said, "is the most romantic thing you have ever said to me. You said it was the speech. That was a high bar. You have, this morning, exceeded it. Acceptable." She laughed. It was the first laugh he had ever heard from Wednesday Addams. It was small. It was dry. It was, in its way, a real laugh. McGonagall, at the staff table, looked up at the sound and set her teacup down very carefully, the way a woman sets a teacup down when she has just heard a thing she had begun to believe was not, in this lifetime, going to occur. In the corner, by the staff table, Snape, who had not, after the rite, slept either, closed his eyes for 1 second, and opened them again. He had heard the laugh, too. The world, in that morning, was a thing he could, for the first time in 15 years, briefly bear to be in. For the next 2 days, Hogwarts pretended Christmas. They had, in fact, a Christmas dinner. They had crackers and hats and the small forced cheer of an institution that had been, on the inside, fighting a quiet war and had, for 48 hours, won. McGonagall, in a green hat too small for her bun, drank a glass of wine and made, of all things, a toast, to a year that has, in many ways, been improved by the unexpected, and Wednesday, for the only time in her time at the school, raised her own glass, and tipped her head a 1/4 inch to the deputy headmistress, who tipped her head back. Hagrid, who had not spoken in the hall on any day since Wednesday's arrival, finally, on the second day of Christmas, came down the table and stopped at the seat beside Harry, and said, in his great careful voice, "Miss Addams." "Mr. Hagrid." "Hagrid. Hagrid. Harry, lad, I just wanted ter say. I were wrong aboo her at the start. I been watchin' all term. She's a good un. I'm sorry I were standoffish. Hagrid, your dad, Harry, would ave liked her. Your mum too. I knew em both. I'd ave bet money on it." Wednesday, who had been sitting with her hands folded at her waist as she always did the thing she very rarely did, she rose. She came around the bench. She extended her hand to Hagrid, palm up, the way her mother had extended her hand to Harry in the headmaster's office. Hagrid, after a half-second of confusion, set his enormous hand on top of hers. "Hagrid," she said. "I have been informed that, in the early years of Mr. Potter's life at this school, you were the first person who treated him as a child rather than a story. I have not, in the months I have been here, had the opportunity to thank you for that. I am thanking you now. He has, and now I, also, a permanent debt to you. The debt will, in our marriage, be honored. Your hut, by the lake, will be, as long as my husband and I are alive, protected. We have, between us, the ability to do that, and we will. You will not, ever again, have to fear an attack on it. We will, additionally, send for you if you are ever in need of family. The Addamses, by tradition, do not refuse a man who has loved a child." Hagrid, who had not, in all his life, been spoken to in this register by anyone who was not, by Hagrid's reckoning, better than him, did the thing Hagrid did when his composure failed. He cried. He cried the great free unembarrassed tears of a half-giant who had, for many years, not, in fact, expected to be acknowledged by the world. Harry, at the table, found himself, briefly, also crying, in a small private way. Hermione was crying. Tonks was crying. Sirius was, with great dignity, not crying. Wednesday, with one hand on Hagrid's vast knuckles, did not cry. She did, however, tip her head a full half-inch in something that was, by her standards, a deep bow. The hall, when the moment passed, returned to dinner. The next morning, however, the war returned. It returned in the form of a single small black owl, the same neat black owl that had, on the morning after the binding lock, delivered Morticia's note to Dumbledore. The owl, this time, came directly to Wednesday's window at dawn. It landed on the sill. It dropped a single sheet of black paper. It did not wait for a reply. Wednesday read the note. She read it twice. She put it in her pocket. She went down to find Harry. He was already up. He had, through the line, felt the note's arrival. "He has marshaled," she said, without preamble. "My mother's contact at his court has confirmed. He is moving on Hogwarts in 3 days. He has, with him, every Death Eater able to walk, 2 inferious units of approximately 100 each, an indeterminate number of Dementors, at least 80, and the snake. He is bringing the snake in person. He is, additionally, planning to come himself. He will not delegate. He has decided, accordingly, to come and deal with me. 3 days. 3 days. Wednesday. Yes. Are we ready?" She looked at him. She did the small full-mouth smile. "We have been ready," she said, "since November." She had, in fact, been preparing the school's defense since the night of the first incursion. She had, between her and Snape and McGonagall and Sirius and the Order, with Dumbledore as a quiet senior advisor, built, over the late autumn, a layered defense plan that the official Ministry of Magic, had it known, would have classified at the highest level of military secrecy. The plan included, the 9 river stones, plus 12 more sent by Morticia in late November and now placed at 21 points around the castle perimeter, a secondary internal ward laid by Wednesday personally on the morning of December 1st, which used the line between her and Harry as its anchor and which would, by its design, treat any spell cast within Hogwarts by an unauthorized practitioner as a hostile act and respond with a counterspell drawn from the school's own ambient magic. The 3 new shield potions Snape had brewed, which would be administered to every defender at the start of the assault, an inferious counter prepared by Wednesday and Pugsley over the holidays in Westchester and shipped, by Cleopold the Screech Owl on the day of the Christmas dinner, in a small black crate that was now stored in Sirius's cottage, the Defense Association, Hermione's small dueling club, now expanded to 30 members, who had been training with Harry every other evening since the first incursion, and, finally, a small private deal Wednesday had cut with the centaur herd in the Forbidden Forest, conducted on her own, at some point in early December, which would, on the night of the assault, result in the centaurs riding out of the trees against any Death Eater who attempted to flank the school by way of the southern wood. The centaurs were not, by the standards of the British Ministry, allies. They were, by Wednesday's standards, partners. The arrangement had cost her, she did not say what, but the cost was, she had decided, paid willingly. The school was, by the morning of December 24th, the most defended building in the magical British Isles. The Death Eaters arrived on the night of December 24th at 10:30. They came in 3 waves. The first wave was a feint at the south wall, a body of perhaps 30 masked Death Eaters who had been sent, Wednesday correctly diagnosed, to draw attention while the second wave landed in the north. The second wave was the main force, 90 masked Death Eaters and the 2 inferious units, advancing under the cover of Dementors. The third wave was Voldemort himself, with Bellatrix and the Snake, expected to enter the field after the second wave had broken the perimeter. The perimeter did not break. The river stones held. The river stones held because Pugsley, in his small enthusiastic way, had spent the holidays personally inscribing each of the 12 new ones with an Addams family seal that could, for a single hour, repel up to 1 inferius's weight per stone. 21 stones. 21 inferi neutralized, pushed back, on contact with the ward, into a hard-rolling stupor that the Death Eaters could not, in the moment, override. The remaining inferi pressed. The Defense Association, on Hermione's signal, deployed the small black crate from Sirius's cottage. The crate contained, in its dozens, small glass orbs of family fire, the same family fire Wednesday had used in the cave on the south coast against the single Inferius. The orbs, on impact, ignited. The inferi, the 200 of them, burned in a cold blue fire that did not spread to the grass and did not, after their bodies fell, leave any residue. The lawn, by the time the Inferius wave had been dealt with, smelled of camphor and cold ash. The Dementors were dealt with by the largest sustained Patronus effort the school had hosted in its history. Harry, at the front of the Gryffindor line, led the casting. His stag, by now, after weeks of practice, a stag the size of a small horse, with antlers 9 points wide, charged at the head of a Patronus army that included Hermione's otter, Tonks's wolf, Sirius's enormous black hound, which was, to nobody's surprise, his own dog form translated into silver, Remus's wolf, which was, to everyone's surprise, a wolf and not a different animal, Snape's silver doe, which Snape, when his Patronus formed, looked at for half a second and then ignored, as though he had been politely greeted at a dinner party by a relative he had decided not to acknowledge, and McGonagall's tabby cat, which had, in McGonagall's hands, the size and disposition of a small lioness. The Dementors, faced with a herd of patronuses, retreated. They did not, however, leave the field. They withdrew to the edge of the Forbidden Forest, where they massed, hungry and waiting. Bellatrix, who had been leading the second wave, retreated with them. She had, by the half-hour mark of the assault, lost approximately a third of her people, and she had, Wednesday could see, from her position on the parapet of the astronomy tower, concluded that the perimeter was not going to break under conventional pressure. She was, accordingly, signaling for Voldemort. Voldemort came. He came alone, on foot, across the lawn from the south, with the snake in a great coiled circle around his shoulders. The lawn, on his crossing, did not catch fire. It did, however, freeze. The grass beneath his step crystallized and crunched. The temperature of the air around him dropped by 10 degrees. The students on the front line, those who could see him, did not, by Hermione's previous instruction, look at him. To look at him was, by Hermione's research, a way of inviting him into one's head. They did not look. They watched, instead, the small dark girl on the parapet of the astronomy tower who was, by visible signal, about to descend. Wednesday descended. She did not, by the standards of the school's normal procedures, take the stairs. She stepped off the parapet. She fell, in a slow controlled fall, on a thread of magic she had been spooling, on her way up, from her left wrist. The thread slowed her descent. She landed, 3 breaths after her step, on the lawn, with her braids in place and her cloak settled around her ankles, and she walked, calmly, toward the man with the snake. Harry, at the front of the Gryffindor line, broke from the line and went after her. He had, through the line, known she was going to do this. He had, accordingly, prepared. He drew his wand. He did not run. He walked, in step with her, 3 paces behind, in the formation Andromeda Tonks had, in August, taught him for 2-on-1 engagements where the partner was, by family right, the lead. Wednesday and Harry stopped 20 paces from Voldemort. Voldemort stopped. The snake, on his shoulders, lifted its head. "Boy," Voldemort said. "Tom," Harry said. The snake hissed. Voldemort did not flinch at the use of his birth name. He had, evidently, been expecting it. His face was, in the lamplight from the castle, the same pale face it had been in the graveyard, the long snake nose, the slit eyes, the careful pretense of beauty in a face that had been, at 14, almost handsome. He looked, however, past Harry. He looked at Wednesday. Wednesday Friday Addams. Tom Marvolo Riddle. You have caused me a great deal of inconvenience. You have caused me, by my count, a single hour of inconvenience. Tonight is the hour. After tonight, you will not be a person who causes inconveniences. After tonight, you will not be a person. Bold. Accurate. You are very young, child. I am older than you in the way that matters. My family is older than yours by 9 generations. My binding to the boy is older, in its lineage, than the magic you have used to bind your soul to physical objects. We will, between us, end you tonight. Are you ready? Voldemort smiled. It was a strange, careful smile. I will, for the record, he said, kill the boy first. I would like you to watch. I have, for 15 years, looked forward to it. I have planned, in some detail. No, Wednesday said. You will not stop me. I will. I will, additionally, kill you, and then, after, I will have my husband write a small careful note to your remaining followers explaining that they are now unemployed. I will, in the morning, have him sign it, the boy who lived, for the morning's daily prophet. The prophet, not for the first time, will misspell it. They are tedious in that respect. We will not, however, correct them. You are married to the boy. I am. A pity. The marriage will not last the night. A wager. Pardon. I will wager you, Tom Riddle, that the marriage outlasts you. Stake, the contents of your accounts at Gringotts, redirected, on your death, to a charitable trust one have been preparing for 3 weeks. Counter-stake, my own life, if the marriage ends before your body cools. Are we agreed? You will lose, child. Then take the wager. I take the wager. Excellent. She did not, before her last word, raise her wand. She did not, before her last word, draw a circle. She had, in her 3 months at Hogwarts, learned that the most decisive engagements were not opened by the practitioner. They were opened by the opponent. She was, accordingly, waiting. Voldemort raised his wand. The duel, at that moment, opened. The first killing curse came, quickly, with no warning. The line in Harry's chest told Harry, half a heartbeat before the cast, exactly which angle Voldemort would cast it from. Harry, on the half-heartbeat, had already moved. Wednesday, on the half-heartbeat, had already moved the other way. The two of them, by the time the green left Voldemort's wand, were no longer where the green was going to land. The duel, after that, became, to anyone watching, incomprehensibly fast. Wednesday fought with Voldemort directly. She did not waste shield charms. She did not waste theater. She closed the distance in 2 steps, and the next 30 seconds were, by any objective measure, the most technically advanced wandwork the British Isles had hosted since the founders. She used 3 Addams family curses Voldemort did not recognize. She used 2 she had invented. She used one she had stolen from Voldemort's own private notes, through Snape, who had pretended, at Dumbledore's instruction, to be a double agent for Voldemort and had, accordingly, been permitted access to a small reading shelf in the Riddle House, and Voldemort, when she cast it on him, recognized the curse a half-second before it landed. He did not, in time, deflect. The curse, Voldemort's own, opened a small thin cut on his right cheek. He stopped. He looked at Wednesday. The look was not the look of a duelist. It was the look of a man who had, for the first time in 50 years, been bled. The snake, on his shoulders, lifted its head and uncoiled. It struck. Harry, who had been working, through the line, in coordination with Wednesday's directives, to keep the perimeter clear of the rest of Voldemort's force, was, at that moment, 20 paces away dueling Bellatrix. He had taken Bellatrix's wand a minute earlier and had been forcing her, with 3 disarming spells in succession, to back across the lawn. He was, by the time the snake struck, in a position that did not permit him to defend Wednesday by his own arm. He did not need to. The line, in his chest, opened. The line, on Wednesday's instruction, without words, the channel of meaning they had refined since the locket, passed to Harry the tactical information that the snake was striking. Harry, on the same instant, passed to Wednesday the tactical information that he was holding the perimeter. Wednesday, on the same instant, did the thing she had been, Harry realized, with admiration he would never have time to fully feel, preparing for since November. She drew, with her left hand, on the air in front of her, the symbol Harry had drawn on the lawn at Bellatrix's incursion. The symbol, freshly inscribed, glowed. The snake struck through the symbol. The symbol bent the snake's strike sideways and into Voldemort's own throat. The snake, reflexively, sank its fangs, by the redirection of its attack, into the side of Voldemort's neck. Voldemort, whose blood was, by long magical maintenance, more or less unable to be poisoned, was nevertheless not, under the redirection of his own snake's bite, able to entirely ignore the dose of basilisk venom that Wednesday had, 3 hours earlier, in a small back room of Sirius's cottage, milked from the basilisk's skull in the Chamber of Secrets and applied, with the patience of a chemist, to the snake's fangs by way of a small capsule slipped into its food during the moment Bellatrix had, 2 days ago, taken her eyes off the snake's bowl. The snake had been, all along, a delivery mechanism. It had been, for 2 full days, hers. Voldemort, on his neck, registered the venom. He stared at her. Tom. I have been planning this for 3 months. I have been, additionally, rude to you in our first conversation tonight specifically so that you would not consider the possibility that the snake had been compromised. You are a man who, when insulted, focuses on the insulter. You did not look down. You should have looked down. The snake is not yours anymore. Snake. Off. The snake, which had, on the Addams family's terms, been in an arrangement with Wednesday for 2 full days, slid, with the same patient grace she would have used herself, off Voldemort's shoulders, onto the cold grass, and away. It coiled, 4 paces from Voldemort, and it did not, after, look at him. Voldemort stood. He stood unsteadily. The venom was working, but his body, by the long maintenance of his Horcruxes, which had, in his arrogance, included the snake, had, even now, more reserves than a normal man. He did not, on the lawn, fall. He laughed. It was a thin, wet laugh, the laugh of a man who had been hit harder than he had been hit in 50 years and who had, nevertheless, decided to find something funny. Clever, he said. Clever girl. Tedious man, Wednesday said. You think you have ended me tonight. I think I have, tonight, taken your snake. The ending will be later. I prefer, in important matters, 2 engagements. The first is for measurement. The second is for completion. Tonight is the first. You will not get a second. I will. He raised his wand. He did not cast at Wednesday. He cast, instead, at the ground beneath his own feet. A dark spiral spell, Harry recognized it after a moment. It was the same Bloodrune Portkey method Voldemort had used in the graveyard the previous June, and the lawn, at Voldemort's feet, opened. He fell into it. He fell, and he was gone. The lawn closed behind him. Bellatrix, on the grass, screamed once, the high lonely scream of a hound who has had her master, again, leave without her, and then went silent. The snake, 4 paces from where Voldemort had been, did not, after his departure, follow. It slid, instead, toward Wednesday and curled at her feet, and she, after a moment, knelt and put her hand on its head. Nagini, she said. You did well. The snake, whose name was apparently still Nagini and would be for the rest of its long natural life, hissed contentedly. Across the lawn, Harry, who had been finishing, with a disarming spell, the last of Bellatrix's lieutenants, turned and walked the 20 paces to her. He stopped at her side. He looked at the place in the grass where Voldemort had gone. He's not dead, he said. He is not. How long? 3 days. Perhaps 4. The venom will work. The Horcrux remaining in his snake's body has been transferred to me. He has, at this moment, only 1 piece of soul left in him, the one in his body. When that body fails, he will fail. You took the snake's Horcrux. I bought it with the snake. 2 days ago. The transfer was the small private price the snake required. I have it, currently, in a basin in my room. I will destroy it tomorrow. You, husband. Some things are mine to know first. This was one. I did not tell you because the bond would have, by reflex, attempted to share the burden, and the burden of holding a piece of him for 2 days was not one I was willing to share. I will, accordingly, no longer hold it after tomorrow morning. He is, by my count, 3 pieces from death. The first was the ring. The second was the locket. The third was the diadem. The fourth was the cup. The fifth was the diary, which you took at 12. The sixth was the snake's piece, which I took 2 days ago and will destroy tomorrow. The seventh is the body. After tomorrow, he will be 1 body and 1 curse and approximately 72 hours of basilisk venom in his blood. He will, in his pride, attempt to come for us once more before he dies. He will, when he comes, be at his weakest. We will, at that moment, end him. The plan is sound. Harry was quiet for a long moment. You are, he said, finally, the most planned woman I have ever met. I have been informed. I love you. I know. She did not let go of his hand. The snake, at her feet, lifted its head and tasted the air, and looked, briefly, at Harry, and Harry, for one curious second, in the half-language he and Wednesday had built, sensed that the snake had decided he was acceptable. He nodded to it. It, in its way, nodded back. Around them, the lawn was strewn with the broken pieces of Voldemort's army. The Order, the Defense Association, the Centaurs, and the staff were sweeping the field. Madame Pomfrey was already at work in the entrance hall with a long line of casualties. Most of the school's defenders were alive. 2 were dead, a 7th-year Ravenclaw named Eddie Carmichael, who had taken a killing curse intended for Hermione during the last minute of the Dementor effort and had not, for any of the practitioners on the field, been savable, and a 5th-year Hufflepuff named Megan Jones, who had, in the main wave, charged into the Infurious line ahead of her partner and had been, before any spell could reach her, pulled under. Hagrid, on his knees beside Megan's body, was, with the great professional gentleness of a man who had buried many small things, closing her eyes. Wednesday, with Harry, walked the perimeter and did the small private work of accounting for the dead. When she stood, finally, beside Hagrid, she did not, this time, speak. She put her hand on Hagrid's enormous shoulder. He nodded once. He did not look up. She tipped her head a precise full half-inch, the deepest of her bows, and walked on. The night, when it turned to morning, was the longest night of the year. It would be, by Wednesday's calculations, the second longest of her life. The longest would arrive, 3 days later, when Voldemort came for them once more, at his weakest, with 2 days of venom in his body and his last Horcrux in her basin, and the second engagement, the one she had warned him she would conduct, would, at last, take place. But that was 3 days away. Tonight, on the lawn at Hogwarts, the school had, at the cost of 2 children, broken Voldemort's army. Wednesday and Harry walked, hand in hand, back across the frozen grass to the front entrance, where Sirius was waiting for them with a blanket and a small flask of brandy he had liberated from McGonagall's office, and Sirius, as they came up, hugged both of them, again, the way he had after the marriage, both at once, and he said only, "Thank Merlin." "Thank Wednesday," Harry said. "Thank Wednesday," Sirius agreed. Wednesday tipped her head a quarter-inch. "You are welcome." They went inside. The bell of the school, in the great tower, on its own, without any human hand, did not ring tonight. It was, in the way of Hogwarts, holding the bell back. It had, by long instinct, decided that the war was not, yet, fully over. It would ring. In 3 days. The next morning, December 25th, the sun rose over a school that had not, by any official ministry measure, been attacked. The ministry had, by Dumbledore's quiet decision, not been informed. The dead, Eddie and Meghan, were, with the consent of their families, whom Sirius, McGonagall, and Tonks had visited, in the small grim hours before dawn, to deliver the news in person, kept on the school grounds in the hospital wing, in a small private chapel arranged by McGonagall. Their funerals would be in 2 days, after the second engagement. Their families would, in the meantime, be quartered at Hogwarts, with full honors and, more importantly, full security. Madame Pomfrey, by sunrise, had every other defender stable. Tonks, who had taken a glancing cruciatus to her left calf in the central wave, was sleeping it off in the hospital wing under a heavy potion of Snape's making and a wool blanket Remus had, with great care, tucked around her shoulders. Remus, beside her bed, had not slept. He held her hand in both of his and, when Sirius came in at 6 in the morning to check on them, he did not let go. Sirius did not, this time, tease him. "How is she?" Sirius said, instead. "She'll wake by noon. Pomfrey says full recovery. 3 days off her feet." "Right. Sirius." "Yes. I am, after this is done, going to ask her to marry me." Sirius looked at his oldest friend. "About time, Moony. I have been, with the wolf, I had not allowed myself." "I know. You're allowed now. He's almost gone. Ask her. She's been waiting." Remus laughed once, a low, quiet, exhausted laugh, the laugh of a man who had not, in years, allowed himself this particular kind of hope. "All right," he said. "I will." Sirius patted his friend on the shoulder and went out. In Wednesday's 7th-floor room, Wednesday, who had not slept either, had, on her desk, a small black basin that had not been there yesterday. The basin contained a thin oil-black liquid, and the liquid, in its center, held, visibly, at the very surface, a small glowing thread that pulsed at the same rate as a man's heart, a man whose heart was failing on a beach somewhere in the south of England. The thread was the snake's piece of soul. She had transferred it from Nagini, 2 nights ago, in a small private ritual the family did not write down. Nagini, in the corner of Wednesday's room, was wrapped around the leg of the desk and asleep. The serpent had, by Wednesday's reading, been a slave to Voldemort's piece of soul for a long time. Without it, she was, finally, a snake. Wednesday had, the previous evening, conducted a small additional rite to confirm that Nagini's mind was hers again. The rite had taken 5 minutes. Nagini, at its conclusion, had hissed once, a long contented hiss, the hiss of a great animal who, after years inside someone else's plans, had, for the first time, the run of her own intentions. She had, for her first intention, wanted to sleep against Wednesday's desk. Wednesday had permitted it. Harry came up at 6:30. He did not knock. He had, by the line, known she was awake. Wednesday opened the door. Husband. Wife. He came in. He stopped at the desk. He looked at the basin. He looked at the snake. He looked at Wednesday. "You took the Horcrux from the snake," he said, "to spare her. I took the Horcrux from the snake to weaken him. The snake was a beneficial side effect. I had not, in my early planning, intended to keep her. She is, however, now mine. We will figure out how to bring her home." "Home where?" "Wherever we decide it is." He sat on the edge of her bed. "Wednesday." "Yes. After this is over, yes. Where do we live?" She turned. She tipped her head a 1/4 inch. She had, Harry noticed, not braided her hair this morning. It was loose, and longer than he had thought, and falling halfway down her back, and the tips of it almost reached the small of her back, and she was beautiful in a way that she had not, before today, been to him in this particular register. "I have," she said, "2 answers. Tell me which you would like." "Both. The first answer is, in our family's house in Westchester." It is a great drafty manor with a graveyard in the backyard. My mother will move you into the south wing. The south wing has not been occupied since 1873 and is, by family tradition, the wing of the eldest's chosen consort. It will, on your arrival, be redecorated by my mother in the style she believes you will prefer. She will, additionally, install a small writing desk for me on which I have not, in my life, written any homework. We will both, in the south wing, be safe, and the house will, by long design, hold us. All right. The second answer is, in a house we will build, by ourselves, somewhere in the north of England, on a piece of land Sirius is currently looking to purchase for us. The house will be small. We will furnish it ourselves. We will, accordingly, take many years to do so. We will, in the early years, host my mother and your godfather no more often than once a year. We will, in the early years, be alone together. The line, in this scenario, will be the only line in the house. We will, at some point, decide whether to add to it. Add to it. Yes. You mean, I mean what you mean. The bond is, in our family's reading, fertile. We have not yet discussed it. I would not, today, discuss it. I am offering you, however, the second answer, in which the discussion is permitted to occur on its own time. Wednesday. Yes. Both. Both. Half a year there. Half a year here. Until we decide. That is acceptable. Pugsley will, by the way, insist. Pugsley will insist many things. We will accommodate him on a small selection. I love you. I know. He went to her. She did not, today, hold up her hand. She let him put his arms around her, and she, for the second time in their acquaintance, after the kiss in the third-floor corridor, leaned, fully, against him. He held her for a long count. Through the line, he felt her, for a moment, again, as she had been at the crossing, fully present. He felt, in her, the small private soft place that she had not, before this morning, allowed even him to reach. He felt, additionally, the new occupant of that place, him. He had moved in. He had been moving in for 3 months, and on this morning, on the day after the first engagement, he had taken full possession of a small clean room she had, by long design, kept locked for him. He kissed her hair. She did not pull away. After a long while, she said, against his shoulder, he will come on the 28th. Late. After moonrise. He will be alone. He will, by then, have decided that the only way to die honorably is to take me with him. He will be wrong. All right. I have prepared the place. Where? On the parapet. He looked down at her. The parapet. The parapet of the astronomy tower. Where, on the first night, I drew the line between us. I will, on the 28th, draw a circle there. The circle will, in its design, be the binding of 3 forces, the line between us, the school's wards, and the family stones. He will step into the circle. The circle will, by the binding, prevent him from leaving it without our permission. We will, in the circle, finish him. The plan is symbolic, and tactical, and emotionally correct. I have, in our marriage, decided to be sentimental about the parapet. You are, my love, a hopeless romantic. I have not been informed of this. You have, now. Acceptable. I will revise my self-image accordingly. Wife. Yes. I'm hungry. Mr. Potter. Yes. Let us go to breakfast. They went to breakfast. The great hall, on the morning after the battle, had the slightly stunned atmosphere of an institution that had survived a thing none of its members could yet describe. The students who had stayed for Christmas, 23 of them, were sitting all together at the Gryffindor table, by mutual unspoken agreement, with no house divisions. Dumbledore, at the staff table, was eating, for the first time Harry had ever seen, a full plate. McGonagall was eating, of all things, 3 sausages. Snape was eating bread. He was eating it the way Snape ate things, which was without enjoyment, but he was eating it, which was a thing he had not, since November, regularly done. Harry and Wednesday sat at the Gryffindor table. The students, on their arrival, did not, for the first time, pretend not to watch. Susan Bones, after a moment, stood up. "Wednesday Addams," Susan said, in the voice of a 15-year-old who had been preparing the sentence for an hour. "On behalf of those of us who would, last night, have died if you and Harry had not been here, I would like to thank you. I'm sorry to say, going to keep thanking you for the rest of my life. I will probably name a child after you. I am preparing my parents for this. They will not be pleased." Wednesday tipped her head a quarter inch. "Miss Bones." "Susan. Susan. I had advised Miss Tonks, last week, against this practice on the grounds of confusion. I will, however, by the second time it has been offered, withdraw the advice. I am, accordingly, in a position to be flattered. You may name your child Wednesday. You may, alternatively, name your child Friday, which is my middle name and which is, in our family, the more commonly used in everyday address. Either is acceptable. Thank you, Miss Bones, for your good wishes. You're welcome. I am, additionally, sorry about Megan." Susan's mouth, for a fractional second, did the thing mouths do when they have been holding for a long time. She blinked. She swallowed. "Thank you," she said, quietly. "Sit down, Miss Bones. Eat. We will, all of us, need our strength." Susan sat. The hall, after a moment, returned to breakfast, and the conversation, which had been thin and cautious, gradually thickened, and by the end of the meal, 2 seventh-years from Hufflepuff were arguing about Quidditch with 2 seventh-years from Slytherin, and Hagrid was teaching a small Slytherin third-year named Astoria Greengrass how to feed a niffler, and the school was, in its small private way, mending. Wednesday, beside Harry, ate 2 pieces of toast and an entire bowl of porridge. It was, by Harry's count, the most she had eaten at one meal since her arrival. He did not point it out. He only, under the table, where no one could see, squeezed her hand, once, and she, with the precise economy of a woman who had decided that she did not, in private, mind being squeezed at the hand by her husband, squeezed back. The line, between them, hummed at the frequency of home, which was, by now, the only frequency it knew. Outside, the lawn was being cleaned. The infurious ash had blown, in the night wind, into the lake, where it had, by some quiet small magic of the lake itself, been absorbed and dissolved. The river stones, on their 21 points, were intact. 3 were, by Pugsley's seal, almost cracked from the night stress. Wednesday would, in the morning, reseal them with new ribbon. The Forbidden Forest was, by the report of the Centaur leader, who came up to the gates at 9:30 and was, by Wednesday's instruction, admitted to the front courtyard, clean. There were no further Death Eaters in the woods. The Dementors had not returned. The Acromantula colony, which had lost 3 of its members to the Death Eaters' approach, had retired, by the leader's report, to the deepest part of the wood, and would not, for some months, return. The Centaur leader, before he left, did the thing centaurs rarely did. He inclined his head to Wednesday, a deep equal bow, the bow of one nation's leader to another's. "Daughter of Frump," he said. "Lord of the Western Wood. The compact will hold. The compact will hold." He turned. He left. He did not, in his life, ever speak of the compact, and Wednesday did not, in her writing, ever record what its terms had been. But for the next several decades, the Forbidden Forest, on the southern half of its boundary, would not, at any point, for any reason, admit any wizard who had, by any conscious act, harmed an Addams. The centaurs themselves would, in those decades, occasionally appear at the southern boundary of Hogwarts grounds in a body of 9, in honor of the woman they had ridden out for on the night of the first engagement. The school would, eventually, call them, with great affection, the Wednesday Riders. The name would, in time, settle into the school's small private vocabulary. McGonagall, when she heard it for the first time, in 1998, after she had been, for 2 years, headmistress, would smile. But that was decades away. Today, December 25th, was 3 days before the second engagement. In those 3 days, Wednesday slept, ate, walked the grounds with Harry, sat with Hermione at the small fire in the cottage, played a single very fast game of chess with Sirius, which she lost, on purpose, as a courtesy. She had, for 2 years, been beating her father at chess on Tuesdays, brewed 2 new potions with Snape, and, on the evening of the second day, accompanied Harry to a small ceremony in the hospital wing for Eddie Carmichael and Megan Jones, in which she did not speak, but in which she stood, at the back of the room, with her hand on Harry's arm, for the entire 40-minute service, and did not move once. After the service, on their way back to the 7th floor, Harry said, "Thank you for coming. It was correct that I come." It was. Husband. Yes. I have, by the conclusion of this engagement, decided something. What? After Voldemort is dead, I would like to live, for a year, in your world. Not in mine. Not in a third place we build. In yours. I would like to attend Hogwarts as a normal student. I would like to take my NEWTS. I would like to be, for a year, a teenage girl whose only war is the one she is having with her charms professor about an essay deadline. Then we will, after, do whatever else. He did not, for a moment, speak. Wednesday. Yes. You can have any year you want. Acceptable. She tipped her head. He kissed her, briefly, in the corridor. They walked the rest of the way to the 7th floor in silence, with the line in their respective chests humming at home, and the school, around them, closing the small gentle wound of the night before 2 days earlier with the patient masonry by masonry healing of a building that had survived war and intended to keep surviving. The morning of the 28th dawned cold and clear. The wind, on the lawn, smelled of new snow. The bell of the school did not ring. It was holding. It had, by long instinct, decided that the second engagement, the engagement in which the war would, finally, end, was tonight, and it would not ring until the engagement was over. It would ring at 10:30, after the moon had risen, after the man with no nose had stepped into a circle on a parapet that had been drawn in black chalk by a small dark girl who had, at 15, married a boy with a scar that no longer hurt, and after the boy and the girl, between them, had ended, at long last, the war that had begun on the night the boy was 1 year old. But that was tonight. This morning, Wednesday and Harry walked the lawn together, hand in hand, with Nagini gliding 3 paces behind, and the line between them was a steady warm cord, and the world, around them, was still. Chapter 7 End. Chapter 8. What remains after the fire? The afternoon of the 28th was, by any reasonable measure of weather, beautiful. The sun, low in the sky, came through the windows of the great hall in long warm rectangles. The frost on the lawn, in those rectangles, melted by minute increments. The forbidden forest, at the boundary, was a still black-green wall, with the smoke of Hagrid's chimney rising in a thin straight ribbon to the cold blue sky. A single owl, somewhere in the rafters, was practicing, with no audience, a small repetitive trill that resembled, when listened to closely, the beginning of a piece by Bach. Harry Potter, in the cottage on the grounds, was sitting at a small table with Sirius Black, and they were doing the work that godfathers and godsons, in the 4 hours before a final engagement, do. They were oiling Harry's wand. It was not, in any practical sense, necessary. Wands did not, by their construction, require oiling. The procedure was an oral tradition, a small ritual Sirius had, over the autumn, taught Harry, in the way one teaches a son to tie a tie or fold a flag. The gesture mattered, not the function. They sat at the table with a small bottle of clear wand oil, a square of soft white cloth, and the pale phoenix feather wand that had served Harry since he was 11, and they did not, for the duration of the procedure, speak much. After a while, Sirius said, Harry. Yes. You're not afraid. No. You should be. I have been afraid for 15 years. I am taking the night off. Sirius laughed once. It was a real laugh, low and surprised, the kind of laugh that came out of a man who had, after years of bracing for the worst, learned, in the last week, that the worst had been intercepted. All right, he said. All right then. Listen to me. I'm going to tell you the only thing I've ever wanted to tell you. All right. Your father would be, he would be, I know. Let me get through the sentence, Harry. Sorry. Your father would be very proud of you. Your mother would be, and I'm going to say this and then we are not going to revisit it, your mother would be relieved. She was, in life, a person who carried a great deal. She would have, in the last 15 years, been carrying you. Tonight she does not have to. Whatever happens on that parapet, she does not have to carry you anymore. You have a wife who is, if I am being honest, considerably more terrifying than she was, and you have me, and you have everyone in this school who has, in the last 3 months, looked at the small dark girl beside you and decided, of their own free will, to throw their lot in with both of you. You are, Harry, not alone. I want you to know that I have not always been a person who has helped you to know it. But you are. You are not alone. And tonight, when you walk up to that parapet, I will be, Wednesday has permitted, by special exception, exactly 23 steps below you, on the staircase, with a wand in my hand and a flask in my pocket and Hermione beside me. We will not interfere. We will not be in your line of sight. But we will be there. And if anything goes wrong, we will be the first people up. Do you understand? I understand. All right then. He set the cloth down. He set the bottle down. He put his hand on Harry's wand, briefly, between his fingers and his palm, and he made, Harry registered, but did not, this time, comment on, a small private gesture that resembled a blessing. Right, he said. Wand's done. Go find your wife. Yes, sir. He found his wife in her 7th-floor room. Wednesday was, on his arrival, sitting cross-legged on the floor with Nagini coiled in her lap. She had drawn, on the wood of the floor, in the same chalk that was not chalk she had used for the binding circle, a small precise diagram. The diagram was the floor plan of the astronomy tower parapet, drawn to a scale of 1 inch to 1 foot. On the diagram, in 3 places, she had marked the positions of 3 small black stones, the last 3 Pugsley had, by emergency owl, sent that morning. She did not look up when he came in. Husband. Wife. Sit. He sat. Nagini, in her lap, lifted her head and tasted the air toward him, and Wednesday, without breaking her concentration, reached out one long pale hand and ran her fingers, briefly, against the back of Harry's neck. He will arrive at 22 minutes past 9, she said. He will, on his arrival, attempt to apparate directly into the school. He will fail. The wards have, by the additional inscription I placed last night, a temporary lockout against him personally, by name. He will, accordingly, be forced to walk in. He will arrive at the front gates at 25 past 9. Sirius and Remus will not, by my instruction, interfere with his progress. They will permit him to walk to the astronomy tower. All right. On the parapet, I have drawn a circle. The circle is bound to the line between us, to the wards, and to the family stones. He will, when he steps inside, be unable to leave without our permission. He will not, on entry, recognize this. He will believe, on entry, that he has chosen to enter. He will, accordingly, attempt to perform a duel. The duel will be brief. How brief? 3 minutes. 3 minutes. He will be at his weakest. The venom, by my count, has been working for 67 hours. His remaining Horcrux is in his body. The body itself is failing. He will, accordingly, have approximately 15% of his ordinary spell capacity. We will have, between us, our ordinary capacity, plus the line, plus the circle. The differential will be, approximately, 85% in our favor. The duel will not be theatrical. I do not, tonight, want theater. I want closure. All right. Husband. Yes. There is one variable I have not been able to plan for. Which? His final move. He will, in his last minute, when he has registered that he cannot leave the circle, attempt a thing my texts call the burning question. It is the rite by which a wizard at the moment of magical death attempts to take the killer with him. He will, in his case, attempt to take both of us. The line, between you and me, is, by his nature, the natural target. He will attempt to sever it at the moment of his death. Can he do that? In the abstract, no. The line is, by our texts, unbreakable. In the specific, perhaps. He has been, for 50 years, the one practitioner in our generation with the slim possibility of severing things that cannot, ordinarily, be severed. I do not, tonight, want to take the chance. I have, accordingly, prepared a small additional rite. The rite is the halfway. It is what we will do, in the moment of his death, to keep the line intact. Halfway. Yes. At the moment of his death, you and I will, on my signal, briefly merge. Merge. I will explain. The line, ordinarily, holds two souls in proximity but not in identity. At the moment of his burning question, I would like, for 1 second, to fully identify with you and you with me. We will be, for that 1 second, one person in two bodies. The burning question, on its strike, will not have a line to sever, because there will not, in that second, be a line. There will be, in that second, only a single self, distributed across two bodies. He will not be able to find it. The strike will pass. Wednesday. Yes. You are describing, very calmly, a thing that, I know. Will it hurt? I do not know. We have not, in the family records, performed the halfway in 2 centuries. I expect it will not hurt. I expect it will be, in fact, pleasant. I do not know. All right. After the second is over, we will resume our individual selves. The line will reattach. We will be, by my best calculation, entirely fine. The variable is the second itself. I am telling you because I do not, in our marriage, want surprises. Thank you. You are welcome. She set her chalk down. She stood. Nagini, on her lap, slid off and coiled, again, around the leg of the desk. Now, Wednesday said. We have an hour. Come. Where? Outside. I would like to walk. They walked. They walked out the front gates and along the path that led to the lake. The afternoon sun, low and gold, was slanting across the water, and the lake was, at the surface, a mirror of small waves. They walked to the willow where, 3 months earlier, on the morning Wednesday had first said she loved him, she had kissed him beneath the bare branches. She stopped beneath the willow. The branches, in late December, were skeletal, but the light through them was the same. Harry. Yes. I am, in my way, very afraid tonight. He looked at her. She had not, in his entire knowledge of her, said the word afraid in reference to herself. He waited. I have, she said, planned for everything. I have planned for the arrival, for the duel, for the burning question, for the halfway. I have, last night, written 6 contingency plans for things that have a probability under 1%. I have, by my own measure, done my work. The thing I have not, in all my work, planned for is the absence of a plan. There will, after tonight, be no plan. There will only be, a life. Our life. I have not, before, had one. I have, in fact, only had plans. I am unsettled by the prospect. Wednesday. Yes. Welcome to having a life. It's terrifying. We'll figure it out. Together. Together. She kissed him, briefly, beneath the willow. She did not pull away when the kiss ended. She rested, for a long moment, her forehead against his. I love you, she said. I know. She laughed. It was the second laugh he had ever heard from her. It was a real laugh, dry and surprised, and it was, in its way, the most beautiful sound he had ever heard. They walked back to the castle. The bell, in the great tower, did not ring. It was holding. Voldemort arrived at 9:25. He came up the long drive on foot, alone, in a black robe that, in the cold, looked almost grey. The wind, in the trees on either side of the drive, did not stir. The lamps in the gateposts, on his approach, dimmed by half. Sirius and Remus, on the rampart above, did not, as Wednesday had instructed, interfere. He passed through the front gates. He walked across the courtyard. He walked into the entrance hall. He walked up the staircase. He did not, Sirius noted, watching from a small high window, limp. The venom had, in its 67 hours, eaten his body's reserves, and he would, by Wednesday's measurement, have approximately 15% of his normal capacity. But he was, in the way of men who had been built on 1,000 small acts of pride, walking upright. He did not, at any point in the long climb, lean on a wall. He reached the top of the astronomy tower at 9:32. Wednesday and Harry were, by then, on the parapet. They were standing at the inner edge of the circle Wednesday had drawn. The circle, on the stone, was a single perfect ring of black chalk, with 3 small stones at 3 of its compass points and, at the 4th, the small silver pin Wednesday had used on the first night to draw the line of resonance between them, set upright in a crack between 2 flagstones. Voldemort stepped onto the parapet. He stopped. He looked at the two of them, the boy with the faded scar, the girl with the unbraided hair. Harry had, during the walk, suggested she leave it loose. She had, with a small private smile, agreed, and he did the thing Wednesday had predicted. He stepped, of his own accord, into the circle. The circle, on his entry, did not flare. It did not, by any visible signal, register him. It simply, completed. The 3 stones at 3 of the 4 points warmed by exactly 1 degree. The silver pin at the 4th point did not move. Voldemort raised his wand. Wednesday raised hers. Harry, at her side, raised his. Tom Riddle, Wednesday said. Wednesday Friday Addams. Final engagement. Final engagement. The duel began. It was, as Wednesday had predicted, brief. Voldemort, in his 15%, opened with a curse Harry did not recognize. The line, in his chest, told him, half a heartbeat before, that the curse was a draining hex, a piece of magic Voldemort had not used in 20 years and which he had, evidently, decided to bring out of retirement for the occasion. Harry stepped left. Wednesday stepped right. The hex passed between them, struck the parapet wall behind them, and dissolved into a small black smoke that rose, slowly, into the night and was gone. Wednesday's first curse, a thin red lash, the same Addams family curse Harry had drawn on the air at Bellatrix's incursion in November, was on Voldemort before he had recovered. The lash struck him across the chest. It opened a thin red line, 3 inches long, on the front of his robe. Harry's first curse, the deathstroke, the single syllable working, was on Voldemort half a second after Wednesday's. It struck him in the right shoulder. Voldemort staggered. He raised his wand again. He cast. Harry recognized this one, the line had been instructing him on it for weeks, a cruciatus, but the cast was weak, the curse, mid-flight, dissipated. Wednesday's second curse, a thin black thread, related to but more potent than her first, wrapped around Voldemort's wand arm. He could not, after, raise the arm above his shoulder. Voldemort, in the circle, registered the trap. He looked, finally, down. He saw the chalk. He saw the stones. He saw the pin. He understood. His face, for the first time in 50 years, was the face of a man who had been outplanned. "Burning question," he hissed. "Halfway," Wednesday said. She raised her left hand. Harry raised his right. They, between them, opened the line. For 1 second, exactly 1 second, by the small clock Wednesday had been counting in her head since the duel began, Harry Potter was Wednesday Friday Addams. He was, in that second, in her body, in her mind, in her plans, in her 15 years of preparation, in her cold iron grip on the world, in her small private soft place that was now, fully, his. And Wednesday Friday Addams was, in that second, Harry James Potter. She was in his body, in his mind, in his 15 years of grief, in his 3 months of waking, in his small clean steady hand on the wand, in his love for her, which was, on entry into her own awareness, a thing larger and quieter and more permanent than she had, in her planning, anticipated. The burning question struck the air between them. The air, where the line had been, was, for 1 second, not a line. It was a single self. The strike passed through. It found nothing to sever. It dissolved. Voldemort, in the circle, on the parapet, with his wand arm bound and his blood gone with the venom and his last Horcrux in his failing body, fell to his knees. The second ended. Harry was Harry. Wednesday was Wednesday. The line, between them, snapped back into place. It was, Harry would say, later, thicker than it had been. It had absorbed, in the second of the halfway, a small permanent additional thread. The thread, by Wednesday's reading, was the element that had, in the second, been the same in both of them. It was the thing they had been, from the start, in love. Voldemort, on his knees, looked up at them. He did not, in the end, speak. Wednesday lowered her wand. Harry, beside her, raised his. He cast, slowly, deliberately, with his hand steady, the deathstroke a second time. The thin black thread crossed the small distance of stone to where Voldemort knelt. It entered, neatly, the chamber of his heart. The chamber stopped. Voldemort fell. The body, on the parapet, sagged sideways. The wand, in his unfeeling hand, slipped onto the stone with a small clear clatter. The circle, on the stone, dissolved. The chalk faded. The 3 stones at 3 points cooled. The silver pin at the 4th point, which Wednesday had set upright in the crack between the flagstones, fell over. The bell of the school, in the great tower, rang. It rang once, deep and low, and then again, and then a third time, and on the third stroke, every other bell in the castle, the small bell in the kitchens, the medium bell in the hospital wing, the small private bell in Dumbledore's office, joined it. The school sang. It sang, on the 8th stroke, in a voice that nobody in its 1,000-year history had ever heard. The voice was not, technically, a voice. It was a vibration in the masonry, a low harmonic that came up through the stone of every floor of every wing, and the people who heard it, the staff, the students, the order, the visitors, would, for the rest of their lives, call it the Hogwarts hymn, and would not, in any of the books written about it afterward, agree on what tune it had been. The school had, after 1,000 years, found a thing to sing about. On the parapet, Wednesday turned to Harry. She did not, this time, hide her face. The corner of her mouth was, for 1 full second, in a real smile, a true smile, with teeth, the smile of a woman who had, at 16, ended a war. "Husband," she said. "Wife. It is done. It is done." She kissed him. It was a long kiss. It was not, this time, a brief kiss in a corridor. It was a kiss on the parapet of the astronomy tower, in the moonlight of the 28th of December, with the body of the worst wizard in 50 years cooling at their feet, and it was, Hermione, 23 steps below on the staircase, would later report, an entirely indecent kiss for a 15 and 16-year-old to share in public, and she had, at the moment, been very glad for them, and she had not, of course, said so. Sirius, 22 steps below, had been crying without permission. Hermione, beside him, had, without remarking on it, handed him a handkerchief, and he had, without remarking on it, accepted. When Harry and Wednesday came down the astronomy tower stairs, hand in hand, Sirius rose. He hugged them both, again, the way he had after the first engagement, the way he had after the marriage, and he said, simply, "It's done." "It's done," Harry said. Hermione. "Yes," she said. "You are going to have to write the official account, because nobody else will know how. Spelling, dates, etc. Snape is going to try to. Snape will write a sentence so long that the ministry will give up halfway through. You are going to have to do it. I'll do it. Tomorrow. All right then." They went down. They went, in a small procession, down the staircases and across the corridor and to the front doors, where, on the lawn, in the moonlight, half the school was gathered, drawn by the bell. Dumbledore was there. McGonagall was there. Snape, at the back, in a dark cloak, was there. Hagrid was there. Tonks, on her newly healed leg, was there. Remus was there. The Defense Association was there. Pugsley Addams, who had, without permission, flown in by family means at the moment of the bell and was, on his arrival, unrepentant, was there. Morticia Addams, who had brought him, was there. Gomez Addams, who had brought her, was there. Wednesday and Harry came out into the moonlight. The crowd, on their appearance, did not cheer. The crowd had, by some shared instinct, decided not to cheer. The crowd had, instead, decided to bow. Every person on the lawn, the staff, the students, the order, the centaurs at the boundary of the wood, inclined, without coordination, by the same small precise quarter-inch. Wednesday, on the steps, tipped her head a quarter-inch back. Harry tipped his. The school sang on, behind them, low and slow. The war was over. 3 days later, on the morning of the 31st of December, Wednesday and Harry left Hogwarts for the Addams estate. They did not leave by flu. They did not leave by apparition. Cleopold, the great grey screech owl, did not, this time, deliver the warning. They left, at Morticia's invitation, by family carriage, a long black coach with 8 black horses, which had, on the morning, materialized in the front courtyard of the school as though it had always belonged there, and which had been, on Pugsley's enthusiastic suggestion, accompanied by a small, additional family ghost named Cousin Floribunda, who had been, in life, an opera singer of the late Victorian period and who had, on the morning, sung, faintly and beautifully, the second movement of an aria from Tosca as the trunks were loaded onto the carriage rack. The school turned out to see them off. They had, all of them, written letters Wednesday and Harry would read on the carriage. Sirius had written a letter, Hermione had written a letter, Ron, who had returned from the Burrow on the 29th and had, on his arrival, embraced both of them with the relief of a brother, had written a letter, Neville Longbottom, who had, by the end of the year, become dangerous in a quiet way that surprised everyone, had written a letter, Snape, who had, that morning, had a small private conversation with Harry in the corridor outside the potions classroom in which he had said, very simply, Mr. Potter. Harry. I do not know how to be your friend. But I would like, if it is acceptable, to try, had not written a letter, but had given Harry, without comment, a single old photograph, Lily Evans at 15, laughing at a joke that, by Snape's report, had been one of his. McGonagall had written a letter. Dumbledore had written a letter. Hagrid had written, instead, a small wooden box containing, by Hagrid's own carving, a small carving of a stag and a small carving of a black flower, which were, when held next to each other, exactly the same height. Wednesday and Harry got into the carriage. The horses, on the courtyard cobbles, did not paw or stamp. They were, in the patient way of horses who have, in their tradition, drawn many such carriages, simply waiting. Morticia and Gomez, on the courtyard, kissed their daughter, formally, on each cheek. Morticia kissed Harry, also, on each cheek. Gomez, who had been waiting for the moment, embraced Harry, a great old-world embrace, with both hands on Harry's shoulders, and said, "Welcome, my son." "Thank you, Gomez." "Papa. Papa." Pugsley, who had been waiting for his moment as well, ran up and hugged Harry around the waist and said, "I'm glad you're not going to die. I had a small bet with cousin Itt that you would. I have, accordingly, lost, but I am pleased." "Thanks, Pugsley. You owe me, additionally, 2 galleons. I will collect at Easter." "Done." The carriage door closed. The horses, with no signal that any onlooker could see, began to walk. They walked across the courtyard. They walked through the gates. They walked down the long drive. At the gates, Harry leaned out the window and looked back at the school. The castle, in the morning sun, was, for the first time he had ever seen it, quiet. Not empty. Not asleep. Quiet. The kind of quiet a house is, on the morning after a long worry has, finally, ended. He waved, once. The school, every window of it, all at once, in the morning sun, caught the light. Wednesday, beside him, took his hand. The line, in their respective chests, was a steady warm cord that did not, any more, need names. Husband. Wife. You are crying. I know. It is acceptable. I know. I am, in fact, considering it. It's all right if you don't. I will not. All right. She kissed his temple. She did not, after, pull away. They rode, through the December morning, out of the gates of Hogwarts and into the long road south. The road, by Morticia's plan, would take them to a port quay at the coast that would, in turn, take them across the Atlantic to a great draughty manor in Westchester with a graveyard in the backyard, and a south wing newly redecorated for them, and a small writing desk Wednesday had not, in her life, written any homework on. They would, in the spring, return to Hogwarts. Wednesday would attend, for 1 year, as a normal student. She would, by May, take her OWLs and pass them with the highest marks in the school's history. She would, in the corridor outside the examination hall, kiss her husband in front of the entire 7th-year class, and the class would, by quiet collective agreement, cheer. They would, by July, begin the small house in the north of England, on the piece of land Sirius had bought for them. The house would be, by Wednesday's preference, 3 rooms, plus a study for her, plus a small library for him, plus a porch on which to sit in the evenings with Nagini, who would, by Pugsley's research, prove to be the size of a small horse and capable of speech, and who would, on the porch, sing, softly, in the long evenings, the Hogwarts hymn. They would, by their 30s, have 3 children. The oldest, a girl, would, on the day of her sorting, refuse to be sorted by inanimate millinery and would, on her own authority, declare for Gryffindor. The hat, on her head, would not protest. The hat would, in fact, by the 2nd decade of the new century, have made its peace with Wednesday Addams and her line, and would, when asked, by McGonagall and her successors, sort their daughter, and the boy who would come after her, and the second girl who would come after him, without complaint, and without, in any of the sortings, mentioning the small private vow it had taken on the night Wednesday had walked into the hall in October of 1995. They would, in the fullness of time, be old. They would, when they were old, return, once, in their 100th year, to the parapet of the astronomy tower. They would stand, on a cold October night, at the edge of the stone where Wednesday had drawn the line of resonance from her heart to his, and where, 3 months later, she had drawn the circle in which the worst wizard in 50 years had ended. They would, in the moonlight, hold hands. They would not, by then, need the line. The line had, by their 100th year, been so long woven into the fabric of who each of them was that it did not, any more, register as a separate thing. They were, by then, simply one self. They had been, by then, for 85 years. The school, in their 100th year, would, when it noticed them on the parapet, ring its bells. But that was many years away. This morning, December the 31st of 1995, the carriage with the 8 black horses rolled out of the long drive of Hogwarts into the cold winter sun, and the line in Harry's chest hummed at the frequency of home, and the line in Wednesday's chest hummed at the same, and the road south was open before them, and the war was, at last, behind them, and the rest of their lives, vast and unwritten in theirs, lay ahead. Wednesday Addams had performed a dark ritual to bind her soul to Harry's. Hogwarts had not stopped it. It had, in the end, sung for it. But before all that, in the hours after the parapet and before the carriage left, there was, by McGonagall's quiet decree, a small private gathering in the headmaster's office. Dumbledore had asked. Wednesday had agreed. Harry had agreed. They had come up at 11:30 that night, December the 28th, with the bells of Hogwarts still, at long intervals, ringing across the lawn behind them. The office was, on their arrival, lit by a single great fire and a small handful of candles. Dumbledore had, by his own preference, dimmed the rest. Fawkes, on his perch, was on Dumbledore's shoulder for the first time in 3 months, and the Phoenix's head was, on Wednesday's entry, tipped a quarter-inch in something that resembled a bow. Wednesday tipped her head back at the bird. Dumbledore, behind his desk, rose. Miss Addams. Mr. Potter. Headmaster. Sit, please. They sat. Sirius, who had walked them up, did not enter the office. He had, at the door, said, "I'll be at the bottom of the stairs," and gone. Hermione, beside him, had, with the quiet good sense she had been demonstrating for 3 months, said the same and gone with him. Dumbledore folded his hands. "I have," he said, "very little to say. I had thought, in advance, that I would have a great deal. In the event, I find that I do not. I would like only, to say 3 things. May I?" "You may. The first thing is, thank you. To you both. To you, Miss Addams, for arriving in October. To you, Mr. Potter, for, in October, accepting an arrival. The 2 of you have, between you, brought to a close a war that I had, in my own reading, expected to require my own life. I do not, and I say this without irony, much regret being relieved of the requirement. I have, and I will not, today, dwell on it, also much to learn from how you accomplished it. I have spent the last week, in private, beginning that learning. I will continue. Acceptable. The second thing, Mr. Potter. Harry. There is, in my office, a single object I have been keeping for you for 15 years. It is not, technically, an heirloom. It is a small additional bequest from your father that the ordinary chain of inheritance does not, by any law, require me to deliver. I have, however, been waiting for the appropriate moment. The moment, I think, is now." He reached, with his right hand, the hand that had, after Wednesday's intervention, returned to its full color, into the drawer of his desk, and he produced a single small object wrapped in dark cloth. He set it on the desk and slid it, without flourish, across to Harry. Harry unwrapped the cloth. Inside was a small gold ring. It was simple. It was a band, not a stone. It bore, on the inside of the band, an engraving in a hand Harry did not recognize. "Your mother's," Dumbledore said, gently. "Not her wedding ring, that was buried with her. This was the ring she wore on the small finger of her left hand, which she had had since 14, which had been her grandmother's. She left it, in a small note, to your wife, in the event you ever chose to take one, on the assumption that you would know, when the time came, who that wife was. I have been keeping it, accordingly, for a person whose name I did not, at the time, no. Harry, for one long moment, did not speak. He picked up the ring. He held it in his palm. He held it, in the fire's light, for a long count. He turned to Wednesday. He extended his hand, palm up, with the ring in the center. Wednesday looked at the ring. She looked at him. She did not, Wednesday Addams did not, by family tradition, wear rings, and Harry knew this, and he was offering anyway, because the ring was his mother's, and because his mother had, in his understanding, already met his wife and approved. Wednesday extended her left hand. She permitted him to slide the ring onto the small finger of her left hand. The ring fit. It fit, in the way old rings fit, as though it had been waiting. She did not, for a long count, speak. When she did, she said, quietly, "Thank you, Lily." The fire, in the grate, did not flicker. But the candle nearest the desk, the one closest to Wednesday's left hand, burned a hand's breadth higher for half a second, and went back to its ordinary flame. Wednesday tipped her head a precise full half-inch. Dumbledore, behind his desk, did not move. He had, on his face, a look Harry had never seen on the man in the previous 5 years. It was the look of a man who had, after a very long time, been forgiven. "The third thing," he said, after a moment, in a steadier voice. "I should like, if you will permit it, when you are older, in some season I cannot now predict, to retire as headmaster of this school in your favor." Wednesday, who did not by family habit do any such gesture, blinked. "Pardon. Not soon. When you are older. When you have, in your own life, completed whatever else you mean to complete. The school has, in the last 3 months, voted by the small mute means at its disposal. The school has voted for you. I do not, in this, share any opinion that has not already been shared by a 1,000-year-old building. I am simply offering, in advance, the formal mechanism. If, in any future year, you decide, both of you, that you would like to take stewardship of this institution, you will not be opposed. I will, in fact, in writing, and in advance, name you my preferred successor." Wednesday tipped her head a quarter inch. "Headmaster. Albus. Albus. Yes. That is, generous. It is also, possibly, the only generous thing I have, since arriving, asked of this institution. I will not, today, accept. I will, also, not, today, decline. I will write to you in 20 years. The matter will, by then, have settled into its correct shape. Acceptable. Acceptable." He inclined his head. She inclined hers. Harry, beside her, inclined his. The fire, in the grate, did not move. But Fawkes, on Dumbledore's shoulder, lifted his head and trilled, once, low and clear, the same single note he had trilled on the night of the binding lock, and the note hung in the office for a long count, and then was gone. They left. Sirius, at the bottom of the stairs, raised his eyebrows. "Well? He, Wednesday said, has bequeathed me a school. He hasn't. He has. In 30 years. I have, accordingly, 30 years to decide whether I would prefer to run a school or to write the books I would like to write. The decision, I suspect, will be the books. I will, however, in either case, accept the offer in the form he has made it, as a gesture. Right then." Sirius hugged them both, again, and walked them down to the hospital wing, where Madame Pomfrey insisted on examining them both from head to foot, found nothing wrong with either, and pronounced them, with a small uncharacteristic warmth, alive, married, and on the official record as such. Wednesday tipped her head a quarter inch. "Thank you, Madame Pomfrey. Don't thank me, Mrs. Potter." Wednesday paused. "Mrs. Potter. Mrs. Potter, yes. I will not, in my hospital wing, be calling you anything else." "Acceptable." Harry, beside her, did not laugh, because he had decided that he did not, on this occasion, want to embarrass his wife. But when they were back on the 7th floor, in the corridor outside her room, with the line in their respective chests humming at home, he said, very quietly, "Mrs. Potter." "Mr. Potter. It's not bad, is it? It is acceptable. Acceptable. I will, in the future, additionally, occasionally, be addressed as Mrs. Addams Potter, which is my preferred legal designation. I have, however, no objection to either. All right. Good night, husband. Good night, wife." She went into her room. He went up to his. The line, between them, in home mode, settled. The school, around them, had stopped ringing its bells. The lawn was clean. The dead were honored. The living were, for the most part, asleep. Hogwarts, above its sleeping students, performed the small steady ancient act of a building that had decided to stand for another 1,000 years, and Wednesday and Harry, in their respective beds, slept. Outside, in the cold December air, the snow began. It fell quietly, all night, and by morning it had covered the grounds, the lawn, the trees, the parapet of the astronomy tower where the chalk circle had, in the morning, faded entirely, in a clean white blanket. The carriage horses, when they came, would crunch through it without difficulty. But that was hours away. For now, the school slept. The line hummed. And somewhere in Westchester, in a great draughty manor with a graveyard in the backyard, Morticia Addams sat by the fire with her husband in a glass of something black and sweet, and she said, quietly, "It is done, mon cœur. It is, my dove. Our daughter is married. Our daughter is married. To a boy with no parents. To a boy with 2 parents who have approved. Yes. Pour me another, ma chère." She did. They toasted, in the firelight, the daughter who had crossed an ocean to find a boy whose soul had a crack in it, and the boy who had, on a parapet, said her name like a verb, and the bond between them, which Hogwarts had not, in the end, stopped, and which Hogwarts, in its hidden patient masonry by masonry intelligence, had decided, at last, to sing for. In Westchester, between the toast and the dawn, Morticia did one further thing. She rose from her chair by the fire and crossed, with the slow grace of a long-necked bird, to the great black glass scrying mirror in the 3rd parlor, the mirror her daughter had used, the previous summer, to find a boy with a fracture in his soul. The mirror had been, since October, dim. It did not, by family etiquette, scry without consent. Morticia put her hand on the glass. "Lily," she said, very quietly. "Sister. The work is done." The glass, beneath her palm, warmed by exactly 1 degree. In the glass, very faintly, for a fraction of a second, an image resolved, a young woman, perhaps 21, with red hair worn loose, sitting on a hillside in some long-ago English summer, with her chin on her knees. She was, though the image was thin, laughing. The young woman, in the glass, raised one hand. The hand was not raised in greeting. It was raised in thanks. Morticia inclined her head a precise half-inch, the deepest of her bows, the bow she had reserved, in her life, for 2 people, one of whom was now her husband, and the image, after a quiet count of 3, faded. The glass, at her palm, cooled. Morticia returned to her chair. "My darling," Gomez said. "Mon cœur. All is well. All is well." She lifted her glass. He lifted his. They drank, in the firelight, in the long quiet hour before the dawn that would bring their daughter and their daughter's husband home, and the night, around them, was, as it had been, in their family, for 9 generations, patient, and dark, and entirely theirs. Far away, across an ocean, Wednesday Addams stirred in her sleep, and dreamed, faintly, of a hillside in a long-ago English summer, and of a young woman with red hair sitting with her chin on her knees, who turned, in the dream, and looked at Wednesday, and tipped her head, a precise 1/4 inch. Wednesday, in the dream, tipped hers back. She slept on. The line, between her and Harry, hummed at home. And in his own bed, 2 floors below, Harry Potter, for the first time in his life, slept the entire night without a dream. He slept on, beside her in the long line of their shared keeping, and the world, at last, rested with them. Chapter 8 End.